Remember that one. We are just getting set up so that we are live on a multitude of cross streams. And I'm just putting in
your energy is pure. Your energy.
it's a nice message to receive. Your energy is pure. It's a very nice message to hear first thing in the morning. We're going to go over some sacred blessings here in just a moment. I am just getting Instagram up and going so that they can be watching and enjoy the blessings as well. Boom, boom. There we go. Just getting set up. Interesting enough, I did wake up nice and early today. Really early. And, well, using a new setup for the cameras and all. Perhaps some better clarity. Boom, boom. We are 2 out of 3 now. One last one. We got YouTube, we got Instagram, and now we have TikTok. You can silence your camera, please, bro.
Yeah.
Or silence your audio, please. Thank you. So for those on YouTube, I got my buddy on. He's my brother. He's my best friend, just like no other. And he tends to join me every day. We hang out and make our hanging outs public. Bro, you can leave your video up, but just next to audio there. We're going to be reading some ancient blessings this morning in various languages, from Sanskrit to Latin, from Indian to Egyptian. Wait for that one. We got that one. If I'm not mistaken, we should have better video quality today for those on YouTube. Switching our primary camera over there. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're alive. I'm glad you're a part of this world. The only way that we make a positive step forward is hanging out together. So I'm in my room, open up my window, and I thank you for coming and hanging out with me. If you like the magic stuff, magic's just another word for nature. And I have found it quite beneficial. You could do it or not. Your call, your choice. You gotta find a cup or bowl with water, a cup or bowl with dirt, a candle, or a lamp, oil lamp, actual flame. Those three elements are pretty powerful just to have together in one space on one table. It says what you want to work with. It says what you connect to. And that connection is nature. It's just nature. If you want to gain the best, the most out of these blessings, just close your eyes and listen. You don't have to. In your regard. Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection thee, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy spirit to rate the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four is one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee, loving lady, mighty Lord, thy covenant children, one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness and day and night, would you collide, rekindle these warrior spirits, spread of life into their balls and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of great Vile, fight the light as we darken night in our right. Zikia compasiana compasi, compasi, give me all that I summon forth my name, accompanied by your help, and answer my most urgent plea most graciously, for matrimony most harmoniously to our loving family. Prenosi sekio wiwasan putura ida perusha anjustiruka korputishin wasma haparotu pipasekto sa hete putu putu shakins and asa amen. On Bashamataya Suwakum Bashamanataya Svar Nuran Tumwang Chimchro. When it's Nayan Teriaswa, Commissionaya Yasva, onde está Shivata Suwakum Jistrashi Yatrashi Varanasva, Ruda de Kringa Shong Kong Strong on Hayabashamataya Suwakum Haya Vashamanataya Swaha Azza Kringa Kong Onomokisumana Manum Damahas Matavashanam Hama. Who had that? Kringa Kong Nai Maya Suwakum Naya Mayas Ba. You are we string on running room on Hino Kachena by Hatai so wa from Jorti Hitchin Jokichipatis Waha, Nunen and no Namin and half, cling on Ponto on Cherry Chipat Huyaso wa from Shijai Varatayas Waha, Olo, Grandin Nada Passion so wa from Manamakan, Ibu Baby Bear, body bear, board, Roncamin, Renos, Ezequiel was on Futura, Yerusha, and Susil Caricat, Protection, with my heart to give us at the tolls I did to do with Chuckins and a Salaman. Shubushubato, Gelma, Babol, Mambu, Gana, Rabo, Lugalano, Bardic was shot by Stanabala, Saro, frequent Belu, Mashan Labo, or you been a canpa in the Lulu, he got a mechanism, Gela, Babo, Birma, Moshe, Buris, Luma, Babo, Saro, Siku, Magam, Nampo, Bakalamu, Kinagi, Pilanu, Saju, Mashanana, Sorin, Parmatatu, Sisi, Mashanana, Runa, Armandi, Tumutu, Ratagi, President, Kilman, Gaigo, Ezekot, Nenning, Pona, Beruga, Karina, Kupara, Kutuko, Maskarsan, Segari, Nash, Sharu, Malapa, Pedagu, Marata, Karba, Tukora Kuriosus or Ludu Bamaskin to two Dediku game Lugatan Makio Banukuna, Lugatan Makio Banga Pishu Saroli, Muna Banatatu, Sari Masakaran, Nusilumon, and Darabo, Itilabala in Ataramadu, Dagatu, Mash Mashki, Sori, Mashanovo, so Korin Masharo, Sisera Perico, Parazuzukan, Palugala, the Bora, Nibo, Kingu Paradim, Water Pakuramu, Minuam, Rashid. Where Esau and Ophis, whom is found perfect before the nothing of the Camille shedding you. We have said these are the elements of our body perfected through suffering, purified through trial. The scent of his dying roses as the precise of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration unto the newer life. And the bread and salt is the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are Esau, triumphant, even Esau, and Locus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal nothing of you. We are the Lord of life, we are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifest turn matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified, we stand upon the multiverse. We are circumciliar with the eternal nothing of you. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious household over his enemies on the night that of battle, and of making the bettering of the civil day that of destroying the enemies of Nebuchadnezzar, the Lord of the world, the night that of making the stand, the jet and jet to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being, who comes as to Hooty, thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you, our heart belongs to you. Asturi Samakaro, Sara Kaptak, we know all in all, results of all, Ruku and hem to Kaftanu never to short Karpoim, so Hojaram Shet to and Eshratin and have moved Netari Tam to Orti to Armatu Netarapaya Barni to Avarni to Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with our rules plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. God is commit on Cat whom loves us. Protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, our office will confirm. Lady all said and Nabi saw Abi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. For our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, rising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness to a divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lily news Pirelli sarebbe tu marchi colei tocchi dice di allora messi chiar messi sare lo scienza ya mi allora tu gersta Isaiah dia kari kapia sabia sajele ke jele ka do piara la ka Isaiah ori e ka le butu nu kimo kutele kile shamie ina zumria Isaiah ina zumria ya ka ina zumria bia cha ina zumria sirika ina zumria do piara ina zumria la ka ina zumria la ta ina zumria la te ina Niyala Takarupa ina Zumbriala Tasarni Kani Shamash Kaptulu Tamatunu Nishan Hipel Gimri Tamatunu Nish Matuk Mashmashalani Tamatunu Nish Kishwar Kamikunu Tamatunu Ina Zumbrial Yutab Sama Yayayu Arun NE Parning Nini Ba Terik Ba Kapaes Ba Kabora Ba Kabora Akabaez, Baterik, Penny, Barlunen, ya, Bor, ya, and by God, Barimba, Gora, ya, Sakaki, Saktu, Tia, Soru, Tia, Kutulu, ya. Stream, was rather can hear him, but 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 Anushuban Kigashu, Isharika Kosha, Tesha Maraya, Dingoro, Lamas, Nicodin, Yarina, Puyuna, Stanley, Kukaria, Shumuku, Ziara, Campasitia, Kampakalu, Baranam, Tabara, Shakparaki, Bara, Albara, Lobara, Mastimbara, Utupara, Evabara, Latubara, Subara, Korobara, Urukubara, Kegoro, Barali, Litu Bara, Utu Soledi, Nazu, Allah, Soledi, Nazu, Higim Soledi, Nazu, Mula, Soledi, Nazu, Tingezu, Edinanzu, Maskim Soledi, Nazu, Bara, Edi, Nazu, Zigana Kapazi, Pamuna, Sixika, Bara, Nagi, Sajor, Gishnu, or Tamasha, Zikar, Bara, Zikar, Shumna, Si Sharma, Zikar Namsa, Eni, Dore, Sharti, or Kua, Pardon, the Woo. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Ram 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 Rame Rame Manu Rame Sastor Nam Satorian Ram Nam Bhaganar Neom Venia Karya Ram Haum Magadani Abedhar Maha Pagundari Adi Mahitanu Tadi Prajudaya Pagatura Mahakarya Soya Kurti Sama Pravanya Nam Kurume Deva Sarva Korye Sura Sarvada Sri Guru Swaraj Rajneesh Mane Mukuhe Surha Parnora Parti Mocha Sojo Taraku Porchar Burki Tanu Jani Kisunya Ropapan Kumar Barbi Yardeu Moe Arahu Koles Vikarje Hanumanjian Guns Gorje Karpisi Loku Jarika Ram Judatli Partarma Anjani Putta Avar Surna Mahama Vikram Bashrangi Kumarti Varsumenti Kersangita Chandaran Paraj Subesikaran Kundo Kesa Hofu Shroud Borge Viraje Kardi Morange Jani Sorche Sankar Suvan Kusurina Dante Sprata Mahajan Pandan Vidya Pankuria Teacher Toram Korch Karibe Duarto Prabhu Charita Sunebe Kurasia Ramla Karzita Manbasia Sri Guru Choran Sroj Rajnishmane Mukure Suro Parnura Uvor Vimoja Sujurta for Charburi Intaru Jarni Kisumiro Pankumor Borburi Vidyate Hubui Arahu Poles George Hanuman Yangun Sigar J Karpisti Loku Jargaram Tutakali Partama Jani Putra Pansort Namaha Mahebe Kuramba Shrangi Kumartini Varsamati Kersangi Kanchan Viran Perez Besikanan Kuno Kuchi Sal Potu Shro Udu Vorje Viraj Kandi Borni Jani Usoshi Sankar Suvantus Rinandantes Pratama Hajal Pandan Tiga Bangunia Teacher Toram Kosh Karin Bekuarto Prabhu Charita Sunbekurasya Ramlakan Sitaman Masya Sorchmaru Dari Silyari Karma Ikarhu Dari Ranka Jara Babi Mauru Dari Asura Sankare Ramachandra Kekash Sanvare Varya Sanjivan Lakan Siari Sri Raghuver Hareshi Orari Ragu Parikeni Bahur Varatu Mampriye Barati Sambai Sahaspadan Tumharo Yashkar De Uskarti Sripatkantawagal Pesakar Pramari Molesenarat Sarkar Sarite Sarian Ubor Pochahan Ket Karvi Kubut Karvi Sakar Karian Kerti Utumu Porsukura Ken Ramlari Yaras Padene Tomorrow Matrabi Basha Panakas Warbar Yesu Jarnas Yuk Sahasra Jaran Barbaru Yuk Tari Urur Pajanu Prabu Mutri Kemeri Mukmani Jar Tilang Dikari Asrasnare Dorka and Kashkajaga Ejerte Sukamanu Pratum Rete Ram Duare Tumragvare Warnar Yabinu Pasere Subsuklai tumhari saran tumrak sharkar ukordarna arpante samaru peyten unlukhan te karnpe orpesashni karnar hinar de mavya jamnaran surn de nasarokari ari sapir japatneran tar hanuman berasankat se hanuman surte de mankaram vacan yang julave Suparam tapas vera jatim kerkat sakartum bersaja orman nurak jorkola besor hiram javan parpadle jarom yuk partaptum par har parseri jagarujiar saru sakertum burakware yasorikanan ramduhare ashtaseri narniri kerdata usvorden janke Mataram rasa yaran tumhare pas sarara pura gupati kerdasa tumhare bajaram kupa bejanam janam kedur besrade hantkal pragu ver porjar ye jahan jartam hari makar hari ye wordeta chitna dare Anuma serhi hosor besukor hisankar kartemite saper juksmera hanumat bober jek Kusin krikar vukur di piarnahi jausar oparte kar kuri churkeri pandi mahasur suri juri yapare arnuman jari sakuri siri sarki kuri setuk siras sar har kera karjetas hartar mendera pampana sar bakataran menggambur tirum ramlakan siksa Portaya Vasa Sorbu Aragavas Rusi Savasha Satva Shavum Hurkinish Renam Charinti Varnayam Om Namaha for Om Ring Shrim Ming Grum Namo Bhagavati Vatali Vatali Pariki Pariki Paramuki Paramuki Anvantini Nama Wong Vantini Nama Jamajabini Nama Moe Mugini Nama Samasamini Nama Sarvatu Sapatu Salam Sarvesvan Vaksida Saktor mukafi jiwa sambanam kurus kuram pasyamim grum ta umasraya swaha mani mane mamane shira sharite shami shabita santo mukuta shabi subi shabi shai beginning sinti shabi terane yorupia pasar ne bite vantare ne bite atahantare shudai unkure arare shuya sambi bori pekil tri tarumari shirte so gene kushare basho shudai matara shana uru kai shara taya aparamane yana taya saramaka sarugi mopia nete are chine di chiachi arina di tonali aranuna bikunabi ekina kari kendari sendari metugi chukore boro shani achi debi roke taka tuke tandai tanda kushare tanda shure tahachi por esene surubarana batani surubabu shopatani suyabi shani suyeni so yagera da so gatora tarata sarba solution chiara sarba saruma shorse sarba soruru kyu shara to yara shini yari dai bright one of the heavens, wisest daughter, mistress of the net and the coming ocean, you whose yes is truly yes, proud one among the net and the coming ocean, whose command is supreme, mistress of heaven and of earth, who rules in all places. Each thought at your name, all heads are bowed down. I, daughter of Ra, have bowed down before you. May my body be purified like lapis lazuli. May my face be bright like alabaster, like shining silver and reddish gold. May I not be dull Anya manya mana mama nesir karita sama samita bisanta mukta mukta tama sama ya sama 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 jar saya aksine santa samite darana yolote bisat pikisartin hidu abintani ni biste abintani parisuri ukule mukule arade parade sukai se sama sama boli perikita tamba perikita samgana korsani korin pai pai bisutani matro matro sarata utuluri saya partaya pakula bazuramania tayi paha Shvala Mahashvala Pitu Muku Muku Erada Atabatan Nortina Tabati Tini Bitini Sertani Nantibati Swaha Atate Tate Natate Pratane Nari Nari Kunali Swaha Gari Gari Gori Kedari Kedari Batani Press Sankule Pusi Sisi Swaha Itimi Timi 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 Oro Ero 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 Suez Swaha Rana Dada Pati Dada Patani Dada Kusada Saradi Sarada Padi Buddha Pasami Sabarane Apatani Sambotani Sama Parisita Samune Katari Dama Parixita Surusu Kusarigate Semipi Piridi Fiarobali Patali Patali Honor manor mormi momomi Jere Jere Lide Shere Mesher Doe Shandi Morli Modolo Solo We Solo Sanlo Solo Chaier Cha Ie Ki Charli Sheruto Lorni Loke Poso Boje Pichani mi piti abbiando lorni Lorti yardando boli shordi yolcioli mojoli apoli bololi shoja se san mosan lufo pokici rigida dirla moboli sire sen erne kusha mi poshe Shuri mandolo orchaya doyola odoyo dojo loecha yadu ye polo emorona doye Holy moher holy, yuji muji lielo porirne, lirine lido po, digini wejini jini, nelichini, nelichi pordi, elina luna liena luna lujura lueke mike, miguli canto. Risantoli, modenki chankoli, pulo sharni yardi luyiti minirti luerti luyiti luni 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 lu nilu loji doji noji ertandir tarnto pore tanto po di tanto jo sheli tanto jo sho to yo to li yo polo por di po 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 shan mi sa po po lor ni ye po do ni sa po po sha e po po ni jo e po po ni sen ke po lu char ni sen ker ni ker tu ni esen ke se ke po Chiedili senchiato lo di bolo di sapo, senchiati san mori, chierandi sapo, mojo poli sciardi, sapo sadolo, pojo scello e nuke, digene pigili riri sar secum sa secum sa secum sa Gong hong chong, gong hong chong, gong hong chong, gong chong, gong chong, gong chong, gong so, gong ding so, gong king, gong visor, gong king, hong chong, gong shring, haring, ara, ring, gong hiru, wasor, ra, hong, pam, dum, gong brang, ring, gong chong, king, gong brang, ring, gong chong, king, gong chong, king, Kring 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 ing pam dum shong shring shong gong gong so kung shring gong kring gong kring gong gong shring a ring gong er was hor one king so ong gong gong so Anichinaura Pashatatu Pamasukunaira Chirki Humushorna Ora Nana Sambatra Mida Ora Momna Shahara Hoop Fuko Shorna Ora Momosia Yokushina Ora Muru Kandali Matanis Baha Bushra Bosomo Namo Bagavate Sensai on Gogo's photos while at least a solo Kanasaras Ranis Baha Short Kanji Bosom Rolix Baha Daisy Bosom some jumps Baha Taraboso Sunama Samata Buaram Kuruna would Babet Hara Savataris Baha Central Sun and Kanji Bosu Umvashon Dharma di Bartu Kaji Bosu Babu Umpat Baha George Menkanji Bosu Mahupurun Kajis Baha Jordan Kaji Bosu Karekul Police Baha Northern Kaji Bosu Padem Sermaris Falum Pungo Sata Umvashra Baha Harnia Bosu Teacher Tabi Jarias Baha Fortune Bosu Samis Monjo Bosu Maramakana Meroku Bosu Matres Baha Jiso Bosu Maha Pismanias Baha Bosu Bosu Namo Korbasi Korbaria Marika Mare Moris Baha and Bosu Omni Ductus Baha, Kokor Bossus, Umkan from Paris Baha, Photo, my own Nama Samantha Vashran, Kanabos, Sota, Yahoo, Tratham, Osanta, my own son, Vanison Baum, Vision Shara, Humpat, Jundari, my own Mantra, Humpat, type soap, my own Srikala Rupa, Humkan Baha, Kohori, Asha, my own, Vashra, Yaxon, my son, my own, Maraka, Vashros, Nis, Vashra, Sas, Vasham, Pampu, Jaco, my own, Umanata, Contes, Vahas, on Bo, Coaching, Combines, Vaha, Kungun, Zan, Kungun, Vashrat, Consumption, Svahas, and Ichitoji, Jonsai, Svaha, Chico Kutunum, Trostara, Ralam, Pramarana, Svaha, so Chortunum, Propaxanagi, Patais, Vaha, Homo Kutinum, Propaxanagi, Patais, Vaha, Tomotunum, Visrovanis, Vaha, Pinsetinum, Saraswatis, Vaha, Teco Kutunum, Hakarais, Vaha, Tomotunum, Visrovanis, Vaha, Pinsetinum, Saraswatis, Vaha, Tecutum, Maracararis, Vaha, Kichi, Jotunum, Harasri, Vaha, time om to Mari Ari, Fati King Tenomria Swaha, Mari Chitenom Marisi Swaha, Teshu Hongi Tenom Siraum Swaha. Dianum Dea Sara Savito Mandala Mandiga Pritina Diana Sachi Sinisana Sani Vista Kiro for my Kundo Pancarity Hari Heran, my Paputor Sanka Garan, Amskaran Mantua, from the Troy Yartam home, Ramat Yartam home, so Yartam home, Banap and Nama, Ram Kagarianam home, Pusnet Namha, Ram Yaranka Yartam home, Mari Karianam home, Marika Yartam home, Sabit Nama home, Karianam home, Raboskar Nama. Ram Sari for short and Yan and Yarnam half policy, Yasas Namaskar, Yakarvande Din and Dine, and Operation Palambiram Tesam, Kajayarde, Hong Mongarus or Hong Ring Bong, Shimashaka Shapia Kashapia, Pisham Shepistia, Martin or Kutoshina, Rim Shuru, Ura, Tuko Habitation, Kimamana, Duinati Kili, Tushunulu, Tuma, Nakulu, Shurulini, Shurmanakulu, Dini, Shuruliki, Shurmanakulu, Tadi, Tarama, Shari, T-shirt, Kashati, Sharushi, Yapushi should be your Kishur Puyushi, Linger Kokoshabak, Bong, the Bikara, give it a show, money and do to station, Alani or Marki, each body Yasi, Yazi, Yarakampa, and Kimoto for Semitol, Shabu, but I'm not sure each bought by the Bill, by Yarasi, Yarakampa, no. Shaduli Kulushi, Shaduli Kakoloshi, Shaduli Sikunushi, Shaduli Sikunushi, Shaduli Kunushi, Shaduli Kunushi, Shaduli Kunushi, Shaduli getting Kunushi, Shaduli and Kumuli, Nazumbi, Aliuta Prasama, Agamasaratu is Masarati, Sharmushi, Churu, Shishali Nutis, Sama, Elani Raputi, Shimayara, Dina Dina, Tilinda, Sikunushi, Alani Mushi, Yamasarati, Masarati. It's Masaratu, it's Masaratu, Agamasaratu, Yamasaratu, Keravaloni, Shumashkori, Yamasaratu, Sikia Kampa, Pagoro Monet, Yashatapara, Masaratu Para, Vishnum Klivisnari, Vietnam Home, some Kumbera, Yartam Hatumuta, Kupera, Nembokoro, Taprum, Vivida, Pumita, Viamaton, Tumuta, Nuxekaro, Malia, Kinanetem, Asorem Tari, Captain Tasukori, Yartasan, Sermer City, Tuxo, Tata Saram, Misanari, Yartam Home, Yam and Yartama, Copisar and Drum, Tazasta, Jornaya, Metal, Copisar, Nuxekisat, and Am Sax, Takisway, Sakakataka, Nanka by Tanek Sari said that Suruna Pek Mercola, Kutulu, Tata, Nium Naman, Yarnamha, Omam Yamari, Yarnamha, Happy Yarma, Mapsato, Yari, Yametan, Happy Nukapi, Circus, and now Zek, Kazak, Tek, Egg, or Ok. Uinegeta ekotananikieta Formatuyanuyaneliangineriti Taxasom Kamarexatayatnam home from Parunayatnam Hindset Paruna Valtu Sermanaya Metaninset Rukinset and Sexar Nam Sexuruna Pikeman Sepsan Kuptea Ramautu Noles Zeringo Parankabasinger Kapasabeo Bio Papa Vernam Hamber City Mortala Morulu Mormatu Sitting and Kapasinger untuk sesuatu guru taraga satu tidak kala yanu yander yang kisah teo pemerintah dan mahamamu mahat umaksana do berikut seraya metang keperan keperan nebem kayak keperan merua satu tidak kala nesrate nebu maha jaja tadi usara mas macam ikut sekas tertentu menaruh dat menjual per netra Om Hrim Hrom Siyar Yartam Om Hrim Shrim Chandra Yartam Om Hrim Hrim Shrim Mangal Yartam Om Hrim Shrim Bambur Yartam Om Hrim Shrim Brahmaspati Yartam Om Hrim Shrim Shukra Yartam Om Hrim Shrim Samshamati Yartam Om Hrim Robertam Om Hrim Ketu Yartam Jap Kusum Samkasham Kashapingam Mahadayar Tamurim Sabah Pagnam Planatus Nidi Pakaram Tadi Shankar Tushar Bam Kishore Hortanapa Sambapam Namami Shividu Shasharam Somam Sambor Mukur Tabu Sharam Darika Pasaputam Petu Karti Sama Prabam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Samankalam Pranamamiam Priangura Kisharmam Rupetam Pratimam Sumam Yam Nisum Yankuram Petam Tamburham Pranamamiam Tevanam Sari Shenam Chakuram Kajana Sanipamburi Putram Saru Kesham Tam Namami Prayas Patim Imakuntam Rinala Babni Deyarnam Paramam So Korum Sarvasastra Pravataram Barka Pranamamiam Neo Jana Samapasam Rapi Putum Yamankuracham Chachaya Matata Samputam Tam Namami Saneswara Matakarya Mahapayam Chandra Dija Vimartanam Semika Garpa Samputam Tam Ram Pranamami Ampala Sapusha Sumkasham Talaka Graha Asakam Dorom Dormakam Korum Tam Ketum Pranamami Amam Pramama Boriki Sripona Kari Panusha Shipumi Suta Purasho Kurusha Shukrasha Yore Ketu Sarva Graha Ampa Supra Partam Kurum Shanti 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 Ombor Pospor Om Tata Pitr Panyam Bur Pasya Ilmaiti Yodio Nobraturaya Tom Tata Swako Mariam Tata Swaha Nanasin Yana Rasin Yasini Yana Pasamagana Saya Kia Kampa Magapati Yana Kampa Masrita Nanazia Kampa Mia Magia Kamagia Sakastena Kia Stakolois Nabokurios Mokorios Yastov to Yarkarku Yarsinia Bomosasi Fornis Kampa Hakash Talas Kampa Nabos Tantos Kampas Yagashi Asasio Kukuramani Yash Yamakari Stari Kari Yakusher Yana Stapa Machicha Kareni Ramilo Yaki Stari Kampai Nanazia Mamkampa Disarma Kampaya Yaya Bay Saralur Ishmashutu Yardur Yaya Zuluchi Sakramani Yaya Ataria Chiu Portala Katamaria Karba Dorudu Yakapasi Norstu Yakapasi Shazira Upsi Perodo Karba Yashazi Yar Narkoma Sabaru Kanan Narkoma Sabaru Ya Narkoma Sabaru Ya Narkoya Yatsian Kakanpa Yanga Yan Gorya Yan Ya Yasin Yarnin Yakanpa Yakata Lamakia Tara Kapa Marumu Paru Sigala Yatagi Yakati Yamakbapur Nesio Marutu Yatuku Surim Sugorim Sarim Sagarina Xana Kana Pepelu Kurku Kamanu Yardu Yandara Yasi Partu Balu Kubarku Berteriku Baga Papesia Sak Basak Parhun Nesari Nushibami Gasuki Shargika Korshote Ramara Yanguru Dingaru Kalamas Niku Dingarnina Kuruna Sunin Kukaria Shumbur Kutu Vajani Precious Sto Manjujas for Konotom Korin Purani Devi Fati Purandiaranu Frasan Churasi before Arte Debicarian Nam Hakariani Maria Mayogin Deshwari Nankupsur Tamnevi Devi Parti Mekuruter Nam Isera Soros Diana Carte de Metacari Nanangichi Manitu Tuno Baswa Hatas Peter Barniam Barco Passet Yamai Diono Pratraya Ipsosh Shonto Torota Torat Taro Ora To Brahadabra Ungong Gang Gang Kung Bang Shrinkutong Gang Bang Malapagkakitagugadar maratakarpado kakutamu sari masgaranu ertingu paradimo sari masgaranu aru kakutamu lugodar maratakarpa malapagkadag aru kakutamu sari masgaranu ertingu paradimo aru kakutamu lugodar maratakarpa malapagkadag Om Kamisame Sukumdim Pusti Parharamor Paru Kami Paparatmu Lukmuk Share Yaternamha Rim Rim Hum Hum Shom Shom Krum Krum Akuki Shom Krum Krum Rim Shrim 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 Hum Hum Rim Rim Shrim 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 Shom Shom Krum Kuchiarika Krum Shom Shom Hum Hum Mamare Agri Purana no Kurwasikanai Olay Shukrayartama Shum Shrim Krim Pasramate Sukrai Svaha Om Krim 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 Kali 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 Hum Svaha Sarvabis Mardehi Memar Kari Karnama Om Nari Yarna Mahe Vasudeva Yadermaitano Vishnu Prachurayat Om Devakaranta Nari Yader Mahe Vasudeva Dermaitana Krishna Prachurayat Om Tatporshaya Vidmahe Sahasraksharya Mahardevarya Dermaitano Rudra Prachurayat Om Akarantarya Vidmahe Kavakratundarya Dermaitano Rati Prachurayat Om Karyanyai Vidmahe Karnya Moryai Dermaita Nutorka Prachurayat Om Vagyathyachar Vidmahe Kamaracharya Dermaitano Dervi Prachurayat Om Hadev Vayai Chap Vidmahe Vishnu Parnyai Cha Dermaita Nu Lakshmi Prachurayat Santin Jo Jurlanten Jun Jan Ching Jo Ju Wurlanten Jun Santin Jo Jurlanten Jun Jan Ching Jo Ju Wurlanten Jun Santin Jo Jurlanten Jun Santin Jo Ju Wurlanten Jun Om Hayagri Varkyarnam Om Visnar Vertnam Om Kesavar Yarnam Om Marusudari Yarnam Om Govindari Yarnam Om Pandar Sakari Yarnam Om Visnar Vertnam Om Visvamparari Yarnam Om Harari Yarnam Om Adi Yarnam Om Sarva Gisari Yarnam Om Sarvadara Yarnam Om Santana Yarnam Om Neradara Yarnam Om Nerakara Yarnam Om Nerasari Yarnam Om Nerupara Yarnam Om Naranjalar Yarnam Om Niskalankar Yarnam Om Nidaptar Yarnam Om Naramariya Yarnam Om Siran Maria Yarnam Om Saksir Yarnam Om Sarvaringal Yarnam Om Sarvadariakar Yarnam Om Sri Martenam Om Lokotri Sar Yarnam Om Sivari Yarnam Om Sarvestra Pradar Yarnam Om Verodharar Yarnam Om Veranar Yarnam Om Veranya Yarnam Om Pananar Yarnam Om Panar Yarnam Om Panyar Yarnam Om Punya Yarnam Om Hilgatari Yarnam Om Paraparar Yarnam Om Paramar Yarnam Om Parasmai Nama Om Parasai Yarnam Paragar Yarnam Parar Yarnam Om Sarvameda Makar Yarnam Om Virus Yarnam Om Veraverikana Prakar Yarnam Om Sakalo Paramita Parya Yarnam Om Niskalari Yarnam Om Sarvatas Prakar Yarnam Om Samalat Mutrai Yurtar Star Yarnam Om Varapradai Yarnam Om Parnapo Usar Yarnam Om Srestar Yarnam Om Saranya Yarnam Om Parmesvarai Yarnam Om Satar Yarnam Om Radhari Yarnam Om Chitukurhari Yarnam Om Chitamitrai Yarnam Om Jagamatmika Yarnam Om Janmakharai Yarnam Om Jivar Yarnam Om Jayadari Yarnam Om Jayana Sana Yarnam Om Japapriya Yarnam Om Japustugya Yarnam Om Japakartenam Om Prikartenam Om Vibhar Yarnam Om Vimara Yarnam Om Visvarupari Yarnam Om Visvarupari Yarnam Om Visvokuprenam Om Virus Yarnam Om Virusnustar Yarnam Om Sanitari Yarnam Om Kasat Karaka Yarnam Om Shreya Pradari Yarnam Om Shruti Mayarnam Om Shreya Sarnam Om Visvara Yarnam Om Shutari Yarnam Om Manadaru Patyanam Om Pranadari Yarnam Om Prika Patari Yarnam Om Vapiktari Yarnam Om Vayataru Pariyanam Om Sapaksar Yanam Om Tamohara Yarnam Om Janaksakar Yarnam Om Jaraniyan Yanam Om Purnakandra Sampurpari Yarnam Om Janantari Yarnam Om Vakata Yarnam Om Yokin Yanam Om Yogisari Yarnam Om Sorvadari Yarnam Om Mahriya Urkian Yanam Om Mahul Mortin Yanam Om Ansari Yarnam Om Sreya Sam Namah Om Hamsari Yarnam Om Paramahasari Yarnam Om Visvoputra Namo Viraya Namo Svaraja Namo Sarastika Sarya Namo Om Jashmarya Namo Surtaya Namo Om Arigamaya Tarayi Tarya Namo Sarvasi Vasraharaya Namo Om Pranavur Taruparya Namo Viraharna Karma Karte Nama Iti Sri Hayagriva Stutara Satar Nama Pari Uperdananda Om Danandarya Sri Martyr Namaha Om Yakshari Sarya Namam Kuri Yakswararya Namam Nidhi Sarya Namam Sankaraksa Harya Namaha Om Halaksimi Svisvapuri Namam Om Marti Sarya Namam Purnarya Namaha Om Parvani Swararya Namam Sankarakandi Priyaya Namaha Om Shukarcha Parni Sarya Namam Mukunti Parni Yarkarya Namam Kundarya Inatarya Namaha Om Lilandi Riyati Pariyatama Om Mahar Namaha Om Karparti Yarpartiya Pariyatama Om Purcharyatama Om Lakshmi Murajarya Karyatama Om Ilavarputra Yatama Om Kasati Saryatama Om Mulati Saryatama Om Vasparutariyatama Om Vispartaryatama Om Visparchandaryatama Om Visparariyatama Om Nalakarparatariyatama Om Nani Riva Petre Namam Gurman Traya Namam Visropania Namam Sitra Karna Priya Nama O Mekar Pincharya Namam Makar Disarya Namam Polastaria Yarnama Om Narvan Yarya Namam Kalikasari Vilaya Yarnama Om Rajar Darya Namam Rapartikara Jarya Nama Om Sitra Kartari Yarnama Om Yudar Vyarya Nama Om Vyarus Tuholari Namam Portsa Nama Mahal Prasnaria Nama Saram Portspak Paranaria Namum Sarva Moria Nama Mamna Kataria Namum Sumarya Namum Sormarika Saraya Nama Punya Marne Namum Porutan Nama Sriyai Nama Sarva Pontanes Pataria Namum Nidya Kartaria Nama Nidya Vetre Namum Lanka Pratika Nakaria Nama Yagis Portaria Namum Yagsarya Namum Paramasantar Marne Nama Yar Sarajarya Namam Yakserni Hortarya Nama Kinares Vararya Namam Kimpurusantarya Nama Natarya Namam Karikordio Tarya Nama Vaserne Namam Misadar Saparastarya Nama Vayupasa Mastarya Nama Dharmar Karniaratarya Namam Dharma Samyo Kamstiktarya Nama Versvaraya Namam Danantorksarya Namam Vaskalas Martarya Nama Marusudar Maine Namam Satkartarya Nama Kasalaksmi Samarastarya Nama Daniel Lakshmi Yantari Vasiyar Nama Daniel Lakshmi Vini Varsambor Nama Master Lakshmi Sarda Varsayar Nama Gata Lakshmi Stira Yar Nama Raja Lakshmi Janmar Yar Nama Gyari Lakshmi Kapur Pasiyar Nama Makanda Paspani Yar Samyortari Yar Nama Nidya Tandarya Nama Sagarasra Yar Nama Nidya Tandarya Nama Nidhitra Nama Nerasraya Yar Nama Nerupravar Yar Nama Nidya Kamarya Nama Nerakaksarya Nama Neruparavi Sambor Nama Santarya Nama Sarvagan Urtetarya Nama Sarvachandarya Nama Sarvasamatarya Nama Sarvarni Karun Patrarya Nama Saran Paka Palarya Nama Kara Parkuram Sadarya Nama Saka Vikasam Priyarya Nama Svanakai Parsvasyarya Nama Niripita Samsraya Nama Mamortutras Tierner Nama Maharshi Karna Substituyar Nama Tustarya Nama Suprat Karchastarya Nama Siva Pujarataya Nama Arnagarya Nama Sri Kubera Ustutara Satan Nama Vali Asya Sri Hayagriva Kavakan Mantrasya Hayagriva Resyonushtu Chanta Sri Hayagriva Parama Devatum Sri Vajisvarayat Namaiti Bijamum Krim Virayar Hararya Namaiti Sakti Om Samvarnharya Namo Namaha Iti Kilakam Namo Hare Grivarya Sukla Parnarya Vidyam Mortarya Om Karasyotarya Pram Virya Pratarya Svaha Mama Sri Hayagriva Prasarta Siddhartha Japa Yoga Dhyanam Kalasampurti Samarkasam Kamala Yarta Lokarnam Kalanjikar Pravasam Karnikana Varsernam Janamudrak Savalharyam Sankar Kalaga Partakaram Varsiran Sanduhar Virachitar Tikartaram Vaktab Jernat Katu Dharma Varni Tarno sortirtam devarta sarvara bormarn tarn dariarti startartie haya grivasiara partula latam kandra mardiarka satratsi der sol partu sabda pramarka mosul surti koranam korantat marka partu varannam Yarjnata varn jervam vargis para partu mukurnu tata sarvar Ustam Pramarmarka Partu Partunarakyarno Taram Sivarma Sebo Partu Kapundo Kamod Prabu Vyarma Pitar Kampartu Kantam Narmarko Mama Bojo Kotor Bojo Patu Kurote Yandra Martana Jara Mahadariam Partu Visvarma Tu Kustadariam Mariarma Partu Savarma Partu Pitar Barakati Parmajo vad Goriam Goriartor Barkartoro Tarmodara Partu Jarduni Maru Sultarna Patu Tamuke Mahurti Surn Korpo Partu Janartana Partu Trivakrama Partu Parandar Koliurar Liar Sarvangam Sarvaga Partu Manike Sarva Tatundarti Karta Patu Pam Lakshmi Partiaram Mamma Putra Sikortorumbi me patu pantundor sorsvara mitra marka patu variarma satrusamarti paramariar marka patu kestra visvambarat marka varunarma rasan patu vior marma horkunar ratram divatram yasri kersa patu sorvam Jagat Guru Visarne Samkarte Kalva Patukisam Karo Mama Sasetanan Darupo Nenjaram Raksartu Savala Prasaryam Raksatu Savarma Erigineriam Pura Prada Patuneriam Sigana Prabha Vidyarninti Sertu Varmyam Vayarvam Sen Mario Batu Kobariam Vidara Batu Vesarnariam Jagara Guru Orvam Patu Jagasvami Padvaras Paparapar Raksihinam Tuyastarnam Raksarvarika Kalyaka Evam Nayastariro Sarsaksvargisvaro Savapavaro Ayaro Yamisvaryam Sarvesraprava Tram Labhenat Prasarindehu Ayagriva Prasarata Iritam Keritam Divyam Kavarkam Delvapur Chetamiti Ayagrimatre Astava Parande Magtagande Punasamhitaryam Sri Ayagriva Karvakam Sampurnam Kuperunana Srita Raja Rajulana Svaradana Lakshmi Priya Tarmudana Danyo Danika Priya Taxino Dani Vrata Daya Vradudane Vrata Divya Laksana Sampanudina Vrata Navraksarika Danya Lakshmi Samara Judenya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupo Dharma Poti Dharma Samraksura Sarika Neris Varunera Lambo Nirina Pariparlakani Yartana Kunkarani Skarmuneru Paravana Parnarka Samarajuna Varsangya Pravartaka Maniskarta Trisa Mahukunang Kwarnang Virta Yarshniko Yasna Sakta Yasna Puryasana Sarka Raja Kandro Pramartiso Raja Koraja Pur Jirta Visitra Visertaria Visarka Marlanda Manasa Vijalo Vimalo Vandanyu Vandulu Jana Vasala Veru Paksa Priyatarmo Peragi Visatur Muka Sopaviato Sanantarpa Sarvitsarti Samanvita Samantarata Sarnya Sarva Parnivraka Suprita Sulava Surmo Sarva Kyortur Tartara Sarma Kana Priya Saksarti Pada Papa Suri Parajita Svaharna Samprito Akirana Pravartaka Vyorkana Sampritam Tar Svatarna Priya Alaka Paramapasi Harkanta Katpi Jirta Uta Buddhya Tuntama Pia Pabunar Parana Kinora Sukisra Kaka Pravartareka Asalakismia Samariyuta Vyarto Malavikraha Luka Radio Suruko Palulu Forndu Sukrasana Sulaba Surparika Surusan Kopratari Priya Sata Surankuno Bekta Sasfata Sudan Kana Sarpaka Marjon Sumarti Sarpeka Nakakara Sakara Starara Sarima Param Jorti Parapara Samati Kuno Perna Sarayano Stina Vatsara Parobakari Papagna Toroni Yasana Niba Tata Sarva Kuno Beta Surendra Sambe Verpa Parpa Visvatiato Beta Bia Anataran Sokiarta Prata Kale Pathet Sultan Serpur Bedene Tenela Pramnoti Porusas Friam Devendra Sanni Pap Itis Kuber Stutram Omyakshari Yakubera Yavisrava Yatanatanya Tipadadia Tanatanya Samri Derme Yarita Pariespa Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Shrim Hrim Verishvara Yartamaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Shrim Meraya Ashtalakshmi Mama Kriyedana Pura Yartamaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Saraswa Om Hrim Acharya Kuberaya Vishravanarya Dana Akarshanarya Sarvaruka Sikararya Danatanya Haripadaya Danatanya Samruder Medarita Paryaswa Om Hrim Shrim Kuberaya Namaha Om Yachara Jarya Vidmarya Idesarya Dharma Hitana Kubera Pranchuraya Zikia Kampasya Kampa Zidingar Kampa Zidingarana Kampa Sikuki Magampra Ziki Compasiana Kampa Sikia Compasiana Compasiting Compasiting Garana Kampa Pukakumash Karsana Sikia Compasiana Kampa Sikia Compasiana Compasiting Garki Compasiting Garana Kampalu of the board I can board Sikia Compasiana Oman Brahmanam Sirai Brahmin Patum Vermanari Virmahe Ranya Karparia Dir Mahitano Brahma Prachudatum Chaturmukari Virmahem Srutaria De Mahitano Brahma Prachudatum Mem Hrim Shrim Krim Sausage Brahma Brahma Janyana Pratamam Kurusad Vihi Mata Purusho Venapaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devu Maswara Guru Sakshar Param Brahma Tashme Shri Kurbe Namaha Usaptem Tepket Petiam Kabina Horror Fiken Balsikitu Latu Nezor Karti Rafa Besti Karatui or them Sneforem Besegna Martan Mius or Tiu Tutor Menti Martu for Ru Karmiu Shakeru Nekenu Nekerementinan had a Pepsera Keru Neb Heru Sekriu Nebabu never Timtim Sapuari Mapapa Hill Turki Neheb Neko Neheb Nefor Necha Sortep on a Petchabu Tron Prem Tor Sibu Si Floridi and Ready Wingi Torping near Moda Marquis and Sheperfi at the Nori Torman Hermos Geldons Yorbia Pier Yordofian Freo Freely 14 Free or Yerta Free Verder for the years Rita Ingesi Cars Verdates Vip Tag Bertig Porto Pron Freoti Car Fruti Frovin we were Wiscardi Rearia Vosum Skjor Fjord Skjorn Skjorti Se Main Kern Pien Ping Skerfjun all for the Horan, Yaran, Horon, Nikar, Ninkor, Nikus, Ninkor, Ski, Umi, Pifir, Piflindis, Vidas, Vitrefi, Trevi, Orgi, Orfiornur, Elgar, Mes, Volgun, Trafium, Timbuktu, Stitur, Prince, Ligli, Virliptur, Yor, Mospelni, Volheim, Elvagar, Kenengokapje Mero, Golmero, Dulme, Puri, Besta, Ori, Vili, Besur, Mungon, Belgemer, Usli, Vestri, Nudri, Sundri, Midko, Asator, Norfin, Dek, Nagla, For, Uro, Nor, Yor, Tereng, Sur, Delsing, Skin, Foxy, Harim, Foxy, Mundir, Barti, Luna, Sur, Orbok, Osvins, Bio, Hill, Bergio, Xeroxi, Mil, Vidfried, Skjól, Harti, Hróðvíðni, Súl, Jan Videor, Vidar, Volkad, Shemvinkol, Mozors, Njöturin, Njari, Nord, Sudios, Frivestri, Ostios, Volvin, Nord, Nerping, Den, Bifjord, Bofor, Bombor, Nori, Orio, Nor, Oin, Mot, Vitnir, Vin, Kondor, Findor, Thorn, Fili, Forni, Bali, Truor, Torin, Deg, Vitor, Nir, Nad, Rods, Vindrop, North, Dog, Bari, Hor, Hogstari, Erlof, Koloi, Tori, Ori, Duvon, Vari, Eptifili, Vor, Siori, Orveli, Lofo, Skipor, Bier, Skarfin, Aiar, Fingir, Kinskir, Forfos, Finginor, Jagdrasior, Vier, Partandis, Corporita, Bekri, Nir, Himen, Björk, Volskior, Jertskeov, Gimli, Orfe, Modeling, Vidplank, Crossviks, Fosfots, Fosli, Vindroni, Vinsvobo, Sor, Osnio, Ding, Friglur, Ki, Ovinaria, Mapanaria, Viesno, Tamaria, Mana, Samaria, Visariama, Cortar, Snal, Mortatayan, Sirtal, Vistararia, Taraya, Samsara, Sagatarar, Divya, Turnin, Karande, Pariburga, Skarde, Sripari, Parabiande, Baba Barya, Kerda, Cherde, Vande, Saryapi, Pera, Pagarme, Narta, Tarpa, Tamna, Mamarkina, Svam, Samudro, Hi, Taranga, Kvakarna, Samudro, Nataranga, Urtana, Karna, Garbi, Rar, Norja, Danuja, Kurla, Miotra, Mitra Satya Sorse Torste Vartina Vartikim Vateraska Ramasyati Bivratarai Ravata Ravarta Sada Vasurtam Paramesvara Parepario Babarta Babar Papito Hamda Motara Gunan Mandira Sumpada Banda Vinda Govinda, 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 Bavajalati, Vartana Mandara, Paramam Dharma Panayata Bam, Menarayana Korumaria Saranam, Varvarnita Volko, Koronoriti Sarpadi Maria, Varana Saroje Sara Sartu Iti Srimat Paramar Sarparam Prajakara Siar Sri Govindar Barka Bapurja Parisiar Sia Sri Machak Barka Barta Kortosa Paris Rotam Sampurnam Om Shrim Hrim Krim Dum Jwala Jwala Shuliliga Jaya Jaya Sarva Satrun Samhara Samhara Kishya Malapam Kurkuru Jushukra Hamum Patsva Arunam Kuruna Tarangita Kshim Trutapasham Kusha Pushpa Paracham Ani Ardi Ravruta Mayukara Hamir Yerva Vipar Papa Varni Srimara Srimahara Srimara Sina Saneshwari Chitagni Kunda Samputa Devakarya Samudya Parnusa Hasrabha Chapur Parnusa Manvita Terakas Paru Papasharya Kruta Kurung Shushu Shwala Manoru Bekshu Kodana Panchatan Matra Sayaka Nisharuna Prabhapura Vajati Prabharuna Mandala Champaka Shuka Punaga Sokan Tikala Sekachara Kuru Vinda Manishrene Kana Kutiara Mantita Shtami Chandra Viparaja Dalika Stara Shubhita Muka Chandra Karanka Bruka Nabi Lucha, Vishisha Kavaranas, Mara Mankalia, Kurato, Chela Kapitra, Lakshmi Paripaha, Chalan Mina, Palo Chana, Nava Champaka, Pushpa, Nasa, Navera, Chita, Terakati, Tataskarinas, Parana Basur, Kanama Jari Krutan, Kanapura, Manuhara, Taranka, Kali, put the Tapan Dupa Mandala Padmara, Kashila, Dasha Paripavi, Karum Pupala, Nava Vetruma, Bimba, Rash, Rina, Korea, Chana, Venial Sriti Mantras Kapa Brahma Risi Pratishana Sriti Patragata Patayum Bisham Swahasaki Partila Kap Sriti Patraga Prinja from Tapani Word Sari Nensa Comisia Kasiara Pabramara Sernam Hasarasi Pratishana Sanamamu Sriti Patragata Patia Nama Radium Bishari Anama Korea Swahasakari Anama Pario Kari Anama the opening of Yatama Savangi Sari Nensa Kromugustipiam Nama Erti Horn Jari Rim Tarjani Piam Namaha Madi Piam Namaha, main Tipiam Nama, Rinkanis Tiapam Nama, Krom Kara Prasapiam Nama, Tikarani as a chromatic Yat Nama, Rims of Pieces Ras Bab Sikaya Pasram Kapakai, Humini Mutraya Pusar, Kromas Raya Patitis, Nangin Lines Book, so me at the Dig Mokitanum Tipatrema, the various credit for the pin deposit the day Parasa Pam Chakmi, Aprita Mika Yakaram Smart Pamikas, Mika, Pop Shami Pampa, Mika, the Payami or Amanga Mika, Shami and Pamzram Mika. Kaya Brahmana Bear, Yamne Party, Yamin Sumsova Mikijov, Pakara, Pucham Samar Pamita Pamara, Mantrama Male Mahamaria Saba, Pantas for Pinicota Burgess running as many CD, the Papa Guru Mantrum, Him Sita Guru Presida, Timo Masa Triti, but Mantrum, Crom, Himam Turke, they may hear Vasaya Vasai, Harim Durkam. Ring Chromum Swaha, Saraga, Ningas Chromadagi, Namarim, so basis Rasas Farm, Sikaya Pasam, Kapakayum, name the 3 year person. Chromosoria petitis and nice stromiati, dig will go, dig the mopatairam, the patrima, the various studies for 20 positivity, paras and from Takami, Kampuja, Priya, Mika, Garam, Smart, Mamika, Samaki, Push Papiamiam, Ivamika, the Momcrapiam, Namiki, Abdram, Tramiki, Tramani, Ivarium is of Somaki, Supercarpujam, Smart Pamicapamala, Samam Param, we are the guilt free. Pamukras Makrapam Japam City of Patume Devi Prapa Sarami Ser Japan Talamantrom Male Sava Pretty the Devam Pretty the Supapa Suku Kurishime Batroya Soviram Kadehime Prim Sitia Namaha Ingin Selkan Hoko Noso Koros of the Pomoro Cho Totus of the Umat Litas Nuto Mayo of Mac Kerski Papina Hinchims Bibicolo Hekar Kindiar Mary Mary Morgo hemdale verdi ve fotbal och veltor çok sportspelare för morsk och ekov çok några vårna Europs för bumik för bu nigol med kaima nigol i bibi mark med ran för morban niraban or was arda bo ibors i mer big bosu sendione ser nes follow or near George Ponce Erbane orti min kapas gnun gain gras kaberki Barbosinier Borsbor Biorbo Beareis Mimkor Merens Corpus Skenen Sonana Salostreina Bevas Krun Sortwort Sornen Sene Mana Henry or Krioi Manjon Bumbun Son Invisior Soriarti Marine Visior Ninkins Artisto Shron Invisiu Vorse Pikachu Benjamin Quill Crystal getting go Patu Cusco of Nijon of Phone of Copun Mortin the two of the Jandaga Dora Baptan, Chroma Tiltritos Haser alla Belbi Bears Eorg or Hot Brumbo of Flow the Bulu Oak Smimpru Art Etavo Matan Gerscopu Octosco Pru Tiftu Iturni Tirtivo Crew Bord Pain Venkerkis Funtor Corri Onze Plan Vokmo Porsa Nature Northcore, Northcore, Jotunheimen, Kitchen, Gurchin, Quill, Crossroad, Kinninga, Kopapot, Kotos, Kintos, Keverskier, Tivor, Gora, Tortovskier, Ja, Brains of Bruins, Brokeby, or Plains Legion, Blon Vans Monsono, Monser, or Orpin, Borgo, Oro, and Dorin, and Nor. Beer, Matliken, Morgon, Cornbrew, Bargorin, Jorbrew, Sem Dorin, Zalpi, Hong voor Bergoria Bolvikinga Niores Borsertier Mister or Horti Peter Cosmok no Polopongo Hapa and Noreki no Locolum. Verandam Lemium to Waste Frentin Wagordium, your brace prep, Derwin Martin, embrace Mara Oak, at the Terra Dog, Mogopela Cherapix Abnornista Tetoron Tarantectron Precateron Egalandanethom Alaventud Versernindos or Rigward or Rignorus Ceresa Sapia Tufa Schlen Mo Necromplo Run Comfort. Alvin Wildersen din dorsal weak word for green where also was a sapphire for Echelin more than crumple room. Or also a water where is squatty lorry so weak or weak what will read or rosy rose om sunt officielio trus struck or home brains necessitanetos core es viri bio industries. Ipsus quoniam dominus in salvis et nalvis quoris non difficilis sed impossibili invis investigare. Dominetos omnipotens rex regiome dominus dominentium. In qualius manuam nis victoriae constinctum nebel bum contractior coprios me visiuve mens tam opus eartulo tetos magnificentis. Arvarin macum helm. Arvarin cum hel, arvarin cum hel, arvarin mac. Cum saxorum in dorsum munitum, uporum in articulum in quantum draconis. Nirdim dirdim mangan sharta edan sharator mokosha moksama samuzara shamusa onion trokut vos petutos weltene osikunoshi lanimoshititim corniosimushitum calatum cultum tumosi paritum calicatum namaritum ashashu kashartu ukasha pardiali nigatumu berarnialia uishtaria Ushisu Elia Maria Amrusa na Kuindikola Sarado Mosharu Ara Kuintana Lubia Ubuntipiwia Ubrusu Memasteltia Martu Elili Nubusi Rutis Erili Izizarnima Irlanira Butishima Era Barbitinar Dirna Dalakilinda Opu ushkalam kashapi yau kashapi ya sharepishi yau mushaptishi ya ismasarati shamushi lipshuturi shishali nuti pishalu zalu lishalu nurshalu taptu shae amuli murti yakima zalu leta dukshay pushutishvi kimarabdi lisharmiki shusha purturu Putusha Zulu Kalamatusha Mala Serena Kibiri Bualani Musherentum Selmarni Yarna Pagri Takira tu Pera Samani Ana Pagri Taksiara tu Pera Samani Aiti Pagri Tashnila tu Pera Samani Nish Di Pagri Tushni Iladu Pera Samani Kimax Pagri Takir Pera tu Pera Samani Yarna Kurkurati Takira tu Pera Samani Ina gori tapsal dupira samania ina skupati tushniela dupira samania ina bisha dori tapsa dupira samania na ishpa tapkira dupira Zidingerniernikampa, zidingerniernikampa, zidingernulenikampa, zidingernulenikampa, zidingernikokorenikampa, zidingernikokorenikampa, zidingernindasorimakampa, zidingernindasorimakampa, zidingernulazakakampa, zidingernulazakakampa, zidingernulakamba Zilingani Nulila Kampa, Zilingani Meshera Kampa, Zilingani Menshera Kampa, Zilingari Nemagingari Lila Gekampa, Zilingar Nima Dingar Nila Gekampa, Zilingar Siki Gishmag Sakparda Niran Bula Makampa. Ninger barbara gal de kungarien kumpa sidinger ninindu gar nidingeranuna ian saguna kata kane kumpa Zidingerana kampa, zidingerkia kampa, zidingeroruki kampa, zidingerna bokampa, zidingerishtar kampa, zidingershamashudu kampa, zidingerna kampa, zidingermaru kampa, zidingerini baro kampa, zidingeriki kampa, zidingeranu narki kampa, zidingerin lalalu kokorage kampa, zidingerin lalalu kokorage kampa, zidingerin bipile sharege kampa, Siningaraning korage kapichiring papaparage kampa Siningarana nuna tingkar kara nene keke neke kampa kakamu utuk sula zul kirim Zumula zudingir sumaskim Zurzian kempaziki kempasi tingkenin lelalu korkorage kempasi tingkenin lelaning kokorage kempasi tingkenin bipile sharege kempa siningkenin korage kempa sitingkeranu nadingker kalekene kempa siningkerana kempa sitingker iya kempa papapapararara tematata Papa ratarara arde ke arnene kempa asagoro sagbimur na tenamtor karasi timur nertenentu surku bimur na tealasu karbimur na tegzirim sulibi mur na tegala surkarbi mur na tingking gier surgirbi mur na te mira bierne tash biar barn biesh Kashaptia Kimanuka Shaptu Shatuyu Tarnu Manantha Yartamon Marsa Yartamon Kara Yartamon Kolu Kara Yartamon Kome Pikumara Yartamon Mami Sitara Yartamon Mari Malantari Yartama Paneyo Raparan Yartamon Visotara Yartamon Cesari Yartama Satru Sudari Yartamon Saparamadi Tari Yartamon Partinu Kratini Nama Umami Tikara Yartamon Karapas Pani Yartamon Mara Wismutia Yartama Magoru Pari Yartamon Palaya Yartamon Pasukari Yartama Para Karikat Nama Para Kara Yartamon from the Saparan Yarnama Vasutani Yarnama Para Sitarian Nama Vipasarine Nama the Viti Kamani Yarnama Tamoru Parianama Tapikara Yartama Darinda Yartama Kaspatamashaya Namaha Karalu Parianam Yukida Parianama Yugandara Yartama Rasma Patariana Raman Katra Yartama Kasapi Paraya Yartama Vismara Yartama Sankaparani Yartama Sekapalariana Mom Sampuriana Mom Saranariana Mom Pamikasara Setnama Papanasariana Mom Pramadariana Mom Pragadariana Mom Paripasiana Paravaskariana Mom Paranikadayana Barisarasana Parapakadaniana Paravisarayana Draskariana Locati Sariana Sipariana Parayana Punariana Punyayana Punyakatariana Parsayana Parakariana Parexkariana Fiata Pariana Parakut Sasariana Satariana Tatariana Matariana Sapuyayana Sapakarayana Sia Munera Janayana Patariana Sapasayana Sapatariana Janania Yarnam Victoriana Victoru Pariana Tamorayana Visparayana Karana Yarnam Parayana Parakarina Sakarayana Chitkurayana Jipariana Jayadariana Jipapriana Visu Pariana Verustariana Verustia Yarnam Repradiana Pranadariana Visnu Tarpariana Kutariana Mukutariana Rastrayana Navas Pusariana Pershinkariana Payurupariana Sarusupariana Sakalupariana Karpusum Parayana Mara Papikariana Sumsumna Pariana Panina Vipusariana like a dry and Strike is on the Vesudin, the Russian noses, Caprusha, and Mer Pollution, Scompujo, Catam Sikim, the Boom, Thinking Japan, the Orion, Scomari, Vasarat, encourages an image parages of all that so then we can do not the percent is a puppet can do tough nebunum so competent ties I run up into way and board happens no webs or wood pot natural minimum hosha target toss and have kept bar mood of new betas and the prota it of missions had a boot my 8 pound or have them all per set and protect that my heat can't have been the water new as can team make up shoot easy that up as think they make up shoot easy that but tour market and end up the punch shari up Yamasa sa pisur pa via damarin manek kop romari kor seket romro kurti ruta merune shrat peperum ta rum henu ta herum na tu heru benu heru soisa ta bioi kepta kepti smante bet hotet kitken norbenus mor kit kapetses to oisari net kere kere sari keru semet sukerum kurli sakrines tu kerte semet ketu tu metu is a connection and have suatet pakai karate penapkanesing nu as suari shootas kapnapin huari tenuminan sinisen norap kin penmuda fedolsen in morak from setsu of nekatum kintetika balsat na buta mini min hedron petta hetorten an shusare keto wisil mar second prin pennet the dodger to tata popo tikem petikim toira nampu amun kinteta bijua popo men hek sekem retsu sekem toya benabi muta sekem pastiket pasler per pasu wasen wajas men head are bara sådana bara should have this for cleaning heading teater subsor because it's good fermentare to with those music usa person new business could be fermentare sal mare ser hapet and du second amada better really am kapet no hor mari this param ke ke solution as quite yesu pomsene pom secunda mar kan mi at tu uba metimane peru seru kisha kemisha keruna ken sor kadu pasir hai tare keremetium tepe na prasa da kirna babu na tem sapari mapa Turkin name the Fernab Coaches of the Banap Namari, the Perdu, the Petitas, Minimuts, Capuchis, get a Pummer, Motoi, Bishop Cotom, and Shepes, that image at Patterson, and Artazul, and Tertre, that's Carti kept getting the drink, them to make them 2 months, Clement, 2 bar 2 Thronasus, you at Curtin Chasarat, 1 at 8 in the Petal Saturday, and them so Eddie so swag, an excellent coy or shot that get, and as a curry boy comes Shari, short nation. En minha tia alçaron muita parte do oba tu nu que no obsek me for patu king sort pat tu sakna saketi dem te chur ti wanam sak wona chur from the neck chur men het nu fin pum ne fu so ki katum tatek na ni pu men ne mi so rek chur ti anu tatem nu pumatek se serani fu wapu ti getter mate in japan en her rei cha sare mo o tapta miti kokare mamoru rage kentetum tu exenati tu meri exceptiu kenada dat neberankiu amitu on penu ben mahara mita defna fru on head Tori sa tutta pene amendem kenu razu no ke menyet na teret perin chapses meri un ke kam hoden ne pore to chapses mo ho sa me no me ke mari unu so bara ben per mutek mesentu never tem nek per tinti manura sek never tep me troi doi da pashum sheni never chakai kaptaku times to a man and through I also have them hold up there also put them hold up them potty mas you potty the view you must get the rejection to mute it from them no kuna param no muta pulu no chisne apagom kuna trigo ne am some rami o boy na min kapernam tel motor ay otap sotem kapram pet to atam shadet unami uno ay kemus komshona ma sai per te kupte aso per kenem to the kisiko exaka tek no tek kuram no tek ku aptrak par to ay uno kam kiu kubsna for snack toy e kommer tun na priga som ett nu en pem morfun ne man ama scribe zoom te 3 sets en tek na ni tap tap så ke per nu tap pro on tram sen ekiti na e kati ko makai o e kapra no messa suti nu dori prinket mutat ne na bo na ka te ke suti sen ne yo wa pen sen ne ka mo ho ek na 3 teams ke mi ben na trom ne su ne nu chise e ke jure ni ni sa te skeda da ka mai en jar win the 3 won ne we get some sushi so to be sure I did ne be sure ne jen ke kapra to rana patuma mit masru to on the What's the temporary work never the nature like motor rapid also on the throne never recontron and boop is Share kind of coming, share a cake of the true Nabu, Joy Grataradam, Shepetap, and Kikarek, Nemerek, and Dopitu, Secret kept the coat of the gnome shot of them, Nefluent, in injury with you, wash, so tip and never wash up, wash, ness, wash, I am Simpson, Mandur and Pedro and Nathan of any second on, any secutiny, set to Tati, so Patapo, set up as any set to go on, I'm so. Nupo kapram kapri kapra kapra kapru kapra kapru nepem get the brush kapra kapra mu from pamias una una. Ankanat man ngabire una and man ngabire and said you saw the sauce of you cook it and kapi me to ari to tarai tara sebi una tin abai kabe Seba Persiana calling on a young to upset and Visito Marshabo of skin to deep Subakaran Pamiu, Skapia Karanjatara to Amu Pet employment Korana Kamaru, Amunepsin from the Biakan and Nebula Solution to Amuamentum to get a double thing Makuru, Amunepsin to Nabia Currents, but a second account Wapik, make a count on him, Wapik Netru, some of the second account got the Kerkesush when I gave she got Sati Kabia came Kanabakuno at him Kai, and Kabia take Magnet Roll Nation and Beshi Vatican had a kick and nu somehow nu kan systematic you had some spionage me to woman you said I can capi and men or lose and cast and any suffer cutting a cup a quarter na rise no rock go por and go am cat men send lots of people men go kiss up take and tuna to any need be adding up now do never need to never said a sector bracket net to new tips some uniform and scabbers and demons and jarada Office Carapes or Tapes Alino Cupes since we get by a cap multiple rock won't you be tuning at beating up them friends we mess poised at the threshold of shadows and substance I peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten hidden in my flesh hidden in a thorn covered well a golden lock and a silver cane exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road the fivefold rose blossoms of red and white of tears and blood prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me, and who reveals the hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from the sacred well of enchantment, that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. His first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Sikia Compasiana Compa. Newt, Gib, Newt. Kansu, Kebra, Ra, Semitoki Shaboban, some Twina, Matu, Semitoki Shaboban, some Twina, Semitoki Shaboban, some Twina, Semitoki Shaboban, some Twina, Africa. Okay, bro. Number one, you've got to leave your camera on. Number two, you need to turn your audio off. Number three, I'm going to read a story real quick. So if that doesn't happen, then I'm just going to disconnect you from YouTube. Cool. Thank you. For all of those watching, this is my brother. This is my best friend. His name is V. I call him V because of everything he has brought to me and caused me to see. He is quite of the most wonderful occurrences as a vector of occurrence in life and information. The blessings that we just read, I'm going to turn right around. At the end, I read an ancient Egyptian blessing, and I am going to read that in English right now. I'm grabbing my papers and I'm going to read what I read in ancient Egyptian in English. So if you're wondering what the heck did he just read, what is he saying? Well, I'm going to read that for you. And I want to do that because these words touch my heart every time I read them. when I read something in another language, I connect with the culture, I connect with the people, I have memories there. Everything comes together. It's respecting my neighbor and loving my neighbor, and that's the best that I could do as far as loving my neighbor. I can't exactly live with them, but I can carry their blessings, I can carry their way of life. They honor the divine father and mother in such a wonderful way. And so I can add that to the way that I love and I worship the Divine Father and the Divine Mother. And so I found a collaboration of solutions, a collaboration of things is much more effective than just one. And my daddy was a window washer, he washed windows. And the first time he went to go wash some windows, that was the hardest job because nobody did any cleaning. So he had to really scrub. And then after that, he could just go do a light clean because he didn't have to do all that hard work. Anyways, here it is in English. It says, Green God who lives in eternity, foremost of all the gods and their cause, and their bodies hidden of form in all the temples whose countenance is venerated, great one contained in the sanctuary of Sekhem, chief of the Jephu in the city of the sun, whose name is commemorated in the divine mother of law. Hidden soul, Neb of Karuk, Holy One in white wool, soul of Ra, of his very body, who is exalted on this day, who is Lord of the great house in Kemenu. Great One, Lord of Mahati, I have come to behold your beauty. I know you and I know your names and the names of those who exist with you in the Matet bark. Your name is Rekti Murti Neb Maharti. In truth, I have come so that you will hear me. I have not oppressed, nor scorned, nor diminished your gifts. I have seen the eye of Ra when it is full in the city of the sun. Therefore, not let evil fall upon me where I am. For I come to you as all your brethren come to you in the hall of Mahat. May all living ones make offerings to you at your divine appearing. You, the Lord who is commemorated in heaven and on earth, who is greatly praised and upraised on his throne. I invoke you. Appear in your shrine. All in the two lands will greet with joy. The great brother who appears in his sanctuary, prince of the Palt and all of the Netru, stabilizer of truth and truth route, placer of the sun upon the throne of his father Geb, beloved of his mother Nut, great one of the twofold strength, tall of crown, you enter the hall of Mahat, you preside over those who await you. Et her, divine nurse, make my face perfect among the Netru, among the divines. Open my eyes, the sun and the moon, that I may see each day. Make ready my place in the holy chamber, in Amentet, where your light envelops the darkness and strengthens my legs to walk with ease through the Duat. Greet, Lady of Seven Times, make me perfect as rise to all men and women, as you go forth unceasing in the bark of eternity. O you straight plummet of the scales, repulsor of all evil, your appearing is divine, your words sound. Relate to me that which is forgotten. Enter the duat and report the hour. Divine scribe, who changes turmoil to peace, expounder of divine words, I call upon your wisdom and sound judgment. Enter this chamber, make safe the bow of my bark that goes forth into the sacred regions. Ah, Jehuti, Lord of the net recorder of divine words in Hesor, Lord of Mahat and Orit, judge of the two combatant gods in Parab, Lady of the house of fire, great one of the altar of offerings, you refresh every god with your breath. Your hand guides my bark on the day of sailing upstream. Extend your arm, Lady of the blessed and omnipotent. Hear me, hidden one. Take pleasure in the gifts you are offered. Awaken in peace. O Lady whose breath is fragrant, to whom all offer libations, alight your wings among the living. The Hiru Shamsu appear in their shrine. The doors of the divine house are opened. I greet the appearance of the two eyes. Open sky, open earth, open eastern and western gates, open starry doors of the horizon, open hidden gates of the imperishable region, open sanctuaries of upper and lower Egypt, open pathway of Ra, open for the golden falcon who makes flight to his temple, open double doors of day and night, open for the retinue of the divine Son that follows in his train. Hail to you, Geb, who strides forth from the city of the sun, Yunu, Orpa Geb, chief of all divine beings. You are Lord of the earth. To its utmost limit, you possess the strength of the Palt. Behold, you are as every divinity. You are the Ka, the body of all divinity. You reared them, you vivified them in their coming. Your eye appears from your head as Urseko of the south. Your eye appears from your head as Ursek Peko of the north. The Poti, the divine angels honor you. They place offerings before you. Alsar takes his sister as his protection. She drives away his foes. She turns back evil. The words of power are uttered from her mouth. She is of perfect tongue, of perfect speech. By divine decree, she is the strong one. Because she avenged her brother, she sought him unceasingly, pursuing him in sorrow, never alighting. She wept at his bier, she made wind with her wings, raising the unmoving one up from his sleep. She brought forth his seed, creating his heir. She nursed the youth in solitude. Unknown is the place where he was raised. She brought forth him of the mighty hand in the house of Geb. Come, you of beautiful forms, the crown is upon your head. I salute you. Arise, you are upon your throne, you live in your sanctuary. The words of magic are uttered from your mouth. They bring life to the motionless. They dispel all abominations. O you who presides in the pavilion of the divine, keeper of the door that is fastened against the night, sojourner of Mahat, dwelling in your mountain. Hasten to the sacred land, for I rise. Rise thou also to my calling, Anpu, Anubis, gatekeeper, dweller in the chamber of embalmment. Lay your hands upon the coffin that enfolds me. Extend your protection to my brow. Exalt this sanctuary by your appearance. Lead me on the path of justification. Succumbent Bast, Paket Bastat, beloved of Asharu, lady of great power, magic. Grant me your power, extend me your protection, guardian of the boundaries in the two lands. I am among your train. You who consumes the blood of your father's enemies, draw the weapons that cast out what has become corrupt. Lord of the gates, Neter, divine of the funeral mountain, Set Abentet, warden in the western region, watcher who travels with the Ka to the Natron field, who makes way for the divine retinue, on whose ladder I ascend and enter into the day park. Great One, Lady of Letters, Mistress of the House of Books, Keeper of all that is recorded in Amentet, you are exalted on the throne of Nut, the sky, knower of the divine record, dispensator of her father's words, lady of scribes, keeper of the sacred law peace. May my words be pleasing to you, and my voice truthful in your hearing. Your mother Nut spreads herself over you. In her name, cover of heaven, she assists you in becoming as a creator without enemy in the name of God. She takes away from you every evil in her name. Defender from every evil. Great lady, from the waters of noon, you bring forth life. You send it on its journey through the heavens. You welcome its return each time. Nebhead stands at the head of the bier while all sit station is at the feet of the Heerti. Much of their work takes place in the metaphysical dimension as they ritually emulate the passage of divine breath from their stations to the inert form of the swathed one. This commences the book of breathings made by Allset to her brother Allsar to give your soul life, to give your body life, to restore all of your members anew, that you may reach the horizon of your Father the Sun, that you may ascend to the sky in the orb of the moon, and your form may shine in the Orion stars that rest in Nut, So that this may happen to you, it must be concealed, done in secret. Let not it be disclosed to anyone's eyes. It behooves one who is in the Duat and one among the living. It allows you to live anew in this world millions of times. Even Wultef, I come to you, divine chiefs. I bring you the swathed one. Arnati Teiti Nebhead. My arms are behind you. They protect your limbs. All said, I am your sister, beloved of your heart. I am your protection. Your two sisters restore your limbs. My arms are before you. They restore your limbs. I am your sister, beloved of your heart. I protect your limbs with my two hands, restoring your form. May life be given to you, that your bones shall knit together and your limbs be firm. May your muscles be rejuvenated and your spine upright, that you shall be renewed with the Lord of Abiders. Nebhet, you join with the creators of the western mountains. You are favored at the offering tables. You receive incense and libations. You drink the water of rejuvenation. All said, every flower is brought to you, every plant. You will pass your time in contentment. You see the sun at dawn, the moon in rising. You receive favor from the mighty ones in the city of the sun. Yud Hail, swathed one, you are pure, your heart is pure, your limbs are purified, you are purified with natron. All said, your form is cleansed. To you I send winds for your nostrils, the north wind that comes forth from Atum himself. I have restored your lungs. Nebhet, I have come for your protection. Amun gives you breath, Shu gives you the north wind. I am the nose of the neb of winds of the Lord of winds who makes mortals live. Your soul shall breathe forever and ever. Your form shall be endowed with life on earth. You shall be in the heart of Ra. Your members shall become beneath the great trees of Samut. Water will be poured out for you at the 365 offering tables. Those that grow beneath the great trees of Samut, Lord of Abios, your limbs are joined together. The pain that has afflicted you has been put to an end. Teheti Atu, grant to me the sweet breath from your nostrils. Hail, Nut, grant to me the water and air that dwell within you. I live by smell the air. You have received the spell of respirations, that you may breathe with your soul in the lower heaven, that you may make any transformation at will, like unto the inhabitants of the west. Your soul may go wherever it desires, living on earth forever and ever. Satim, I offer pure things, giving the beer of truth, giving the divine food of everlastingness to the ancestral spirits in the sacred land. Brideship to you, homage to you. Het her in Yarlu. Your crown is of brilliant gold, your brow is electrum. When you shine, all rejoice in your light. All living beings and every creator, come, mistress of the Netru, all divine beings, make your face gracious to me on this day. Spirits of the eastern sky. Creators who rule the western shores, all who rejoice at the sight of the golden one, who love to see her beauty risen, tell her that we rejoice at her coming, that our hands are open to her, that we invoke her. Setem het har. Lady of the sycamore, receive this offering on the day of your appearing, and from it may we be rewarded by your goodness. We are illumined by the light that comes forth from your crown. We are rejuvenated by the rays of your decking stars. Bride consort, we follow in your pathway into the light land of Marnu, to the abode of generations wherein we were born. Come in peace, beautiful one. I have come to you with a heart of love. May your life be devoted to the honor of your beloved. I am he who will arouse you with endless music every day at every hour. To your Ka, wherever it may be. May you be at peace with these sounds. May you go forth in happiness. May you rejoice in gladness with Heru, your consort who loves you. Sheptiu Kenar Hetar, Lady of the Living, dweller in the heavenly bark, golden one, eye of Ra, who is upon his brow, beautiful face in the bark of a million years, grant the seed of peace for this right and true act for the favored ones before you. I am the coiled one, the divine eye. I come to the august beings. Beloved ones, life is yours in very great peace. Satem, bride consort, the reverend goddess protects your limbs. Seed is within you to make that which is becoming. I am protection behind him. I am protection behind her. Uab, hail to you who comes forth from the womb. Your mother Nut gives you birth. Sernu Nevertum, thou great lotus who dwells in Marnu, may you awake in beauty. Him Netar, child of the morning, who ascends in the lotus flower, beautiful one, you appear in the light land. You illumine the two lands with your rays. We rejoice by your beauty. Uab, welcome in peace. Sernu, welcome in peace. Hamnetar is the primeval being who brought forth the primeval ones. Mahat appears on your forehead. Your mother Nut protects you each day. Initiate, I am the plant that comes forth from noon. My mother is Nut. I am pure lotus who rises to the god of light. I exist as the breath of Ra. Hamnetar, you primeval ones, take to yourselves this lotus who came into being in the beginning, who drives away the storm, though knows it not. May your air shine as a stripling in the newborn sky. O initiate, you creators who are present, grant him your arms. He will come into existence among you. Mur, west, north, west, south, toward, east. I make an offering of bread and sais. I come into existence in Borto. I become vigorous in Mendez. I rise up in Niurnu, the city of the sun. Never setting stars, the chanters are before you. Gather together the flesh and bone that comes from Ta, the efflux that proceeds from Geb, Lomultev, Lord of the necropolis. I have collected your bones. I have gathered together for you your limbs. Nebreharbim Set. You are the plant that springs forth from noon. You are watered and purified. Your soul lives. Your seed germinates. You renew your youth upon earth among the living. Quebsanook, the earth becomes green to you. Never resting stars praise you. Nepre, behold the splendors of heaven's disk. You renew yourself each day. Tort, may I see the birth of your Ba, its illumination as Orion in the southern sky with your divine sister, Sopdept at your side. Mud, I come into being. I am strong upon the earth before Ra. I eat bread, I drink beer. I have come, I am here. Praise of Kepri, praise be to you who comes into existence each day, who gives birth to himself each morning, who comes forth from the womb of his mother without cessation. The two halves of each together bow before you, giving praise at your rising. The land is made luminous with the splendor of your body, being divine in the heavens. You are the beneficent Lord, the God, the ruler of eternity, Lord of light, great of appearance in your bark of dawn, Prince of radiance in the bark of the dusk. Divine youth, heir to eternity, who has begotten himself and given birth to himself. The Porti, the divine body of angels acclaim you. The Neteru are jubilant on your behalf. For you are Kepri in the morning, Ra at noon, a tomb in the evening, and they adore you in your beautiful forms. Homage to you, Ra, great circler, glorious being, maker of all that exists, creator of what shall be. foremost of all beings, father of fathers, mother of mothers, becoming young in your time. O creators of life, Lord of love, all people live when you shine. Those who follow you sing your praises. You rule all the creators. You go forth over heaven and earth each day. You receive the opening of the heart in your shrine. You stride over the heaven in peace. Your enemies are overthrown. May you be at peace with me. May I advance upon the earth and see your beauty. Jehuti restored the eye of Peru. He made peace with it. He is sound. It is sound. I am sound. I repose in the pupil of the eye. Seer of millions of years is my name. The blood of all Set, the magical words of all Set, the emanations of all Set are my protection. They destroy what is my abomination. All Set says to me, I have come to be your protector. I am that which comes into being in the form of Kepri. I become the creator of what comes into being and that which has come into being. After my coming into being, many were the things that came forth into being from my mouth. The place where my soul dwells is open. Open to me. You will not enclose my soul. You will not fetter my shadow. A way will be open for my soul and my shadow. Those beings of hidden places who fetter the limbs of all sorrow, who fetter souls and spirits, who block the shadows of the dead, who intend evil toward me. May they not do evil to me nor to us. May their paths turn away from me and from us. You will open a way. Heru, I have not forgotten the night of the flood, the hour of turmoil, for this second boss brings him who was rebellious to me. Jehuti protects me, for I have overthrown my enemy. I am Harakarte, the triumphant one. My inheritance is mine. You will not exist, nor will your soul. You will not exist, nor will your body. You will not exist, nor will not exist, nor will your goal. You will not exist, and the place where you are will not exist. Set is annihilated. My enemy has fallen. He who is hostile to me is dismembered. His foreleg is consigned to Gerdu for my father, Osar. His ribs are sent to Sekhem for Heru Ur. His shoulder is conveyed to Zalti for the great brother Abuat. His thigh is given to Kunum and Abu, so that the followers of the creators will increase. His bones are given to cats, his fat to worms, his flesh to the harpooners who desire to taste him. He who has overthrown his enemy, he comes in victory. He appears in glory. His two eyes open, they illumine the two lanes. The fire that emanates from him ignites his enemies. Hiru pow. Hiru makes powerless the ones whose hearts are against him. He makes an end of those who trespass against him. The enemy, he is bound by the two hands of Akar, so that he shall not have his hands or feet. He is chained to one place while Ra inflicts his punishment upon him. I have stabbed the heart of Set. The fiend has fallen. His name will not be among the living. My enemies are overthrown. Samareth, I come to you, divine chiefs, mighty ones in heaven and the two lands in the shadow world of the sky. I bring you one justified, that you may grant him or her to be with you each day. Second Ankh, I come to you, lords of Rastol, those who follow Hiru in the western land in the field of offerings. I bring you the justified one, that you may grant him, her, to be with you each day. Samareth, you are pure, your cause pure, your soul is pure, and your power is pure. You will live for millions of years. Sekanak, your soul is pure among the creators. You rise up, your essence is in heaven, your body is on earth. Samareth, may your soul not be restrained, may your shadow not be restrained. That which was separated is now restored. May the way be open for your soul and your shadow, that you may see the great creators. Recipient, I honor you, Lady of Radiance, sought depth, at the head of the great house of night and darkness. I am the woman who lights the abyss. The darkness is doubly light. I have overthrown those who destroy. I have compassion for those in darkness. I stand upright those who are prostrate. For those who are ashamed, for those who are despondent, recipient, there is no falsehood within me. I have come to you. I am pure. Give to me my mouth that I may speak with it. Second Ankh, may your mouth be open. May your mouth be unlocked. May you rise in the horizon of heaven. On the high mount of noon, Dumutep, that which was loosened is now made firm. I have bound together your head and your limbs. Im Sephar, by the iron odds possessed by Shu, with which he opened the mouths of the creators. Lift up your head into the horizon. My mouth is open. It is unlocked by Shu's celestial weapon of iron. It is opened by that which opened the mouths of the Nethenomidav Camille Shekin you. Hail, sycamore tree of Nut, grant to him or her the water and air that are within you. Quebsnuf, may he or she never perish. Saltep, and may his or her body never see corruption. May he or she behold his or her body. May he or she repose in his or her glorified frame. Second Ankh, you have made your transformation. Firstborn of Geb, you are exalted. Go in peace. Kepra. Harus mencoba bukan langsung termina. Harus mencoba bukan langsung termina. Harus mencoba bukan langsung termina. Abradabra. So I read that in ancient Japanese, in ancient Egyptian and Kemetic, 1,000 miles an hour. And that's all out in English of what I'm saying. So I can take that much information and I can pack it down like this and deliver the energy. That's what I do every day. If you're on TikTok, I urge you to go to YouTube, Setra, Setchra, youtube.com/Setra will take you right to our channel. TikTok now has crappy video. If you want clear video with our family, you can go to youtube.com/Setra, Setchra. And you can replay the live videos of 9 hours at any moment that you like. Got 5 days of that there. Can't do that on Instagram or TikTok. So move with us. Anyways, if you like that video quality, attention going back to the main screen here. That is what we share every morning. Blessings of immense proportions. So there's way too much to be spoken in English, in this tongue, in this language. So I can pack it down. I can sing it. I can rap it. I can practically damn near hum it. And bro just be playing with the cat out there. That is something. I love you, bro. I'll be watching. Yeah. That's so cool. That's so cool. So I'll let you know when to pop the audio. But I'm just gonna. This is a kind nudge from the universe. If you think about your headphones, no, you could leave the video, most definitely, bro. Leave the video. But the headphones. If you would have left the headphones off, my voice would have been heard in that atmosphere. But it wasn't. It's only heard by you. Unplug those headphones and let the audio just exist around you. Open your life up to the world. Let the world witness and hear your life. You have nothing to be ashamed of, and you have nothing to hide. When I want to wear headphones, I'm escaping. When I put headphones in my ears, I'm escaping. I'm not sharing. It's all about me if I put headphones on. But if I don't have headphones, then it's we. Just an idea. Food for thought. But that was a particular juncture in my life. And I did divine, I reached out, I did tarot cards, I did tarot readings, I did all of these kinds of things. And I was the hermit. I was hiding inside, keeping all to myself. I don't mean inside my house. I was hiding inside here because I was afraid what people would think. But then, divine said, told me within my own mind, sober as can be, said, open your room to the world. That's what they told me. Open your room to the world. And I was like, huh. And that's when I wound up shortly after. I got a job at a middle, close enough within the time span. I got a job at a metaphysical shop, and literally, I made the metaphysical shop my bedroom. Like, it was the shop, it was the metaphysical shop, but like, I shared everything. I didn't hide. I stopped hiding. And so I'm gonna leave that one packed right there. And I'm gonna bring your audio up, bro.
Hey, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I have like a beautiful story about the headphones. Sorry, but I have like somewhat. I'm
Hold on,
like,
hold on,
I'll explain
hold on,
everything.
hold
Hmm?
on, hold on. Give me a moment here.
Okay.
I've got to figure out my audio because my audio from YouTube is actually excellingly awesome and great. Holy crikey, that comes through nice and clear. I heard you. Sit back and say, sit away from the phone and say something.
Something.
Push it farther away, push the phone away. Now say
Something.
something. That's better. I hear you a lot
Okay.
better over there.
I'll put it on the tree then. That seems appropriate. Oh, I gotta show you actually some stuff that happened. So is it good like this? I'll speak a little less loud.
Okay, cool. You're good. You're good. Go ahead.
Okay, so what happened was I was on my morning walk. This is, by the way, my favorite blessings that we ever did. It was like I got chills all over, and it was like I followed my heart. It guided me, and something amazing happened. I'll show you everything. So I was on my morning walk, and I joined on YouTube, and you started reading as usual, and I was about to like go in my room back, but my heart told me no, no, no.
Whisper.
Oh,
Whisper.
and then my heart told me like, no, no, no. This is like the first day on YouTube, and I'm feeling great outside. It's a beautiful day. I need to explore and go somewhere that I never went before. So I found this place, and we were talking about like the childlike joy and all that stuff. So here is like a thing where see, it's like for for children to play.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And there was like no one there, so I was like, "Oh, and there's some
Whisper.
stairs. There's some
Whisper.
stairs also. There's some stairs also here." And then I was like, "Oh, and nature and like trees." And I was like, "I'll sit on a tree." And I this thing. So what I did, I put it in the ground like this, sticked it in the ground, And as you were eating, I was like holding it like this. Like
Oh, that's cool.
look,
Oh, that's cool.
I was like trying meditating, but just focusing on your words and holding it with both of my hands, like one here, one here. And on that note, many cats came around me while this was going on. And this one, the most fascinating part. So, yeah, uh, yeah, we're still playing here, but started playing with like leaves here, like chasing leaves and stuff. And
Gotcha.
she's still around me. And she like
So, so
jumped
this,
somewhere and brought me this.
okay.
I took a
So,
picture.
hold on, hold on. So, what I want you to do is play pretend with me, and every day until a certain time, and I'll give you the time, but you gotta whisper. And here's the reason why. Because our audio and our video is actually coming through the phone call. So it's actually more synchronized and it's louder. So
Okay,
if you pretend like it's nighttime and we're
okay,
staying up late,
okay.
I know my voice, and your constant low whispering will remind me to keep my volume low, and then at the regular normal time we can get all loud again. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's really cool. Got it. Got it.
Okay, now on the cats, that's amazing. You showed me the string, and that's amazing. What I would do is literally what I would is it just one string?
Yep, they brought this like just a long white string, and I picture. I took a picture of like because I was like, no way, no one's gonna believe me.
So
This happened.
that string, do it do it three times like uh hold on, I'll show you. Like look, okay, you got one, two,
Mm-hmm.
three. Make it three equal lengths. Now is that long enough to tie a bracelet?
Yeah, yeah.
Tie that around your left wrist. Loosely, not tight, if possible.
I'm really sorry for the headphones. I was like, I was listening to music and I was like, I forgot it totally. I just sat here and I was listening to your voice, and you're right. I should have put it like so it's heard. Oh, that for the next time.
It's this is like we're actively learning. We're actively growing. Like yesterday I was talking about, like you can mess with that. You can put that put that on your left wrist at least until you get home. Yeah. If two is too short, you could do two length. Anyways, in any regard.
Three will work. Three will work.
Cool. So essentially, what that's bringing, that white string is new life. White means new life. And the
Mhm.
cat just brought some new life to you. Now, I read the ancient Egyptian and what we normally go on every morning. And then I went and directly read it in English. And you're hanging around that place. And as you're generating that energy, as you're feeling and vibrating, you're my brother, so like you on this wavelength already. It's what we do on a regular basis. So then the cats brought you string that's white that has new life. White, if you don't know and you're at home, white means new life. You could put anything on it. You could put any color. You could make anything out from white. White's where you start. That's your clean piece of paper, your clean slate. We're gonna start anew. So this cat, who is an ally, brought the weaver, some threading.
Yeah. That I got chills as that happened, bro. I was like, I took a picture of holding the cat holding the string because I was like, no way, this happened. I have that picture, and I have like, yeah, I recorded that. That's awesome.
Okay. Though that's amazing. That's that's cool. We've got a story here we're gonna read. If you are still checking us out and are enjoying the program, we are going to throw down a story from the Grimm's fairy tales. Boom, boom. A couple of brothers, Yoko Grimm and Wilhelm Grimm. Pretty couple of awesome fellas back in the day.
Awesome sauce, brothers.
So if you are on TikTok, yeah, we got pretty crappy quality over here. I advise you go to YouTube. YouTube. See that name up there? Cetra. Setchra. That's where we're at. YouTube.com/Cetra. Boom, boom. Okay. Now you'll. Yeah. Yep. 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 Alright. Um, little bro, if you. Well, uh, I'm gonna read, and you can whisper or whatever the case. But but I do want to mention the cat's coming to you this morning. The cat here that came up to me this morning and hung out with me for a little bit, like at 2 in the morning. I was hanging out and scratching whatever, be you know, making noise or whatever he's into, and so that's definitely a quantum connection. Sir Edward is back. Yes. Just in case Sir Edward, you haven't met Mr. V. Mr. V, Sir Edward is our moderator. He came in one day and he was just really cool. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to make you a moderator. And man, that dude was like, pow, 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 take care of all sorts of stuff. So if you look at what anybody has to say, Sir Edward's, you can let me know if he's got something to say. Otherwise, everybody else,
Awesome sauce to meet you, Sir Edward.
thank you. Oh, body. If you are, I will say it one more time. If you are over on TikTok, I urge you to jump over to YouTube. YouTube.com/Cetra, Setchra. That's where we are. You can see our bro over there, V, a whole fan party's going down over there. In any regard, we got a story called Dr. Know-All. What? Dr. Know-All. That sounds like a great story. There it is. Oh, and bro, I just want to say, so cool thing. I know people are enjoying here on YouTube. So while I'm talking or reading a story, you literally can walk around or show audio. Think about we're two worlds. You know what we are, and now we can deliver that as a package. So anything I do, you can compliment. Like when the one lady was, or when the one individual was speaking, and I would animate everything, or like if somebody else be doing something, I start doing something. You already know, and we're gonna flow. Don't you know? I love my brother. I love my best friend. Oh my goodness. There was once upon a time a poor peasant called Crab, who drove with 2 oxen a load of wood to the town and sold it to a doctor for 2 thalers. When the money was being counted out to him, it so happened that the doctor was sitting at a table, and when the peasant saw how daintily he ate and drank, his heart desired what he saw, and he would willingly have been a doctor too. So he remained standing a while, and at length inquired if he could not be a doctor, if he too could not be a doctor. "Oh, yes," said the doctor, "that is soon managed." "What must I do?" asked the peasant. "In the first place, buy thyself an ABC book of the kind which has a cock on the front piece. In the second, turn thy cart and thy 2 oxen into money, and get thyself some clothes and whatsoever else pertains to medicine. Thirdly, I have a sign painted for thyself with the words, I am Dr. Know-all, and have that nailed up above my house door." The peasant did everything that he had been told to do. When he had doctored people a while, but not long, a rich and great lord had some money stolen. Then he was told about Dr. Know-all, who lived in such and such a village, and must know what had become of the money. So the lord had the horses put in his carriage, drove out to the village, and asked Crab if he were Dr. Know-all. Yes, he was," said he. Then he was to go with him and bring back the stolen money. "Oh, yes, but Grete, my wife, must go too." The lord was willing, and let both of them have a great seat in the carriage, and they all drove away together. When they came to the nobleman's castle, the table was spread, and Crab was told to sit down and eat. "Yes, but my wife, Grete, too," said he, and he seated himself with her at the table. And when the first servant came with a dish of delicate fare, the peasant nudged his wife and said, "Grete, that was the first," meaning that was the servant who brought the first dish. The servant, however, thought he intended by that to say, "This is the first thief," and as he actually was so, he was terrified, and said to his comrade outside, "The doctor knows all, we shall fare ill." He said, "I was the first. The second did not want to go in at all, but was forced. So when he went in with his dish, the peasant nudged his wife and said, 'Grete, that is the second.' This servant was just as much alarmed, and he got out. The third did not fare better, for the peasant again said, 'Grete, that is the third.' The fourth had to carry in a dish that was covered, and the lord told the doctor that he was to show his skill. And guess what was beneath the cover? The doctor looked at the dish, and had no idea what to say, and cried, 'Ah, poor Crab!' When the lord heard that, he cried, 'There! He knows it! He knows who has the money!' On this the servants looked terribly uneasily, and made a sign to the doctor that they wished him to step outside for a moment. When therefore he went out, all four of them confessed to him that they had stolen the money, and said that they would willingly restore it and give him a heavy sum into the bargain, if he would not denounce them, for if he did they would be hanged. They led him to the spot where the money was concealed. With this, the doctor was satisfied and returned to the hall, sat down to the table, and said, "My lord, now will I search in my book where the gold is hidden." The fifth servant, however, crept out into the stove to hear if the doctor knew still more. The doctor, however, sat still and opened his ABC book, turned the pages backwards and forwards, and looked for the cock. As he could not find it immediately, he said, "I know you are there, so you had better show yourself." Then the fellow in the stove thought that the doctor meant him, and full of terror sprang out, crying, "That man knows everything." Then Dr. Know-all showed the Count where the money was, but did not say who had stolen it, and received from both sides much money in reward, and became a renowned man. For now, little bro, let's just keep with the audio at a silence. I love seeing the video. Awesome, awesome. I love seeing the video. I love that, like, you're playing and the cat. So I'm gonna send you some things. Oh, there's a water bowl right there. And look, you could go put water in it, dude. There's the water over there to your right. There's a little pond. Yeah, yeah. I think if I wasn't wrong, if that was. If not, no worries. But oh, okay, that was just me. I was seeing something else. I thought I saw some water. But that's really awesome. And if you don't have something, I will be picking something out, like a sash. I'll be sending you a few sashes, and then you could take it for the cats and literally, play with them or whatever. Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool, cool. All right, we got another story here. I'm not going to start reading just this moment. However, the story is called "The Spirit in the Bottle." Sounds great. And just to let you know, we are live on Instagram, we are live on TikTok, and we are live on YouTube. If you would like to join us on YouTube, we got a live chat there. We got our buddy, my brother here. We've got a second video feed going, playing with cats while we got nature in the temple, and we've got, well, I shouldn't say nature in the, we got the temple underground, and we got the nature up top with the animals playing right next to us on YouTube. So I think that's amazing. That's pretty cool. And I got a little joke. Would y'all like to hear a little joke? I'm gonna tell you a little joke. So, if you've never heard of the Higgs boson, they found it with the Large Hadron Collider. It's that particle that you gotta have for, like, gravity and stuff. And so there's this. See if we can make sure that you guys TikTok stays plugged in. So the Higgs boson, he goes to church, and the Higgs boson goes through the door. He's all cool and calm and everything, and the pastor comes up to the Higgs boson and he goes, "No, no, 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 no Higgs bosons here. Nope, nope." And the Higgs boson says, "Well, you can't have mass without me." Yeah, it's a science joke. There you are. There you are. Turn you just a little bit. Perfect. Happy with that. Yeah. Okay. I'm happy with that. I can take that. Boom, boom. All right. right, let me adjust the power cord. Got our power supplies all good and rolling. Yes! Go. The spirit in the bottle. There was once a poor woodcutter who toiled from early morning till late night. When at last he had laid some money, he said to his boy, "You are my only child. I will spend the money which I have earned with the sweat of my brow on your education. If you learn some honest trade, you can support me in my old age. When my limbs have grown stiff and I am obliged to stay at home." Then the boy went to a high school and learned diligently so that his masters praised him, and he remained there a long time. When he had worked through 2 classes, but was still not yet perfect in everything, the little pittance which the father had earned was all spent, and the boy was obliged to return home to him. "Ah," said the father, sorrowfully, "I can give you no more, and in these hard times I cannot earn a farthing more than will suffice for our daily bread." "Dear father," answered the son, "don't trouble yourself about it. If it is God's will, it will turn to my advantage. I shall soon accustom myself to it." Then the father wanted to go into the forest to earn money by helping to pile and stack wood and also chop it. The son said, "I will go with you and help you." "Nay, my son," said the father, "that would be hard for you. You are not accustomed to rough work, and will not be able to bear it. Besides, I have only one axe, and no money left wherewith to buy another." "Just go to the neighbor," answered the son. "He will lend you his axe until I have earned one for myself."
I just gotta say, there's kids now playing on the swing, bro.
The father then borrowed an axe of the neighbor, and the next morning at break of day they went out into the forest together. The son helped his father and was quite merry and brisk about it. But when the sun was right over their heads, the father said, "We will rest and have our dinner, and then we shall work as well again." The son took his bread in his hands and said, "Just you rest, father. I am not tired. I will walk up and down a little in the forest and look for birds' nests." "Oh, you fool," said the father. "Why should you want to run about there? Afterwards you will be tired and no longer able to raise your arm. Stay here, sit down beside me." The son, however, went into the forest, ate his bread, was very merry, and peered in among the green branches to see if he could discover a bird's nest anywhere. So he went up and down to see if he could find a bird's nest until at last he came to a great dangerous looking oak, which certainly was already many 100 years old, and which 5 men could have and must have built its nest in there, or many a bird must have built its nest in there. Then all at once it seemed to him that he heard a voice. He listened and became aware, and someone was crying in a very smothered voice, "Let me out! Let me out!" He looked around but could discover nothing. Nevertheless, he fancied that the voice came out of the ground. Then he cried, "Where art thou?" The voice answered, "I'm down here amongst the roots of the oak tree. Let me out! Let me out!" The scholar began to loosen the earth under the tree and search among the roots until at last he found a glass bottle in a little hollow. He lifted it up and held it against the light, and then saw a creature shaped like a frog springing up and down in it. "Let me out! Let me out!" it cried anew, and the scholar, thinking no evil, drew the cork out of the bottle. Immediately a spirit ascended from it and began to grow, and grew so fast that in a very few moments he stood before the scholar, a terrible fellow as big as half the tree by which he was standing. "Knowest thou," he cried in an awful voice, "what thy wages are for having not let me out?" "No," replied the scholar fearlessly. "How should I know that?" "Then I will tell thee," cried the spirit. "I must strangle thee for it." "Thou shouldst have told me that sooner," said the scholar, "for I should have then left thee shut up. But my head shall stand fast for all canst thou do. More persons than one must be consulted about that." More persons here," said the spirit. "Thou shalt have the wages thou hast earned. Dost thou think that I was shut up there for such a long time as a favor? No, it was a punishment for me. I am the mighty Mercurius. Whosoever releases me, him I must strangle." "Softly," answered the scholar. "Not so fast. I must first know that thou really wert shut up in that little bottle, and that thou art the right spirit. If indeed thou canst get in again, I will believe, and then thou mayest do as thou wilt with me." The spirit said haughtily, "That's a very trifling feat," drew himself together, and made himself as small and slender as he had been at first, so that he crept through the same opening and right through the neck of the bottle, and again. Scarcely was he within than that the scholar thrust the cork he had drawn back into the bottle, and threw it among the roots of the oak into its hiding place, and the spirit was betrayed. And now the scholar was about to return to his father, but the spirit cried very piteously, "Ah, do let me out! Ah, do let me out!" "No," answered the scholar, "not a second time. He who has once tried to take my life shall not be set free by me, now that I have caught him again." "If thou wilt set me free," said the spirit, "I will give thee so much that thou wilt have plenty all the days of thy life." "No," answered the boy, "thou wouldst cheat me as thou didst the first time. Thou art playing away with thy good old luck," said the spirit. "I will do thee no harm, but will reward thee richly." The scholar thought, "I will venture it. Perhaps he will keep his word, and anyhow, he shall not get the better of me." Then he took out the cork, and the spirit rose up from the bottle as he had done before, stretched himself out, and became as big as a giant. "Now thou shalt have thy reward," said he, and handed the scholar a little bag just like a plaster, and said, "If thou spreadest one end of this over a wound, it will heal, and if thou rubbest steel or iron with the other end, it will be changed into silver." "I must try that," said the scholar, and went to a tree, tore off a bark with his axe, and rubbed it with one end of the plaster. It immediately closed together and was healed. "Now it is all right," he said to the spirit, "and we can part." The spirit thanked him for his release, and the boy thanked the spirit for his present, and went back to his father. "Where hast thou been racing about?" said the father. "Why hast thou forgotten thy work? I said at once that thou wouldst never get on with anything." "Be easy, father. I will make it up." Make it up indeed, said the father angrily. There's no art in that. Take care, father, I will soon hew that tree there, so that it will split. Then he took his plaster, rubbed the axe with it, and dealt a mighty blow. But as the iron had changed into silver, the edge turned. Hullo, father! Just look what a bad axe you've given me. It has become quite crooked. The father was shocked and said, Ah, what hast thou done? Now I shall have to pray for that, and have not the wherewithal, and that is all the good I have got by thy work. Don't get angry, said the son. I will soon pay for the axe. Oh, thou blockhead, cried the father, wherewith wilt thou pay for it? Thou hast nothing but what I give thee. These are the student's tricks that are sticking in thy head, but thou hast no idea of wood cutting. After a while, the scholar said, Father, I can really work no more. We had better take a holiday. What? Answered he. Dost thou think that I will sit with my hands lying in my lap like thee? I must go on working, but thou mayest take thyself off home. Father, I'm here in this wood for the first time. I don't know my way alone. Do go with me. As his anger had now abated, the father at last let himself be persuaded, and went home with him. Then he said to the son, Go and sell thy damaged axe, and see what thou canst get for it, and I must earn the difference, in order to pay the neighbor. The son took the axe and carried it into town to a goldsmith, who tested it, laid it on the scales, and said, It is worth 400 thalers. I have not so much as that by me. The son said, Give me what thou hast. I will lend you the rest. The goldsmith gave him 300 thalers and said, Father, I have got the money. Go and ask the neighbor what he wants for the axe. I know that already, answered the old man. 1 thaler, 6 groschen. Then give him 2 thalers, 2 groschen. That is double and enough. See, I have money in plenty. And he gave the father 100 thalers and said, You shall never know want. Live as comfortably as you like. Good heavens, said the father, how hast thou come by these riches? The scholar then told how all had come to pass, and how he, trusting in his luck, had made such a good hit. But with the money that was left, he went back to the high school and went on learning more, and as he could heal all wounds with his plaster, he became the most famous doctor in the whole world.
So I love everything, bro. It's so fun to walk around, as you said, like two worlds. It reminds me, you said like working together, doing readings in front of the pyramids. That's how I feel. It's like you're doing your jam, we're here exploring. By the way, that like two other kids came to play. There's like four kids playing.
You gotta silence
Sorry,
your audio. It's okay. I'm glad to hear though. I'm glad to hear that. I was trying to plug the phone in and do something different because the audio is like it's actually pleasantly clear and loud, which usually we're dealing with like issues and problems. And I'm like, I'm watching you do like travel around and I love it. And so let me check the time right now. It's about 8:38. Yeah, so if you do want to whisper a message or whatever, yeah, whisper that. That place looks amazing. Wow. Dude, the fact that you're walking around over that is amazing. Yes, bro. That's that's this is actually pretty sweet because that other time you weren't walking around and you weren't walking around your building, and so literally this is man.
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, yeah.
I gotta restart it just a second.
So we'll catch it. We'll catch him when he gets back here. But yeah, he's over in Europe. I'm over in the States, and it's amazing. So I'm gonna keep reading some stories. No, we will pull some tarot cards. If you want a tarot card pulled, just let me know. Say you want a tarot card, or you like a card pulled in the comments. You don't even have to say what. You don't need to come on. I don't need to ask a question. Just say you want one. I'm gonna connect with you. I'll pull a card for you.
You see, like the place looks awesome, bro. Yeah, the whole city is basically like this. It's really cool. Anyways, I'll show you the kids playing now, and I'll take a walk to where I live. I need to eat some food, but it's gonna be a while, so I'm gonna be walking, and you're on the live. And here's the kids playing. There's like a bunch now.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking for my own awareness because this is our first time really doing this. So if you silence your audio, you can still hear me clear as day, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good enough, good enough. And so yeah, on that whisper tunage, on that low volume, that's a little bit here and there is okay. But I'm gonna have to work on
Now it's
some.
okay. Fine.
I'm gonna have to work on some audio dampering for my phone because I think my current setup for audio is so my audio can be amplified because normally it doesn't pick up all that great or whatnot. And so this is actually pretty cool. But yeah, bro, go ahead and put your audio. Go ahead and silence your mic or whatnot. And yeah, cool. And that's cool, bro. So this is what I imagine happening. See that tree? Go sit up with that tree. Literally, go up to that tree and sit facing away from. No, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the right. Keep turning, keep turning, keep turning, keep turning. That one. And face away from the park. Like, if it's dirty or something, or it's gonna like mess with your hair or whatever, then don't get anything itchy on you. Oh, that looks pretty shrubbed up, thorny. Yeah, don't lean up against it because of that. But if you see a rock or a stone in the ground, pick yourself up one. Like right there, if there's like a little rock or stone. Um, but if there's not, don't worry about it. Other than that, yep. Take take three. Take three. Three. You know it. Take three. And if you can put them in your pocket so it doesn't look like you're carrying them, you do not want to look like you're carrying rocks. That's never a good. Yeah, yeah. You want those for your altar. Yep, yep. And like, yeah, perfect. And then you're done there. You can keep moving. You can keep heading home or whatever the case at that point. Yep, yep.
Quest succeeded.
Yeah. If you have pockets to put those in, that would be best. Yes, yes, yes. Put them in your pockets. It, it, when people see you walking with rocks in your hand, they think that you can be up to no good. And so we don't want to give that appearance.
I didn't even think of that. You're so right. Thank you.
Yeah. It's nice to be aware of multiple things. Who knew you were going to go get some rocks? And I got a bag here in your box we're going to ship to you. So in the future, you can have a little bag, take with you and whatever, you know what I'm saying? Not perfect.
Improvise skirt.
Yes, 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 yes. That's exactly the kind of stuff I do.
Okay.
I'm going to put some water in my coffee pot because I already got enough coffee in there and made a nice and dark, dark, dark cup. And then I'm going to come back. I'm going to pull some cards. Let's see. If anybody put down that they wanted some cards pulled. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we're going to pull some cards when we get back. They're going to be for general reading. Let's see. Lyle. So if you are on TikTok, I urge you to go to youtube.com, youtube.com /Setra, SETCHRA. That is my channel, and we are live there, and we have a lot cooler stuff going on YouTube than TikTok or Instagram. So if you're complaining about quality, well, stick around where you are and keep complaining, or move your tush to YouTube and enjoy some better quality. What? You got a flower? He's got a flower. That's so adorable. That's cute. That's cute.
Someone's house. I'm in front of it.
That's so cute. That's beautiful. That's cool. All right, we're going to pull oracle cards and tarot cards in the next 3 minutes. I got blueberries. It's not fully grown yet. So, we're going to go to an oracle deck of the Divine Mother. And I really like this oracle deck because the whole thing has guided meditations. So, depending on whichever card is pulled, we will provide a guided meditation. If you would like to enjoy, you'll be able to. And they're pretty awesome. Well, let's see, we're going to use 3 decks here. Got an angel deck. We've got an oracle deck. And we've actually got a good old cartomancy deck. So there's 3 different systems, and none are actually referencing the Rider-Waite system of tarot. Rider-Waite, if you don't know about tarot, Rider-Waite is a pretty common tarot system. It is so common that they have vampire decks, they have Egyptian decks, they have Irish lucky decks, and they utilize the Rider-Waite system. So you wind up getting the same message, rather you think they should be different. So we're going to 3 different systems of understanding. First card is illusion. Embrace the truth. Embrace the truth. How do I know what the truth is? Because regardless of what comes out of people's mouths, I'm looking at the evidence of their actions. That's my proof. That's my evidence. That's my reality. I could play whatever pretend world I want and be happy inside, but I have to look at my reality and I have to be aware of what's going on. I have to accept that truth, and I have to cease to allow myself to enjoy some illusion. Recognizing truth. Embracing truth. That one's hard. That's actually because the word on here is embrace truth. You could know truth all day long, but if you don't embrace it, your life makes no course correction. The next 2 cards we have here is an Ace of Acorns, and behind it was a 7 of Hearts. So let's see what these guys are talking about. I got it somewhere. Some of my books are tiny, and some of my books are really long. Let's cover these spells. Hearts. Let's cover hearts first. We got the 7 of Hearts. Love triumphs. It will enter your life in the form of an unexpected fortune, a powerful ally, fated encounter with the most important person in your life, a dream come true. Keep your eyes peeled and strike while the iron's hot. And then we move to the Ace, the bearer of acorns. A generating force, determination, and willingness are the ingredients for success of your new goals. Good omens for those who aim straight for their goals. Wow. love in the form of a fortune, being able to pursue your goals and your dreams, and having that supported. A couple of days ago, for all of those who weren't here, didn't know, or haven't kept up or seen, over the past week, past few days, I have been able to swap some priorities in my life and realize what I was really after. Not a girl, not a lady, not someone to hug me at night and say everything's going to be okay. Fuck that. I make it through just fine. I've been doing this life for a good long while. I don't need to be patted on the freaking back and said good job. That ain't, screw that. I don't need some easy life where somebody pays and takes care of me. I don't need that. I got on just fine. What I had to turn around and realize I wanted was a best friend. And I found him. And he's on the other side of that screen, and he's walking around where he is, and I'm seeing his life every day, and he's seeing my life. 25 to sevens, the lucky sevens just strike around us. My good number's 23, and his good number's 25. So together, 5 and 7, man, I tell you what, we make 11 pretty easy. People are like, what you talking about? 5 and 7 makes 12, not 11. 5 and 6 makes 11. My birthday is 1223. 1223. 1223. It's an extra 2 in there. Anyways, we got one more card to pull. So let's see what kind of oracle message we can get here. Over on YouTube or TikTok, there's one person, and I did not check my messages this morning, but Shells, if you are around and want to chat, just put all caps and 2 or 3 comments, and I'll see where you are and bring you on if you like. I think on YouTube, the way I have it set up is I can only have one person on it at a moment. That one was nice. That one fell out. Normally, I gotta pull that card, out. Usually, it don't drop out of that deck. That don't happen. That does not. That what just happened. That don't happen. Not for other people. I know. When a card jumps out of my hand, goes pop. Like the divine spirit plucked that card out and was like, "I want you to read that." That's why that happens. This particular deck, like these cards don't pop out because I don't shuffle them like that. And this one dropped like. So first was illusion, embrace truth, right? Embrace truth. Not talking about challenging it or finding it, just says embrace it. Then essentially you're going to get the love of your life, but it's going to come in as a small fortune. And you're going to be able to get to build whatever your dreams are. That's your new love. That's your new interest. That's your new happy. That's your new joy. And this is a direct reflection, not just of me and V, but to the whole world. Believe it or not. And the last card that popped out for us is the abundance of Sophis, the stellar blessing of the celestial goddess of abundance. The Divine Mother herself is giving abundance. We see the truth. We embrace it. We decide what we really want to do with our life. and we live it. And the Divine Mother says, I'm going to make those things abundant for you. To anybody watching, to the whole world. This is the year of the fire horse. This is the year of divine wisdom. This is a year of massive growth for all of us. The abundance of Sothis. The abundance in many forms is flowing to you now, beloved. Intend right now to receive it. And just decide to do so in your heart this very moment. The oracle of the abundance of Sothis comes as guidance to expect increased flow and continue your good works of building channels through which abundance can be delivered to you. Freely share your talents, love, wisdom, and self, and enjoy the abundance responsively flowing to you in many forms over and over again. Abundance comes to you now, dear initiate. If you have been through a time of restricted circumstance, materially, financially, socially, in terms of health or relationships, opportunities, fun, or friendship, then this oracle indicates that the tide is turning and an upsurge of wealth, health, abundance, and more are coming to you now. After an experience of restriction, perhaps for a prolonged period, you will very much enjoy this new and improved flow of energy, support, compensation, and reward. With your heart open, your many channels ready to receive the influx of abundance, and your innate belief that you are worthy to receive. You attract great support from the universe now. Channels for receiving grace in all its forms are created when you follow your heart and do your part to be ready and prepared to receive. Preparation is an important part of abundance in all forms, and you can enjoy your abundance to the fullest extent when there are containers for it to be held within. Those containers will be practical ways for health and other forms of abundance, such as great relationships, to be part of your world. Your channels might include new creative works being formed, seeking networking opportunities with others in your field so that there are ways for people to find you and the work that you offer, for example, or joining classes or groups that allow you to meet others, following up your intuition or instincts in even small, seemingly unrelated situations. The containers will be created not only from the practical steps that you take, but from the intention, vibration, and resonance behind them, which means your thoughts, beliefs, and attitude. They all count. If your desired abundance is wealth, then start to really shift your identity and thoughts from a place of restriction to a place of relaxation and willingness to take care of your money so that you create a strong container for the flow of abundance to reach you. If you desire a loving soulmate relationship or deeper friendships, becoming more of the person yourself that you wish to experience in others, as well as affirming that you have value and much offer and are willing and worthy to receive from others, will create powerful channels through which you can receive the abundance of love and good community that Solstice can bring to you. The goddess of celestial abundance, shining stellar Mother Sophis, will bless you with all you can possibly receive. So allow yourself to act in faith, be brave, and take steps to ready yourself right now. Make sure you harvest your crops to create even more channels through which abundance can flow to you. Clearing out the old, completing and preparing the right crops for nourishment. This may mean revising, finishing, and bringing to fruition old projects or deciding to let them go completely if they do not feel correct to pursue any further. It might mean seeking fresh input or collaboration on certain projects, or feeling any sadness, guilt, or grief or anger over unfinished projects and letting them go completely. There may be still other projects that you feel in your heart are correct for you, but not just now. And so they are released to percolate further in the cosmic womb. With this greater creative clarity and organization, your channels for abundance will be clearer and more receptive, and so this will have all the more room in which to bless and fill you. This oracle wishes to bring you great blessings. The ritual below will help you move into the best place within to receive it fully. So if you're at home, if you would like to do, if you feel inclined, then you can join. I'm going to read this, and there you just follow along. And there's portions that it very distinctly mentions for me, for you to say. So on those behalfs, I'll just say them on your account. And if your heart aligns and that's what you would like, then that's that. My voice will be in the stead of yours. And if you don't want to participate, you're just sitting to the side, then my voice doesn't count for you because you don't want it. So that's how the spirit thing. It's not kind of how it works. That's how the spirit works. That's how the spirit works. If you say yes, then it is allowed. If you say no, it's not allowed. It's that's it. That's you close the door or you open the door. Anyways, lie comfortably and close your eyes, focusing on your breath and allowing your awareness to dwell within. Deeper and deeper as you relax, focusing on the rise and fall of your belly as you inhale and exhale. Allow yourself to become aware that above you is a great star. It is brilliant silver and magnificent. Feel the energy that pulses around it, nuclear, powerful, and vast. It is crackling with the aliveness and potency. Many other planets, stars, and moons are supported by the power of this great star. It feeds them with energy and life as a spiritual sun. Be aware that you are floating in a silver river of light in the darkest galaxy, now heading closer towards this sun. You feel the river of light beneath you, filled with love and power. It naturally guides you towards the star. As you get closer, the river rises and expands, becoming vaster and wider, full of life energy directly from the spiritual sun, Sophis. Allow the river to nourish you with the perfect balance of cool and warm energies. Feel yourself rising and falling with the natural flow of the river of light underneath and all around your body, holding you firm and safe. Imagine being cleansed by the river, letting go of any energy that's not aligned with abundance, and strengthening all the energies already within you that are aligned with abundance. Breathe deeply in and exhale using your voice to really let go. As you exhale, you release into the river. And as you inhale, draw in its loving power and light. You become aware that the river is merging now with the edges of the star. You feel such peaceful bliss as the energy of the star of Sophis pours into your being. You feel the beliefs that were incorrect and based in fear falling away, and you see and know things differently. There is no explanation or analysis. There is just deep, heartfelt knowing that all is just fine and there is no need to worry or fear. You are loved. You are safe. You are supported. You will never be abandoned, lost, ignored, or forgotten by the divine. You are not separate from the beauty and light of this great star. You have this within you already. You just need to feel it and remember. Eventually, you feel that you can move on the river and light back towards yourself, life on Mother Earth without losing your feeling of the Sothis within. The river flows and you feel yourself passing through the belly of the star in utter bliss. Then through the edges of the star on the other side, peacefully and gently flowing on the river from the star towards the earth. The river with you in it begins to flow into your life on the earth, emotionally and psychologically, spiritually and physically. There is no part of your life that is not blessed by this river and the light within it. Be aware of the surface light and the river flowing into any part of your life that needs more abundance, healing, or prosperity in particular. Allow that part of you in your life to be blessed by the sacred celestial river. Again, it is washing and carrying healing into that part of your life, filling it with sacred healing energy and blessing. Enjoy this feeling for a few moments, and when you are ready, say, I give thanks to Sothis. We give thanks to Sothis. We give thanks to Sothis, giver of abundance and healing, for your generosity, blessing, and gifts of abundance now in all parts of our life. Thank you, beloved, for your nurturing. Star of Sothis, you bless me with abundance and peace. My wealth on all levels does increase. Through your many channels I receive your flow. With wonder and gratitude I watch my wealth grow. I release all fear and doubt that would block your grace. Instead I focus on your shining stellar face and realize the love and safety within. The flow of great abundance now does begin. Star of Sothis, you bless us with abundance and peace. Our wealth on all levels does increase. Through many channels we receive your flow. With wonder and gratitude we watch our wealth grow. We release all our fear and doubt that would block our grace. Instead we focus on your shining stellar face and realize the love and safety within. The flow of great abundance now does begin. Star of Sothis, you bless us with abundance and peace. Our wealth on all levels does increase. Through many channels we receive your flow. With wonder and gratitude we watch our wealth grow. We release all fear and doubt that would block our grace. Instead we focus on your shining stellar face and realize the love and safety within. The flow of great abundance now does begin. Star of Sothis, you bless us with abundance and peace. Our wealth on all levels does increase. Though many channels we receive your flow. With wonder and gratitude we watch our wealth grow. We release all fear and doubt that would block our grace. Instead we focus on your shining stellar face and realize the love and safety within. The flow of great abundance now does begin. Oh, that was a wonderful alignment. Thank you, bro, for cruising around and giving us an awesome walk around. This is really beautiful and amazing, and it feels like what I want to be doing. I want to be walking around outside. I want to be doing what you're doing, and you want to be doing what I'm doing. And so we are doing the same thing as one. Like you said, it's not me, it's not you, it's we. It's your new
Yes.
channel. We haven't been around. Bro over here, V, he came up with a great saying. It was a collaborative effort, though. Our saying is we shall always prevail over I. We shall always prevail over I. To those people out there that don't get it, think just a little bit longer.
I just gotta say, as you were speaking about the river, I was showing the river that goes through the city the whole time.
Yes, yes, I saw that. Yes, yes, yes.
Awesome, awesome, awesome.
Yeah, I saw you by the river, And then I wasn't reading yet, but I saw you by the river, and then I had started reading, and then it mentioned the river, and I was like, ah,
Yet another day of theories.
this is so
I feel like this is exactly what we want to do for sure. It's the most fun I ever had going out, to be honest. I'm not even kidding.
yes, yes, so much yes. This is cool. This is really cool, and everything that I've learned, everything that I've studied as far as the ancient ways go, is that you become part of another extension, another extension. In war in Europe, they call it arms, arms and armor. Arms is an extension of my arm. I have a sword, so it is an extension of my arm. The tip is the tip of my finger up there. That's how far my finger, that's my arm. My arm now can reach that far. Okay. And as you're going around town and doing what you're doing, I think it's amazing because you're right now you're like the legs. You're like the legs, man. And if that's flowers, dude, you should grab a few flowers if you can keep them safe. But you know, don't hurt it. You can get them. You don't have to pick them off the tree because they're right there all on the ground. If those are any good flowers. Because essentially, like the flowers, you take the flowers to your altar and then you put them on your altar. And I'll send you a needle and some thread or yarn or whatever. And what you can wind up doing is you can actually take all the flower heads off. And then you literally take like a string and needle and you sew them together and you make a necklace. But you can take those flowers literally. I mean, like, you know, don't hurt flowers, you know, if they got them, you know, intention to it or whatever, you know. I always try to be aware, you know, not hurt somebody's place or whatever. But yeah, you know, take some flowers or whatever the case and then whatnot. There's this one neighbor I had, anyways, I won't mention that story. But I always try to be respectful to some regard. But yeah, you know, like natural flowers, you take those back to your altar, and that's a wonderful. That's an awesome connection there, you know, because like that well not that well that you're learning, but the altar is like that is your devotion. That is it's not to the altar, but it's like the stories we read about the princess waiting for her prince to come. You know, you imagine, you know, like you can't get to her just yet. You don't have the resources. So you start this little table for her, and you're like, man, when the princess gets home, she's gonna have flowers, and she's gonna have some water, and there's gonna be some honey up there, and there's gonna be some food offerings. And so the altar is is literally the alchemist's table for the divine to be present. It has all of those elements, and so they love the sweet smell of the flowers, the natural wood where you got it, the stones, the rocks in your all of these items are like gifts, gifts of nature. It's exactly what they, and that's what we were talking about. Was like, man, we ain't looking for some girl or somebody for a relationship. We got a best friend. We work on quantum mechanics every day, and people can come and check it out if they want to. Man, that's heavenly to me in and of itself. And that's literally what you're doing. Your cat even brought you the shoelace. How freaking cool is that? I saw that there. I was like, did he take that to play with the cat? For a little bit, I thought you had a leash for the cat. And it's like, nope, it's just playing with the cat.
The cat brought it to myself, and I have a picture of it because I couldn't believe it. But yep, one of the cat
Yeah,
for humans.
yep, yep. And that is quite amazing. Just as a reminder to anybody who has come in late on TikTok or on Instagram, we got much better video quality on YouTube, youtube.com/Cetra, Setchra. That is the name of the channel on YouTube directly. SEC. Oh, Setchra. Hmm. 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 I got some orange juice.
So I already know what I'm gonna make to drink when I get home then.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's where it is. Bada bada boom. All right, bro. Oh, let me fix this here before I get up. Come on, Mr. Tick, 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 tick. Off.
Ooh, I love this tree. Look at this tree. It's a pink tree.
You know, that is interesting. That's cool. Whoa. Interesting. That circular spot made me think portal. Grab that tree that you were looking at, grab that entire bunch, right, turn directly around, right where you were, up, forward, that one right there. Grab it from the bottom, You want the whole branch. You want all those flowers, and you want that whole branch, just that bottom one. If that's acceptable, if you nobody, that would be an okay thing. I mean, technically, they should go cut down all of that. Yes, you want that. You want that. Now let's see that circle. That circle behind you. That was interesting. That looks like they're building something there, or it's just in a state of dilapidation. That's interesting. Okay, not right now. We're gonna come back here. Not right now. That's a spot. That's that's something. We'll chat about that spot later. That's a spot where you're gonna do work.
I love this. Yeah.
If that, if that happens to be like an acceptable place to hang around, that bench space or whatever, we're gonna do some chatting. Um, but that's gonna be a good space to be around. Very wise. Very wise. Good one. Now you can head away from there. No, take that one with you. Just the flower. Just leave the flowers. Take those with you. Yeah. Now you can go away from there. We'll chat about that. We'll chat about that spot later. But that has um, interesting energy that needs to be harmonized, balanced. That's what I'm sensing around that area. There should be activity around there, but there's not. And so, like, we can clear
It's
some
very
energy
close to
there.
where I live, by the way. Very close.
Okay,
So
cool, cool. So then that's something we can work with easy enough. So for those people out in the world who have no clue what just was communicated, what was realized, what was seen, shamans go around the world and we pick up spirits who are wandering and lost. And you hear stories of ghosts, or you hear stories of, unexplainable things happening. These are literal conscious beings who are stuck. They can't see, they can't attach to anything, they're stuck where they can't move. They need a shaman, they need somebody who literally walks on the veil itself to be able to hook them up so that they can ascend on, so that that soul can actually be moved from the spot where it's at. Because you can't just grab a spirit with your hands and move them. Don't work like that. So a shaman goes, they connect with the spirit on a personal level. I myself allow the spirits to have housing temporarily on my staff on D here. And then when I get home, my altar, I transfer. The spirit can either stay with me, I could give them a home, or they can ascend on and go wherever they need to next. That's what shamans do. Before these lands were conquered with guns and weapons as they have been, this is how we moved a soul. And with modern technology and all of the crap that we deal with these days, they ignored the ancestors. They ignored those who have died and they left their spirits sit right there. So this is a part of our everyday work. If you're seeking to be spiritual, if you're a healer, if this is the kind of stuff you're into, know that this is literally the pinnacle of our work. Finding souls and helping move them to the correct wherever they need to go. It's not a punishment system. They need to get a ride home. And the bus route just didn't go there anymore. So we had to find them. We had to take a walk. We had to go experience it. And that's what we just identified a spot where we need to do some work. That's literally what just happened.
Very excited for that. Awesome.
All right, cool. We got some Norse. We've got some other books. I brought some other books out today. We got the Saga of the Volsungs. We've got some Cicero. And we've even got some Homer. I love books. I love books. I love the information that the books provide. I'm going to read a little bit more of this while you're on your walk, bro. Before I start reading another book, I'm going to read a little bit from the Poetic Edda, picking right up where we left off yesterday. So every day we're just going to read a little bit more of each book. Just a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. And I find that's a little bit funner than cramming a whole 200 pages into my mouth at once.
Yeah, awesome. And I'll be home in like probably like 2, 3 minutes. I'm really close, and then I'll make something to eat, but I'm listening. I'm going to be listening to everything.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. Awesome, amazing. Love you always, bro. Love you, Vic.
Always, always, always. And interesting thing, there's like another place where kids play, and I didn't see them play here in a while, and there they are playing. I'll show it, even with their parents, I think. Yep.
Whisper, whisper.
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting about that. It's like middle of the day.
This is what you. This is what I'm thinking about. Okay, so you find a little earbud, a little earpiece for one of your ears. Don't wear your headphones. You get one little earbud, and then you let the cord hang out, but you cut the end of it so it looks like one of the little Bluetooth wireless ones, and then you walk around whispering to me.
Yes, yes.
So you're not really talking into the earpiece. You're just actually acting like a. See, we're we're angels in disguise, and so people don't see that we're observing. Like I'll teach you something right now as you're walking. If you turn your entire head, you saw my entire body move, which means you know I'm looking at you. But if I just keep my head straight and turn my eyes to the direction I want to look at, then the people next to me or around me have no clue what I'm looking at because only my eyes are moved not my whole body. People don't look at subtle movements. They look at the big flashy stuff that catches their eyes. That's how people are trained. Give me the flashy. Everything else, I didn't see it in the corner of the screen, nor in their everyday looking life.
Thank you for that. That's yeah. Anyways, I gotta clean my improvised skirt off, it's dirt and everything before I get home, and I'm listening. So you go on, and I'll be yeah.
Cool. Cool, bro. Cool. Cool. Thus, in Gongleri, if you've never heard the poetic Edda, Gongleri is this awesome magician, did all these tricks. King was real impressed with him. He got some special privileges, got taken into Valhalla. And he started talking to the Most High. Then spoke Gongleri. What way is there to heaven from earth? Then High replied, laughing, that is not an intelligent question. Has no one ever told you that the gods built a bridge to heaven from earth called Bifrost? You must have seen it. Maybe it is what you call the rainbow. It has 3 colors and great strength, and is built with art and skill to a great extent than any other construction. And so strong as it is, yet it will break when Molspil's lads go and ride it, and their horses will have to swim over great rivers. That is how they will advance. Then spoke Gongleri. It does not seem to me that the gods built the bridge in good faith, if it is liable to break, considering that they can do as they please. The gods are not deserving of blame for this work. Bifrost is a good bridge, but there is nothing in this world that will be secure when Molspil's sons attack. What did the Allfather do then, when Asgard was built? I spoke. In the beginning, he established rulers and bade them decide with him the destinies of men and be in charge of the government of the city. This was in the place called Idarbol, in the center of the city. It was their first act to build the temple that their thrones stand in, 12 in addition to the throne that belongs to the Allfather. This building is the best that is built on earth, and the biggest. Outside and inside it seems like nothing but gold. This place is called Galadshe. They built another hall. This was the sanctuary that belonged to the goddesses, and it was very beautiful. The building is called Vingol. The next thing they did was lay forges, and for them they made hammer and tongs and anvil, and with these they made all other tools. After that they worked metal and stone and wood, using so copiously the metal known as gold that they had all their furniture and utensils of gold, and that age is known as the Golden Age, until it was spoiled by the arrival of the woman. They came from Giantland. Next, the gods took their places on their thrones and instituted their courts and discussed where the dwarfs had been generated from in the soil and down in the earth like maggots in flesh. The dwarfs had taken shape first and acquired life in the flesh of Ymir and were then maggots, but by decision of the gods they became conscious with intelligence and had the shape of men, though they live in the earth and in rocks. Molsolshnir was a dwarf, and the second was Grimm. Thus it says in the Volspa. Then went all the powers to their judgment seats, most holy gods, and deliberated upon this, that a troop of dwarfs should be created from bloody surf and from Blaine's bones. There, man forms many were made, dwarfs in the earth, as Doreen said. And the names of these dwarfs, says the prophetess, are these: Njai, Njeti, Nuldri, Sudri, Astri, Vestri, Artjur, Valin, Nordnein, Nipin, Tain, Pifor, Varfor, Bombor, Nori, Ori, Onar, Oin, Morvi, Nier, Vig, Gun, Gondor, Vindor, Thorin, Vili, Kili, Fundin, Vali, Thor, Thorin, Dek, Vitr, Nair, Nad, Rek, and Radsvi. But these also are dwarfs and live in rocks, whereas the previous ones lived in soil. Drapnir, Dogzvari, Kor, Korkstari, Fedor, Kroi, Dori, Ori, Duf, Onvari, Hepti, Fili, Orsiar. But these came from Sparinskjog to Orvangar on Eoruveljar, and from them is descended Lothar. These are their names: Skjarbir, Virbir, Skarfir, Alf, Ingi, Erkin, Stjarti, Folfrosti, Finginar. Then spoke Andvari. Where is the chief center or holy place of the gods? It is at the Ashildrasil. There the gods must hold their courts each day. What is there to tell about that place? Then spoke just as high. The ashes of all trees, and biggest and best. Its branches spread out over all the world and extend across the sky. Three of the tree's roots support it and extend very, very far. One is among the Aesir, the second among the frost giants, where Ginnungagap once was. The third extends over Niflheim, and under that root is Hvergelmir, and Nidhogg gnaws the bottom of the root. But under the root that reaches towards the frost giants, there is where Mimir's well is, which has wisdom and intelligence contained in it. And the master of the well is called Mimir. He is full of learning because he drinks of the well from the horn Gialarhorn. Old father went there and asked for a single drink from the well, but he did not get one until he placed his eye as a pledge. Thus it says in Voluspa, I know it all, Lorthine, where you deposited your eye, in that renowned well of Mimir. Mimir drinks Mir every morning from Volfather's pledge. Know you yet, or what? The third root of the ash extends to heaven, and beneath that root is a well, which is very holy, called Weird's Well. There the gods have their court. Every day the Aesir ride there up over the Bifrost. It is also called the Oz Bridge. The names of the Aesir's horses are as follows. Best is Sleipnir. He is Ordines. He has 8 legs. Second is Glad. Third, Gerlier. Fourth, Glare. Fifth, Skarbreymir. Sixth, Sifrotro. Seventh, Sielnir. Eighth, Giels. Ninth, Folornir. 10th, Gultor. Letverti. 11th, Baldur's horse was burned with him, and Thor walks to the court and wades rivers whose names are Korth and Ort, and two Kordogs. These shall Thor wade every day when he is to judge at the Yggdrasil, for Osbridge burns all with flame, the holy waters boil. Then spoke Gangleri, does fire burn over the Bifrost? The red you see in the rainbow is burning fire. The frost giants and mountain giants would go up to heaven if Bifrost was crossable by everyone that wanted to go. There are many beautiful places in heaven, and everywhere there has divine protection around it. There stands there one beautiful hall under the ash by the well, and out of this hall come 3 maidens whose names are Weird, Verdandi, Skuld. These maidens shape men's lives. We call them Norns. There are also other Norns who visit everyone when they are born to shape their lives, and these are of divine origin. though others are of the race of elves, and a third group are of the race of dwarves, as it says here. A very diverse parentage I think the Norns are. They do not have a common ancestry. Some are descended from Aesir, some are descended from elves, some are daughters of Svali. Then spoke Gangleri. If Norns determine the fates of men, they allot terribly unfairly, when some have good and prosperous life, and some have little success or glory, some a long life, some short. Hey V, just let it disconnect. If you're going to leave your visual, then you can leave the visual going, but don't leave it on a black screen as it is. If you're going to go do something, just disconnect so the full screen can come back. Otherwise, like a background or something, not just the white wall though.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's good.
Not sorry. Sorry. Yeah.
And so this is so just speaking and sharing with you. Don't leave it staring at a white wall. We don't want to stare at white. Give us something to look. If you're going to leave the camera up, leave the camera looking at something. Give us a background. Put it facing your altar. Give us an image.
I'll find a nice image.
That's okay. It's cool. We're learning as we're going. I'm gonna pick up back to reading. But if you do just let it disconnect while you're doing something else, that's acceptable. Because when I get done reading or whatever, number one, it'll give the full screen for people at home as they're watching, and then whenever you come back, you got the link, so you can click that link at any time during the live, and then boom, I let you back at any moment. So that's okay if we kind of disconnect for a moment if you need to eat or whatever the case, or but you got me, you got it. And I'm gonna jump right back to reading here. But I would like to share with people in the world. I love my brother V. I love my brother V. And right into nature with the cards. We are gonna take a little detour, but this book has got two dragons on it on the cover. There's two dragons, and that's my journal book. That's my journal for the year. That's what I'm journaling in the past couple of years. And I thought all the way up until 48 hours ago, I felt the other dragon was supposed to be a female dragon. It's supposed to be some other female dragon. However, as I found my best buddy, I was like, he's the other dragon. He's the other dragon. I can talk to him. Now, this information is for you so that you can have a wider perspective of who you're hanging out with, okay? So, anybody watching, I think you're cool and I'm glad you're here. I'm happy that you're here. And this stuff isn't exactly for you, but you more like family. Anyways. But he's a dragon. He's a dragon. Because I can talk to him. I can mention stuff to him. And it's not just hurt feelings. It's not just anger. It's not just ignorance. You got to get that thing away from your phone, your ear like that, boo. You got to understand. You're on YouTube. Stop bringing these TikTok habits to YouTube. We are not TikTok anymore. Yeah, there we go. Boom. So, as we continue to grow together, we shed old habits, do different things, and boom, that's what allows us to keep playing, keep having fun. As kids, that's what we are. We like to have fun. And kids, if we do the same thing every day, we're not exactly having fun. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, I love my brother. He's my best friend, my brother, all that cool stuff. And my whole life gets to open up because of him. So we're going back here. To the Edda, if Norns determine the fates of men, they allot terribly, unfairly, when some have a good and prosperous life, and some have little success or glory, some a long life, some short. I said in reply, good Norns, one of noble parentage, shape good lives, but as for those people that become the victims of misfortune, it is evil Norns that are responsible. Then spoke Gongleri. What other particularly notable things are there to tell about the ash? There is a great deal to tell of it. There is an eagle that sits in the branches of the ash. It has knowledge of many things, and between its eyes sits a hawk called Vertfornier. A squirrel called Ratatos runs up and down through the ash and carries malicious messages between the eagle and Needhold. 4 stags run in the branches of the ash and feed on the foliage. Their names are Dane, Valin, Dorner, and Dorathor. And there are so many snakes in Havargelmir with Nidhogg that no tongue can enumerate them. As it says here, the Yggdrasil suffers hardship more than people realize. Stag bites above, and at the sides it rots. Needhogg eats away at it below. Also, it is said, more snakes lie beneath the ash, Yggdrasil, than any old fool thinks. Goin and Moin, they are Grafitnir sons, Grabak and Grafurud. Ulfnir and Svafnir, I think, will forever mar the tree's twigs. It is also said that the Norns that dwell by Weird's well take water from the well each day, and with it the mud that lies round the well, and pour it up over the ash so that its branches may not rot or decay. And this water is so holy that all things that come into that well go as white as the membrane called the skin that lies round the inside of an eggshell, as it says here. I know an ash. Its name is Yggdrasil, high tree, holy, drenched with white mud. From it come the dews that fall in the valleys. It stands forever green above Weird's well. The dew that falls from it on to the earth, this is what people call honeydew, and from it bees feed. 2 birds feed in Weird's well. They are called swans, and from these birds has come that species of bird that has that name. Then spoke Gongleri. You were able to give a great deal of information about the heavens. What other chief sinners are there besides the one at Weird's well? I said, many splendid places are there. There is one place that is called Alfheim. There live the folk called Light Elves, but Dark Elves live down in the ground, and they are unlike them in appearance, and even more unlike them in nature. Light Elves are fairer than the sun to look at, but Dark Elves are blacker than pitch. One place there is called Breidablik, and no fairer place is there. Also, there is the one called Gleipnir, and its walls and columns and pillars are of red gold, and its roof of silver. There also is a place called Himinbjorg. It stands at the edge of heaven, at the bridge's end, where Bifrost reaches heaven. There also is a great place called Valaskja. This place is Ordine's. The gods built it and roofed it with pure silver, and it is there in this hall that the throne that Hlidskjalf is, the throne of that name. And when the Allfather sits on Hlidskjalf's throne, he can see over all the world. At the southernmost end of heaven is the hall which is fairest of all and brighter than the sun, called Gimle. It shall stand when both heaven and earth have passed away, and in that place shall live good and righteous people forever and ever. Thus it says in the Voluspa. I know a hall standing fairer than the sun, better than gold at Gimle. There shall virtuous men dwell, and for all ages enjoy delight. I'm looking at this card. It's from a fairy deck. It says, have confidence. And the interesting information on the card itself. It's not actually saying for you to have, it's not actually, I'm going to personalize this for myself, and you can receive the information in proxy like that. But it's really saying it literally, so not necessarily is it asking for one to have confidence in one's self. But to correctly refashion the words in a most loving way, have confidence in your spirit team. Have confidence in your guardian angel. Have confidence in your God. Have confidence wherever it is your faith may be, whether it be with the fairies, angels, God, Thor, Allsar, whatever, man, Krishna. Have confidence in your ancestors. I think that's cool. I think that's really special. They're really screaming in my heart. All these cards I read, all these books I read, it's like I live my life by this information. And I found it. I found it. And I studied for a long time, and then after a lot of studying, I forgot. I just lived it. So now all these things I read, it's the advice I apply to myself. Pretty cool stuff. Cicero. No. We're going to get to Cicero. But we're going to jump real quick to the full souls. And some just wants me to read where my finger lay. It is said that while raiding, Helgi came across the king called Horndi. He was a powerful king with a large following and ruled over a country. It came to a battle between them. Helgi pushed resolutely forward, and the battle ended with Helgi as the victor. King Hornbin fell with a great many of his men. Helgi now saw his status increase considerably by having killed so powerful a king. In order to avenge their father, Hunding's sons now raised an army against Helgi. They engaged in a fierce battle, and Helgi fought his way through the brothers' ranks, attacking their standards. Of Hunding's sons he killed off, and Eyjolf, Hörvard, and Hagbard, and here he won a renowned victory. And when Helgi left the battle, he found many women of worthy appearance by the edge of a forest. They were riding in magnificent attire, yet one of them, she was in the lead, surpassed all others, and Helgi asked for her name. She called herself Sigurd and said she was the daughter of King Hogni. Helgi said, "Accompany us home and be well." Then the king's daughter replied, "We have different tasks before us from drinking with you." Helgi asked, "What might that be, princess?" She answered, "King Hogni has promised me to Holdbrod, the king of King Granma. But I have sworn that I would no sooner have him than a young crow. Yet the marriage will take place unless you stop Holdbrod. Fight him with your army and take me away, because there is no king with whom I would rather dwell than with you. Be of good cheer, princess." Helgi said, "We would sooner try our valor than have you marry him. We shall first see which of us overcome the other. I stake my life on this." Then Helgi sent men with gifts of value to call up followers, and he summoned all his troops to Radabrog. Helgi waited there until a mighty company came to him from Herdnisse. Then a large troop came to him from Norvasurn. In big and handsome ships, King Helgi called his ship's captain, named Leif, to him and asked if he had counted their army. But the man replied, "It is not easy to count, my lord. The ships that have come from Norvasurn have 12,000 men, but the other troop is half again larger." Then King Helgi said that they should turn into the fjord called Varinsfjord, and this they did. A violent storm broke upon them with seas so high that the waves crashing against the hulls sounded like cliffs colliding. Helgi told the men not to fear and not to reef the sails, but rather to set each sail higher than before. They were on the point of foundering before they could reach land. Then Sigrid, the daughter of King Hogni, came down to the coast with a large following and directed Helgi and his men to a good harbor called Nipalund. Nipalund. The men of the country saw these events, and King Holdbrod's brother, the one who ruled Svarinshog, also came down to the coast. He called to them and asked who was leading that large force. Sinfiotli stood up, his helmet shining like glass on his head, his coat of mail was white as snow, his spear in his hand adorned with a magnificent banner, and his shield rimmed with gold before him. This man knew how to speak with kings. "When you have fed your pigs and hounds, and you meet your wife, say that the Volsungs have come, and King Helgi can be found here in the army if Holdbrold wants to meet him. And it is Helgi's pleasure to fight with distinction while you kiss your bondwoman by the fire." It is true that extremely reputable philosophers, reasoning with all the rigor and fairness they can command, claim to see three quite separate hypotheses here. In fact, however, the three themes are all indissolubly linked together. Some students of the subject fail to appreciate this point because they get dazzled by the sheer cleverness of the thinkers in question, and consequently mistake ingenuity for wisdom. In fact, the triple division is a complete misapprehension, which has got to be rooted out. It is necessary for us to revise the whole way of thinking of these people and make them understand that they will only attain the objects of their desires not by tricky and misleading arguments, but by moral goodness, both in thought and in action. Arrhenius and Hector, the Trojans and the Lycians are counting on you. You too are the leaders in every initiative in council and battle. So make a stand here, go through the ranks, and keep our men back from the gates before they run through them and fall into their women's arms, making our enemies laugh. Once you have bolstered our troops' morale, we will send our ground and fight the Dardanelles. Tired as we are, we have our backs to the wall. Hector, go into the city and find our mother. Tell her to take a company of old women to the temple of Athena on the Acropolis with the largest and loveliest robe in her house, the one that is dearest of all to her, and place it on the knees of the braided Athena, and promise 12 heifers to her temple, unblemished yearlings, if she will pity the town of Troy, its wives and its children, and if she will keep from holy Elio. Wild Diomedes, who is raging with his spear, I think he's the strongest of all the Achaeans. We never even feared Achilles like this, and they say he is half divine. But this man won't stop at anything. No one can match him. Great philosophers of old. If you're on Instagram, it's going to jump us off real quick. We are on YouTube under Cetra, Setchra, and we'll be right back. Boom. Alright, we're going to get. That's okay. Let's lower down that volume. Boom. 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 We'll be right back with more stories. Like 2 minutes, a minute. There we go. Setting this up correctly. That's funny. Like it. Boom. Cool. Cool. It's interesting upon this path of mine. I did not have questions of how to do things. All my family died on the physical side. Moms, daughters, all that kind of stuff. So I connected with spirits because people were just so darn ugly. And I didn't have questions for the spirits. I didn't have requests for them neither. They were very much like family and hadn't been talked to in a good long while. So the more and the more and the more and the more that I learned about spiritual reality by direct interaction, the more I experienced they were just like me. They were left alone. Nobody paid attention to them. Nobody talked to them. That's the way it was. So I started talking, and they started talking back. And they need some help with some things, and then I help them with some things, and they help me with some things, and it's just like a family member. It's not even like it's not anything. It's just family members finding somebody in the dark, finding a best friend. That's what I found. And so I some questions from time to time. How do I do this? Or how do I do that? How do I do that? Well, I got literally hundreds upon hundreds of short videos and long videos right there on my YouTube channel. And you can go get a whole lot of answers because I already covered a bunch of all that.
Bro, best friend, I love you so much. I just gotta tell you, I'll have to take like probably an hour to go get something done. So I'll leave it on if you want, like with that
No,
view or
no,
something.
no, no. When you leave, that's acceptable so that it'll go back to full screen.
Oh, okay.
Then
I
that
can
way
just click
you
the
can
link
watch
and
it.
rejoin, I think, because it's the same live.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Exactly. Yep.
Perfect,
Mhm.
perfect, perfect. Oh, I love you so much, my eternal
And
best friend and brother.
and you can leave it on YouTube streaming, so you don't have to. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome, awesome. We're the best. I was gonna say you're the best, but we're the best.
We're the best.
Love you. See you in like an hour or so. Yep.
Cool. See you, bro. I tell you what. A few years ago, none of this was possible. I remember growing up without a phone or any of it, and pen pals. That's what it was back in the day. Good old pen pals. And I found a best friend. I found a best friend. Hot diggity dog. How cool is that? If you want to have fun with your life, make sure everybody's pointing and laughing at you first. Because then they really don't care what you do. And actually go have fun like a little kid, not being judged or compared or anything like that. That was the funnest time of our life. So when we were a kid, just playing, just having fun. Peter Pan with his imagination. There's some good energy out there to play, I'll tell you what. What's up, Peter? And that's what I like to do. I like to play my imagination and all these guys. Something saying I want to pull a card. Something saying pull us a card. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Okay. Fairy deck. Fairies and Japanese warriors want to kick out. These guys, these Japanese guys, they call like Gozanze and Bozasu and all kinds of different words, which connotates like demons and angels and that kind of stuff. But the cool thing about a bunch of these Japanese divine beings is that they were like real bad, like they were worse than demons. And then they're like, you know what? I want to fight for the good guys. I want to help people out. I want to help humanity out. And so they wind up helping. So when people talk about stuff they don't know about, and I got friends on both sides of dark and light, I don't even need to read the words. Let's see what Daigo Kuten has to say. And Vinciten. This is Daigo Kuten. Yeah, that's a cool dude right there. It's like he's got a flower leaf he's pulling up over him, like what we were talking about earlier is the lotus flower. Lotus being like an energy point, a center of power of creation. So let's see what Daigo Kuten here is mentioning. Om Mahakaraliya Swaha, Om Mahakaraliya Swaha, Om Mahakaraliya Swaha. From the god of battles to the god of business. Overcome the waves of change with a strong, cool head. Be mentally prepared. Big changes are on the way. And increase in the number of people who care for you. If you've been here watching since the beginning of today's broadcast, we did a reading earlier, and it talked about following your dreams and being supported in those dreams. And then the card that jumped up on top was the abundance of the sun. Abundance from the mother herself upon such a journey. And now, all the way down to an increase, the number of people who care for you. To deal with and conquer the issues you may be facing, you will need a strong heart. Strength does not mean rushing headfirst into things or letting anger take control. It is more important to act calmly and rationally. The resolution of your issue will bring you a wave of change, and while you might be a little intimidated by the size of the wave, it will take you to a whole new and wonderful world. Let yourself be led to a place where more opportunities and possibilities await. Dainichi no Orai changed his form into Daikokurten to defeat Dakini, who ate the livers of humans. Turned to the Buddhist way, Dakini became Dakini-ten, a deity who protects Buddhism. This card depicts Daikokurten in his defeat of Dakini, while he was prayed to as a god of war in ancient times. With the decrease in wars and battles as the ages progressed, merchants and those in business increasingly prayed to Daikokurten for victory against business competitors. He was then depicted sitting atop a bushel of rice with a knife with a kind smile, a form which is still popular today. Thus, Daikokurten became a uniquely Japanese deity of productive grain and fortune. He is also counted as one of the 7 Japanese gods of fortune. Victory in battle, productive grain, fortune, happiness, and prosperity. And if it's not a victory in battle, then it's a victory in your business, in your passions, in your desires. That's cool. And then we have been sight. Om Saraswati Swaha, Om Saraswati Swaha, Om Saraswati Swaha. The goddess of water and music who plays an exquisite melody. When your talents shine, your fortune grows. You're blessed with many talents. You're popular. Move to the next stage. Just like playful and lifting music, all talents and gifts that overflow in your heart are joyfully dancing. You're excited and giddy, and you can't help but smile. It is important now not to think of what is logical or difficult, but to enjoy things to the fullest. Savor them with all 5 senses and let yourself go. There's no need to judge whether you can or cannot do something. The most important thing is to enjoy the process. A deeper look is that as is worshipped as the goddess of water, many legends have been cited and appearing with dragons and snakes are told even today. She is often depicted holding a biwa, a Japanese lute, in mandalas. Benzaiten is also known as Myorten, the goddess of beautiful music, and worshipped not only as such, but as the goddess of artistic and literary craft, disaster prevention, and fame. As talent leads to fortune, her name is also sometimes written with the letter for wealth, and she is also worshipped as a goddess of treasure. Benzaiten is sometimes depicted as a fierce warrior with 8 arms holding weapons, and she is also one of the 7 Japanese gods of fortune, making her a popular deity. Improvement of artistic craft, fame, and protection against disasters. This year of the Fire Horse is certainly shaping up to be a very amazing year. Awesome information. If you're over on TikTok or you're on Instagram, we are live on YouTube, youtube.com/Setra, SETCHRA. That's where you can find us. Got better video quality over there. Always be aware. Good things happen. They put us into an excellent mood. That excellent mood causes us to be careless in our paying attention to details. So when we're excited, we have everything we want. We get all these little details. You overlook all these details. And that's when we can really get slammed by something in a state when we're feeling great and good. You've been through that before. I know I have. Feeling all great, dancing, doing whatever, and then something comes out of left field, knocks you down. It doesn't mean to lose the good feeling. It doesn't mean to give up the good feeling. It does not mean to change the good feeling. It means to keep all the senses operating. Awareness is the keys to your victory. If you can stay aware, then you can continue to collect information. If you don't, you stop collecting information. And when that happens, it all hurts from there. And this one popped up yet again. Truly the course of the year. It is the course of the year. And it is about parenting and children. It is about the kiddos. At least when I was little, people really tried to help the kids a whole bunch. Really tried to give them a whole bunch of good direction. And stories were an excellent way to do it. We got Snow White and the Rose Red. I want to read that. Let's see. It is 10:21:2. This guy's right here. If you haven't seen their picture, Jakob and Wilhelm Grimm. Very amazing individuals. Welcome, welcome, welcome to anybody here. Anybody on YouTube at the moment? I've got that story saved right there. We're going to start reading that in a few minutes. So if there is somebody and you would like a card pulled, I got fairy deck, I got Japanese, I got the I Ching, I got Egyptian. If you'd like a card pulled, say I'd like a card pulled, I'll pull your card. No cost, no charge, no nothing. You don't even have to mention the subject. You don't even have to mention a question. People seem to tell me that I usually pull the right card. So figure I'd make that available to people if you would like. Just in the comments. And if not, I'm going to read this story here in a couple of minutes. And for all those curious people at home, I was Jehovah's Witness for like years, for a whole long time. And then my mom died and I wasn't stuck. I wasn't stuck. Not no more. I could do what I wanted to. I could have fun with life the way I see fit. I don't have to worry about somebody judging me, telling me anything. And life is truly a happy life when you stop valuing everybody else's opinion and you follow your heart. That's what everybody told me. Follow your heart. Just be you. So this is me, following my heart. My king said, love your neighbor as yourself. So then when I see people saying bad things and doing bad things to their neighbor, then I know that that person is not my ally. Because they serve another king. They serve a king of death. My king serves life. He said he wanted me to sit at a table with him and enjoy a feast. He did not tell me to prepare for war or battle. He did not tell me to go take my brother's land. He did not tell me to follow a king who told me to hurt other people. He told me the greatest commandment was for me to love my neighbor. So then the actions of anybody else's mouth or words or physical being Well, it tells me everything of where they stand because I try to listen. I listen for 20 years. I listen to other people. Listen, listen, listen. Trust, trust, trust. Believe, believe, believe. Do exactly what they tell me to do. And they were not loving actions. They were selfish. They were prideful. They were arrogant. They were for greed, for selfish gain, for other people, organizations, groups, for anything else. Mm. So I follow my heart because my heart tells me the truth. I'm going to honor that truth every day with my life. By remembering my ancestors, those who were before me, sharing their names every single day. I love you, and I'm glad you're in the world. I'm glad that you're here with me. I'm glad. I am happy. I am genuinely happy that I'm not alone. See, we're not alone. There's people who connect with this energy. There's people who have love on this world. There's people who are not mean. And when I find somebody like that, that's a friend, that's a family member, that's somebody worth getting to know, spending my time with. My mom, when she died, I knew you got that time with somebody while they're alive and to value that time. If that time is diminished, if that moment between those two people are diminished, and once the life is extinguished, once the fleshly life moves on, and you only have a spirit to listen to, well, that puts things in a big change of perspective immediately. And so I value those times with people. I seek for kindness and patience and understanding. And I can learn and I can remember my friend or my brother. I can remember things in that moment. I can make a good decision. I can think in that moment. But if I'm full of rage or anger or any other crazy emotion going on because I didn't get my way, then the last moments I'm going to have with my brother or my sister or my mother or my father are going to be spent in misery and doors closed. Once that door of life of flesh to that spirit, that particular portion of life is done, the spirit moves on, the consciousness keeps living. But in my experience, people don't normally recognize that voice when it comes back around to the person. And they don't recognize it was their friend or their father or their sister or their brother. It's valuable to love your neighbor. At least at the end of my life, I know I can honestly look at every single experience I ever had and say I made the best decision I could at every turn. I did not do injury to no man. Just pursuing my own life. It's like everybody else, trying to live without all the strife. Used to being judged. Tell you what, if that King Christ Jesus gave a commandment and said, this is a 40-page how to judge somebody, everybody in this damn world passed it with a fucking 100%. Professional judgers, humanity. At least that's what they like to think. But love wins my heart every single day. Because I remember where I came from. When I read a stranger's words, they sound like my very words I would have penned. I know in that moment they're not that much of a stranger. It's too much commonality. When I see alignment, when I see synchronicity, that has to be worked for in this world. That has to be executed, planned, adjusted. That takes effort. Alignment takes effort. And yet, from the days of high school, when I was 15 years old, all the way to 40 plus years old, this morning, I get called one simple word: weird. That's all you got. I look different, I sound different, yet I bleed the same blood you bleed. I got the same white around my eyes. I got pink underneath my fingernails. And go ahead and pick up that foot you got, because we got the same color skin at the bottom of our feet. The same, right? No difference between us. You think I feel some emotion that you never feel? My mom died when she was 56 years old. My daughters died at the age of 12 and 14. Tiffany Rose, Stephanie Mary, Rosemary. I still do good with my life. I don't care whatever happens. It's not justified for a person to take out their anger on somebody else. That's wrong. That goes against what my king told me to do. And he said, love your neighbor. That's a command. Love your neighbor. That is the command. So how much does that king really rule? Because the last thing I checked is this world is professional killers. That is who you give your money to. That is who you serve. That is everything the world does. That's what they train to do. How to hurt another person. That does not sound like they've been following a king who I honor. That does not sound like they follow God. That sounds like they follow death. That's not even a God to me. Death is death. That's what they serve. That's what they become proficient in doing. And yet the world honors them and honors money, and you send all your words of hate right at my heart. Looks like whatever you dressed up as, looks like whatever you've been preaching, you ain't learned nothing because you ain't got no real king. That's called charlatans and trickery to me. I dress like this so you can make a clear decision. I beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Ket, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Ket, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen, as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one. O thou who art the Lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Ket, hear and save. O thou Lady of the amber skin, Lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, Our Lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old. Hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Ket, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our soul. The whirling of our dance, may it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Kemet on ket are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. I am the mother, I the speaking sea, I am the earth and its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me, to me. Kenemetonket am I, and to my beauty draw all glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush, and women are creation's crown. I am the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. I am the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness is surely mine, is mine. Ketem I, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the bow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless infinite desire of years. I am the shrine at which I long desired devoured thee with intolerable fire. I was sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. I am the grill and I the glory now. I am the flame and fueler of thy breath. I am the star of Hikupatera upon thy brow. I am thy queen enraptured and possessed. High to these sweet rivers, welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me, to me. Here, Lady Kenemet Tonket, and receive my prayer. Thee I worship, invoke, and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of my Ankh. I am Kenemet Tonket, mistress of the whole land. I was instructed by Tahuti, and with divine wisdom I invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. I gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. I am the eldest daughter of Geb and Akkad. I am the wife and sister of the king also. I am she who rises in the dog star. I am she who is called the Nekret of women. I am she who separated heaven from earth, Aru from Geb. I have pointed out their paths to the star. I have invented seamanship. I have brought together men and women. I have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With my brother Alsar, I made an end of cannibalism. I have instructed mankind in the mysteries. I have taught reverence of the divine statues. I have established the temple precincts. I have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. I have caused men to love women. I have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. I have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto me and pledge unto me your loyalties as I pledge mine unto you. O Mother Kenemet, great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Kenemet, who art all that ever was and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, Ra, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. O he said, Holset, Keremitonket, graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Loom, the unknowable one, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and joy, and even unto death and into the next life. Ra ra ra. Simitoki shabu panani simtrina, hi or simitoki shabu panani simtrina, hi or simitoki shabu panani simtrina, hi. Abradab. That's brought me more peace than any human in this entire world ever has. I'll do the same for you. Your answers aren't in men. But your heart will lead you to everything you want. If you have love at the top of your heart, it'll lead you to everything. But it won't look like the riches of this world. For do people truly value the words of the Bible? I venture to say no. They would rather go earn riches that another man prints with fake money, paper. And money's just, this card has more information than the money in your pocket. It's a pretty interesting construct. What if you went to work for love? What if you actually did what the Bible said? You actually went to work for love. What if you earned love? What if instead of going somewhere for a reward, what you did was the creation of love all day, every day, nothing but the creation of love? It would change everything. Money would no longer be at the top of your list. Being somewhere solid would no longer be at the top of your list. Helping somebody, being there for somebody, talking to somebody, that would be at the top of your list. Finding food. Maybe that person you found to talk to had that food, had that meal, and brought you together. Money produces greed. Greed produces isolation, pure isolation. Your money serves you not. It hurts and hinders every single movement of your soul. I mean, the guy said it. We have the story there in the account from thousands of years ago. The rich man goes up to Jesus and he says, "What do I have to do to follow you?" And Jesus says, "Sell everything you got, give the money away, and let's hit the road, Joe." That's what I did 13 years ago. I didn't have to sell anything, though. People took everything from me, so that was easy enough. I just didn't try to get it back. You stole it from me, you took it from me, fine, keep it. My kids, my daughters, all of it, fine. That's what you want to do. I was told to love my neighbor. That does not mean going into a courtroom and fighting. That doesn't mean calling up a phone and using bad words. That doesn't mean going and knocking on a door and saying, "I want my way." Love my neighbor. If they felt in a need that they had to beat me physically and take my possessions, then I guess loving my neighbor is just letting them take that shit from me. Because it certainly showed me who my real family is. And at least I'm not in a world of confusion like the rest of them. They don't even know what they're doing, sending bombs and guns to take stuff. Why don't you build something together? To do something good for the world rather than take innocent lives for two men's stupid greed. Disgusting. I want to dress up for Halloween every single day of my life. Dark, light, life, death. love, hatred, return to me. Return to me. I'll take it all. I receive it all. I've been speaking that invocation 4 years now. So go ahead. I literally command those things to come back to me. I accept everything. What else? If I accept everything, then violence coming my way, bad energy coming away, actually just belongs to me. And then I can do whatever I want with that energy. I can reformulate that energy into anything. Energy cannot be destroyed nor created. It always exists. Light, darkness, life, death, love, hatred. Turn to me. Turn to me. Love your neighbor allows you to see everything. It allows you to be aware of everything. The only thing I learned we can do successfully in this world is stay away from stupid. You can't fix stupid, and you can't help it either. Just stay away from it. The Raven. Ooh. We did read that one the other day. We're gonna read Snow White and the Rose Red. There was once a poor widow who lived in a lonely cottage. In front of the cottage was a garden wherein stood 2 rose trees, one of which bore white and the other red roses. She had 2 children who were like the 2 rose trees, and one was called Snow White and the other Rose Red. They were as good and happy, as busy and cheerful as ever 2 children in the world were. Only Snow White was more quiet and gentle than Rose Red. Rose Red liked better to run about in the meadows and fields seeking flowers and catching butterflies. But Snow White sat at home with her mother and helped her with her housework, or read to her when there was nothing to do. The 2 children were so fond of each another that they had always held each other by the hand when they went out together. And then when Snow White said, "We will not leave each other," Rose Red answered, "Never so long as we live." And their mother would add, "What one has, she must share with the other." They often ran about the forest alone and gathered red berries, and no beast did them any harm, but came close to them trustfully. The little hare would eat a cabbage leaf out of their hands. The roe grazed by their side. The stag leapt merrily by them, and the birds sat still upon the boughs and sang whatever they knew. No mishap overtook them. If they had stayed too late in the forest and night came on, they laid themselves down near one another upon the moss and slept until morning came, and their mother knew this and had no distress on their account. Once, when they had spent the night in the wood and the dawn had roused them, they saw a beautiful child in a shining white dress sitting near their bed. He got up and looked quite kindly at them, but said nothing and went away into the forest. And when they looked round, they found that they had been sleeping quite close to a precipice, and would certainly have fallen into it in the darkness if they had gone only a few paces further. And their mother told them that it must have been the angel who watches over good children. Snow White and Rose Red kept their mother's little cottage so neat that it was a pleasure to look inside it. In the summer, Rose Red took care of the house and every morning laid a wreath of flowers by her mother's bed before she awoke, in which was a rose from each tree. In the winter, Snow White lit the fire and hung the kettle on the wrecket. The kettle was of copper and shone like gold, so brightly was it polished. In the evening, when the snowflakes fell, the mother said, "Go, Snow White, and bolt the door." And then they sat round the hearth, and the mother took her spectacles and read aloud from the large book. And the two girls listened as they sat and span, and close by them lay a lamb upon the floor, and behind them upon a perch sat a white dove with its head hidden beneath its wings. One evening, as they were thus sitting comfortably together, someone knocked at the door as if he wished to be let in. The mother said, "Quick, Rose Red, open the door. It must be a traveler who is seeking shelter." Rose Red went and pushed back the bolt, thinking that it was a poor man, but it was not. It was a bear that stretched his broad black head within the door. Rose Red screamed and sprang back. The lamb bleated, the dove fluttered, and Snow White hid herself behind her mother's bed. But the bear began to speak and said, "Do not be afraid. I will do you no harm. I am half frozen, and I only want to warm myself a little beside you." "Poor bear," said the mother, "lie down by the fire. Only take care that you do not burn your coat." Then she cried, "Snow White, Rose Red, come out. The bear will do you no harm. He means well." So they both came out, and by the lamb and dove came nearer, and were not afraid of him. The bear said, "Here, children, knock the snow out of my coat a little." So they brought the broom and swept the bear's hide clean, and he stretched himself by the fire and growled contentedly and comfortably. It was not long before they grew quite at home, and played tricks with their clumsy guest. They tugged his hair with their hands and put their feet upon his back, and rolled him out. Or they took a hazel switch and beat him, and when he growled, they laughed. But the bear took it all in good part. Only when they were too rough, he called out, "Leave me alive, children. Snowy white, rosy red, will you beat your lover dead?" When it was bedtime and the others went to bed, the mother said to the bear, "You can lie there by the hearth, and then you will be safe from the cold and the bad weather." As soon as day dawned, the two children let him out, and he trotted across the snow into the forest. Henceforth the bear came every evening at the same time, laid himself down by the hearth, and let the children amuse themselves with him as much as they liked, and they got so used to him that the doors were never fastened until their black friend had arrived. When spring had come and all outside was green, the bear said one morning to Snow White, "Now I must go away and cannot come back for the whole summer." "Where are you going, then, dear bear?" asked Snow White. "I must go into the forest and guard my treasures from the wicked dwarfs. In the winter, when the earth is frozen hard, they are obliged to stay below and cannot work their way through. But now, when the sun is thawed and warmed the earth, they break through it and come out to pry and steal. And what once gets into their hands and in their caves does not easily see daylight again." Snow White was quite sorry for his going away, and as she unbolted the door for him and the bear was hurrying out, he caught against the bolt, and a piece of his hairy coat was torn off, and it seemed to Snow White as if she had seen gold shining through it, but she was not sure about it. The bear ran away quickly and was soon out of sight behind the trees. A short time afterwards, the mother sent her children into the forest to get firewood. There they found a big tree which lay felled on the ground, and close by the trunk something was jumping backwards and forwards in the grass, but they could not make out what it was. When they came nearer, they saw a dwarf with an old withered face and a snow white beard a yard long. The end of the beard was caught in a crevice of the tree, and the little fellow was jumping backwards and forwards like a dog tied to a rope, and did not know what to do. He glared at the girls with his fiery red eyes and cried, "Why do you stand there? Can you not come here and help me?" "What are you about there, little man?" asked Rose Red. "You stupid prying goose," answered the dwarf. "I was going to split the tree to get a little wood for cooking. The little bit of food that one of us wants gets burned up directly with thick logs. We do not swallow so much as you, coarse, greedy folk." I had just driven the wedge safely in, and everything was going as I wished, but the wretched wood was too smooth and suddenly sprang asunder, and the tree closed so quickly that I could not pull out my beautiful white beard. So now it is tied in, and I cannot get away. And the silly, sleek, milk-faced thing laughed. "Ah, how odious you are!" The children tried very hard, but they could not pull the beard out. It was caught too fast. "I will run and fetch someone," said Rose Red. "You senseless goose," snarled the dwarf. "Why should you fetch someone? You are already too many for me. Can you not think of something better?" "Don't be impatient," said Snow White. "I will help you." And she pulled her scissors out of her pocket and cut off the end of his beard. As soon as the dwarf felt himself free, he had laid hold of a bag which lay amongst the roots of the tree, and which was full of gold, and lifted it up, grumbling to himself, "Uncouth people, to cut off a piece of my fine beard, bad luck to you!" And then he swung the bag upon his back, and went off without even once looking at the children. Sometime after that, Snow White and Rose Red went to catch a dish of fish. As they came near the brook, they saw something like a large grasshopper jumping towards the water, as if it were going to leap in. They ran to it and found it was the dwarf. "Where are you going?" said Rose Red. "You surely don't want to go into the water." "I'm not such a fool," cried the dwarf. "Don't you see that the accursed fish wants to pull me in?" The little man had been sitting there fishing, and unluckily the wind had twisted his beard with the fishing line, and just then a big fish bit, and the feeble creature had not strength to pull it out. The fish kept the upper hand and pulled the dwarf towards him. He held on to all the reeds and rushes, but it was of little good. He was forced to follow the movements of the fish, and was in urgent danger of being dragged into the water. The girls came just in time. They held him fast and tried to free his beard from the line, but all in vain. Beard and line were entangled fast together. Nothing was left but to bring out the scissors and cut the beard, whereby a small part of it was lost. When the dwarf saw that, he screamed out, "Is that civil, you toadstool, to disfigure one's face? Was it not enough to clip off the end of my beard? Now you have cut off the best part of it. I cannot let myself be seen by my people. I wish you had been made to run the soles off your shoes." Then he took out a sack of pearls which lay in the rushes, and without saying a word more, he dragged it away and disappeared behind a stone. It happened that soon afterwards the mother sent the two children to the town to buy needles and thread, and laces and ribbons. The road led them across a heath upon which huge pieces of rock lay strewn here and there. Now they noticed a large bird hovering in the air, flying slowly round and round above them. It sank lower and lower, and at last settled near a rock not far off. Directly afterwards they heard a loud, piteous cry. They ran up and saw with horror that the eagle had seized their old acquaintances, the dwarf, and was going to carry him off. The children, full of pity, at once took tight hold of the little man and pulled against the eagle so long that at last he let his booty go. As soon as the dwarf had recovered from his first fright, he cried with his shrill voice, "Could you not have done it more carefully? You dragged at my brown coat so that it is all torn and full of holes. You helpless, clumsy creatures!" Then he took up a sack full of precious stones and slipped away again under the rock into his hole. The girls, who by this time were used to his thanklessness, went on their way and did their business in the town. As they crossed the heath again, on their way home, they surprised the dwarf who had emptied out his bag of precious stones in a clean spot, and had not thought that anyone would come there so late. The evening sun shone upon the brilliant stones. They glittered and sparkled with all colors, so beautiful that the children stood still and looked at them. "Why do you stand gaping there?" cried the dwarf, and his ashen gray face became copper red with rage. He was going on with his bad words when a loud growling was heard, and a black bear came trotting towards them out of the forest. The dwarf sprang up in a fright, but he could not get to his cave, for the bear was already close. Then, in the dread of his heart, he cried, "Dare, Mr. Bear, spear me! I will give you all my treasures. Look, the beautiful jewels lying there. Grant me my life. What do you want with such a slender little fellow as I? You would not feel me between your teeth. Come, take these two wicked girls. They are tender morsels for you, fat as young quails. For mercy's sake, eat them." The bear took no heed of his words, but gave the wicked creature a single blow with his paw, and he did not move again. The girls had run away, but the bear called to them, "Snow White and Rose Red, do not be afraid. Wait, I will come with you." Then they knew his voice and waited, and when he came up to them suddenly, his bear skin fell off, and he stood there, a handsome man, clothed all in gold. "I am a king's son," he said, "and I was bewitched by that wicked dwarf who had stolen my treasures. I have had to run about the forest as a savage bear until I was freed by his death. Now he has got his well-deserved punishment." Snow White was married to him, and Rose Red to his brother, and they divided between them the great treasure which the dwarf had gathered together in his cave. The old mother lived peacefully and happily with her children for many years. She took the two rose trees with her, and they stood before her window, and every year bore the most beautiful roses, white and red. I like stories. I like stories. I like story time. I like this. Certainly beats the heck out of watching explosions on the TV screen. It's actually kind of interesting, all that kind of entertainment is mental and emotional conditioning to take it. That's what they feed to your children. That's how they program their minds. That's how they reprogram their heart from love to money. Entertainment, movies, music. You just let your kid have a phone, do whatever they want. We need to be parents to our kids, and there's a lot of orphans in this world. If you learn anything from me, if you get something from me, share it. Be a leader in this world. Be a mark of camaraderie, community. That's what I do, anyways. A lot of times we use words like, "Yeah, I try to do that." I started saying, "Man, talking to certain people, you succeed at that." It's so interesting. I've always looked at this card, the Lover's card, and I always thought man and woman. Because that's recognizing and honoring the masculine within yourself and the feminine within yourself. Every single divine being that I've ever learned about, they have masculine and feminine qualities. Even God's name is divided between masculine and feminine qualities. Even the divine mother of creation is on a very technical thread of information, masculine and feminine, as all of it. The divine father, same thing. He is masculine and feminine. It is a balance of these two, of which he decides to say, you know what, I'd rather put a couple of these attributes here, and that's what I like more. And so, out of personal preference of just one's own nature, they wind up leaning towards being masculine or feminine. But in all really, they are a blend of both worlds. Think about the scripture of, was it Gomorrah or Sodom? And the angels, they go to Lot, if I'm not mistaken, right? They go to Lot and they're like, yo, we got to get you out. This place is going down. But what happens? The whole town saw these two angels go into Lot's house, not immaterial beings. They saw a physical presence. And these two angels, who were masculine, counts them as male. These two angels, Lot was ready to give up so the town could rape his daughters. They were that beautiful. He said, take my daughters and do what you want with them. You ain't touching these two angels. Men, grown men wanted to rape men. They wanted to have pleasure, their own pleasurous ways with angelic men who had a beautiful appearance. They looked as beautiful as a woman, more beautiful, more radiant. Just use that brain of yours. All the evidence, all your evidence, you have it already. Anything I say is just, I'm just pointing at the main stuff that's already in the room. That's what they say. What's up, bro?
My bro, welcome back to me and to you.
Volume's
Love
perfect.
it, love it.
Volume's perfect. I'm gonna work on some stuff to kind of damper the volume a little bit on my end, but your volume is perfect. That's great. I love it. Right wherever it is, however it's covered, that's perfect right now.
Everything's perfect right now. I love how I love how you say that such a better quality and everything now that we're on YouTube. I'm really glad to hear that. And like the walking around, I see such a beautiful future. It's wonderful, bro. Wonderful. YouTuber era, I told you.
And so right on that vein, like we've touched a couple things already, but in your mind, in the back, you know, always a step up, always a step up, always improving, always something next, and so in that way, as we grow, thus the audience grows with you. And here's where I'm going to be specific. I got all this in the background, all through, and your background just got white, just a white wall.
Oh, and like a little bit of pillow, that's right.
Got the red, got the green, so you got the Christmas boom right there on you, right? Yeah, okay. So As you grow, as I send items to you, as your atmosphere becomes, as that, then as we kind of dot get better, 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 more accessories, if you will, better presentation, then as you grow, they grow.
Yeah, that's
As
so
we grow,
wonderful. I'm so excited for that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like
yep,
uh, Christmas colors. I didn't even realize it. But we got this like note and this note, and there it is.
yep, yep, and that's the awesome sauce stuff right there, man. And so it's always polishing. It's always a little bit more. It's always a little bit. Did you ever download that movie? What about Bob?
Oh, I did not actually. I
Okay,
didn't.
you don't have to do it right now, but that is definitely a great movie. And baby steps. That's all we take in a bunch of baby steps. Just a whole bunch of little
That's
steps.
actually now that you mentioned that. That's actually like quite a good thing because I used to be downloading all those movies on the old laptop, and it
Uh-huh.
wasn't quite secure. So now I can get like some awesome sauce stuff that we talked about. Like you said, link and it's gotta be even more secure and good.
Yeah. Yes, definitely, definitely. Cool, cool. And hopefully, soon enough, you'll be able to get a stand or something so your phone could just sit there and you could be hands free and not worry about
Yeah,
having to
I
point
technically
this
good,
thing.
but it's charging now, so it's tricky. But yeah.
So, one thing I did is like I took an old shoebox and I turned it upside down because it's hard cardboard, right? So then I took my trusty little scissors right here. Where are they? I had them a moment ago. I put them back. I put them back. So then I took my little scissors and I poked a hole through the shoebox, through the bottom of the shoebox. And then I took the power cord, I ran it through the bottom of the shoebox. And then I could set my phone. And so the charger's literally coming through the bottom, through the hole on the bottom of the shoe of the cardboard. And then I have a backing for it. So literally my phone stays charged in as it's standing up. But that's something you could think about in the future. But there's like, little cardboard, little stuff like that. Pretty effective at getting a thing for the phone to stay up. Future.
Yeah, we can get quite creative with materials that other people are like, that's useless. We're like, no, 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 that's very useful.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's ways to do it. There's ways to make it happen. I tell you what, little bro. Um, if you've got any information, here's what I want you to do. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick, super fast. But here's something that you can start to do instead of using the coins. Just grab your I Ching book and allow your fingers to be your coins. And right where
Okay.
you open it up, your thumb, where your thumb pulls it, your thumb is pointing at where to start reading. And
Okay.
read that. Read from there to the end of the paragraph.
And like also open it on the random page that my guide would like has, right?
Hmm?
Okay. I did it a few times like that, but I'm gonna practice that. Okay. Okay. I'll look at
Cool.
that.
And go ahead and talk to people while I'm out the room for a couple seconds so we don't leave them
Okay.
alone.
You know? Mm-hmm. And you wait to do these things to divine. Let's see how this one goes out. Uh, mm, okay.
So, you, what you got?
Very interesting. So
You read it.
yesterday we got 13, now I got 31. Hexagram 31. Hussein or influence.
Remember, just read the
According to
paragraph where your just read the paragraph where your fingers went.
influence, success, perseverance, furthers. To take a maiden's wife brings good fortune. A lake on the mountain, the image of influence. Thus the superior man encourages people to approach him by his readiness to receive them. Six at the beginning means the influence shows itself in the big toe. Six in the second place means the influence shows itself in the calves of the legs, misfortune. Carrying brings good fortune. The
Now, at the
influence
bottom of your
shows
phone,
itself in the thighs, both to which follows it. To continue is
V
humiliating. Perseverance
V
brings good fortune. Remorse
V
disappears. If a man is agitated in mind, and his thoughts go thither and thither, only those friends on whom he fixes his conscious thoughts will follow. The
V. Hey,
influence
bro.
shown.
Hey, bro.
Hmm?
Your audio is muffled
Oh, can you hear me now?
a lot better. You see this? It's a card. It has a flat surface. The audio will bounce off of your phone a lot easier to when you speak and hear it.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
so right
One of
now
the
your audio is really muffled, so people can't hear you too good. That's what I'm
well,
expressing.
okay, I'll try.
It's cool.
Uh,
These are all just we're all and to everybody out there, this is our first day going live on YouTube with Bro here. Usually we've been on TikTok and Instagram, and so we've had complications on TikTok and Instagram. So we're working out all those kind of things here for YouTube. Ooh, I hear you a ton better.
Better?
Yes.
Awesome, awesome. We fixed it. Okay, so did I read? I'll read the this
Remember,
page again. The whole.
not the whole, no, just the paragraph where your fingers went, not the whole page,
Okay,
just the paragraph.
okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The influence shows itself in the back of the neck. No remorse. The influence shows itself in the jaws, cheeks, and tongue. That's it.
Back of the neck, jaws, teeth, and
Tongue.
tongue. Truth shows it there.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk to somebody, pay attention.
Oh. And that even connects to what you told me about, like your head, like in a way. I'm not sure actually, but
Yes,
I can
yes,
see
yes,
it. You
yes.
literally told me, or like when you do it with your eyes, they don't know you're looking at them. Yeah. Oh, that's some like reverse time synchronicity.
Okay. Now we're on it. Now we found it. So what we wind up having is the teleportation, quantum teleportation, spine. That's what we're talking about. The spine, the jaw, the position, the focus, no movement. Like this has to be true. When they talked about Jesus in the old days of how he would speak with authority, okay, I've been in on the spiritual side, a proper erect spine, proper position neck, all of this lines up so that when the words of power are spoken, it's not just
Yes,
spoken with authority, but it's actually delivered as
that's very true.
what you said yesterday. When I read, it literally like is creating that environment, it's creating that magical space.
Yeah. Whoa. And the fascinating thing is, this was like hexagram 31, and yesterday was 13. So that's like,
And today I pulled a card while you were away. And it was remember, I don't know if you were here or not, but there's that card, the abundance of Sothis. The sun, the divine mother would be giving an immense amount of blessings. And then I pulled another card. I believe it was from the fairies, or I don't know, I forget which one it was from, but it literally was like blessings on top of the blessings. It was like you're gonna have more blessings coming in. You got like more support. Oh, it's the card that I pulled specifically said that you would have more people coming to help you to give you blessings. Like the first three cards was like you're going to be given these blessings, and then you're going to be supported by the Divine Mother with more blessings for this journey that you're on. And then this, while you were away, maybe the Japanese deck or whatever, but it it said you're going to have more. Essentially, you're going to have more people helping you. So right on what you're talking about, like 4 squared, right? I cut the graduation piece, right? And you mentioned all of that, and I was like, whoa. So my mind and my heart all morning long has been on the grape, the water, and the triangle corner. Like that's what like all that's what's been running in the background all the whole time. Like, man, what because what was interesting is on the Egyptian side where it mentions the swathed ones. When I got done going over the blessings this morning, and then I followed up with the English explanation, the English version of it, and I read that yesterday. It makes mention I have brought to you the swathed one, and it makes me think of like a baby swathed up, wrapped up, like a cocoon, in a way of what we're talking about, creating that oval, that egg shape of protection so that life can be built inside. What if,
the what?
what if we could create souls? What if the swathing, what if the egg, what if the cocoon is a protective space for a actual new consciousness to be born? Because science determines that energy exists, it cannot be created or destroyed, it just simply is. But on a quantum level, what if we could create what they say couldn't be created? Because this all got here from some two people's creation.
Yeah, think about it. Like, I agree, because the point of quantum science and understanding humans is that they say, like, okay, we cannot understand this. This does not make sense. So,
And
by
yet we're
their own
living proof
definition,
of
yeah.
the opposite.
Awesome sauce.
Yeah, I definitely see it.
And all the cards and all the stories and everything today says you have support to move forward. So that means divine law says you got a green check. There's, yeah, yeah.
Green check. No.
Oh, oh, get in here. I was going to say get out of Get in here.
Oh, what an awesome sauce day already. This was like the quickest one that I was like, okay, this is the best one so far.
Sometimes it takes a while to get the stories in and everything and get rolling, but once we get rolling, hot diggity dough, we get to having some good fun. I tell you what. How about a gong? You ready for a gong?
Absolutely.
It's 11:25. I just discovered a new way how to rip that. Oh, wow. I just discovered something. That's why I had a hiccup there. I found out how to hit it. So there's some ways I got that. I got some fun to do off camera with that harmonica. What do you know? Hey,
Most
Joe,
awesome
what do you
sauces
know?
ever.
Now, just in case in judging my flute playing, literally my flute is broken in 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4 3 huge cracks. So I am getting the most unusual types of butterflies in my stomach, and it's interrupted my playing. I haven't had that happen in years, and I have no idea where it's coming from.
It's a good sign, bro.
Those are the kind of miracles, my man. Those are the kind of miracles on the spiritual side that happened. Like this morning, I was reading over the blessings, and then, like, seemingly out of nowhere, it just started going into song, into like rhythm. And that's not something I trained or practiced. It just, at certain times, like flows come in, just like we talk about these flows. And right now, I got butterflies in my stomach, but they're not for. There's no reason for them. It's uniquely miraculous, and I'll take it. Sheesh. It took me 40 years of life, but I got to a certain point, and on my 40th birthday, I was forced to look at my life and everything I had done and every single thing I ever done to people and treated people from the very beginning all the way up to now. For that day when I was 40, I would look at every single moment, and like truly, it was all love. It was all the actions of love. I had chosen love my entire life, every ounce of it. Hey, bro,
Yeah.
mix your audio? I'm getting feedback. I don't know if you're hearing it or I think it's just me.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's okay. It's just me though, if you don't mind. Thank you. And then kick it back on. It's been happening for a little bit. Like, anyways, I'm gonna go on there, but But I was really forced to look at my
I
life,
think
and it's perfect now. I don't hear it now. Um, Thank you. Yeah, awesome. But I was forced to look at my life in the mirror on my 40th birthday, December 23rd, and I'm like, what have I done? Every single action I ever chose was out of love. I bit the bullet. I took the hardship. I didn't go back. I didn't fight. Yeah, sure. I like to smoke cigarettes. Yeah, sure. I like my coffee. Yeah, sure. I like, to smoke the good grief, or the
is it
green,
better, bro?
whatever. Yeah, it's perfect. Thank you.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's perfect. And like whatever, it's nature's way, and I didn't do things out of spite. Love dominated my actions. When I was young, and I didn't know any better. And that's what ignorance is. You don't know any better, so you can't make a better choice. That's okay. That happens. We learn, and then we can make a better choice. So when I learned how to make a better choice, when I knew there was a better choice out there, then I made a better choice. If I did something and it had bad actions, and I improved that, and I've done that my entire life. So I really evaluated throughout my life. And when I did, believe it or not, the Divine Mother herself asked me what I'm I'm rewording it for y'all, but was like when I was 5, I decided to pursue love, to become love, because the Bible said that God is love. So I figured at the age of 5, consciously, I said, if I truly pursue love, then why do I have to say truly? Because I'm a kid. I don't have all these other perceived notions. I said, if I pursue love throughout my life, then I'll have the smallest inkling of what it would be like to touch the finger of God, to get the closest embrace that I possibly could. And the whole world said, you will be anything you want to be. So, and Bible said that God is love. So I said, if I could be anything I want to be, then I want to be love. I'm gonna pursue being love. Well, when I'm 5, I didn't realize that that doesn't have money, and that doesn't have reward or anything like that. And at church, what do they say? They say, Jesus Christ, your King. He says, you're in the world, be no part of the world. Make that shit happen. I did. That's what I've been living. Be no part of the world means the world is not a popularity contest. I could care less what other people think of me. I'm following my king. I'm doing what my king told me to do. And what my king told me to do, I've been pursuing love. And at the age of 40, the Divine Mother herself within my mind said, you have become love. You reached it. That's what you became. And I was like, eh. I cried all that night and everything. So it's spot on. And being love and talking about love is two different things. And you could say unconditional or true or this, or you could put all sorts of clothes on love. But that I'll tell you firsthand, that ain't what it looked like. Love's real. Love's in the trenches with you. Love is gonna be there when nothing else is. Love is gonna cross time and space, and motherfucker, my spirit, my desire is gonna change the shape of the cloud so you see a face and you know you're not alone. And if somebody else convinces you otherwise, then you denied the miracle that you personally witnessed. You want to believe that we're in the third dimension, but you're not perceiving a one or two or four or five? I mean, come on. They're elements, aren't they? Wind, fire, earth, sticks and stones, right? But the
Oh,
phone
bro.
that they the phone it makes is electronically acceptable. The sticks and stones and the feathers are wrong. The pearls and the stones of nature are actually, that is what nature is. That is what the human body is. It is nature. The human body is not put together with circuits and plugs. It has blood and it's his bio.
Oh, bro, well, I love everything that you said, and I just have to like say, I love how you said, it's my favorite thing. If someone asks me, what are you? What? The best answer is, I am love. If they're confused when they see us, the way we're acting, the way we're dressed, stuff we're saying, stuff we're doing. A common question is, what are you doing? What are you? Who are you? And the answer is love.
Love. This is love.
Yeah.
Christmas and Halloween year round, I say, and as much Thanksgiving as I can give to everybody and everything. Every
Oh,
day
I
of my
just,
life. I don't need a special
bro.
day. I don't need to get a gift for it to be Christmas. I don't need to have a big meal to be Thanksgiving. I don't need a day to dress up and scare away evil spirits that seem to be attached to humans.
Rawr. Remember how you said, like, I very much love how you described, I'm gonna dress like it's Halloween every day? Well, now it's also Christmas and Thanksgiving every day, and Halloween. That's the new reality. Awesome sauce.
That's what I like.
That's what's been happening.
And if there happens to be a big, bad, giant monster, we gonna go slay that thing. I don't care if it's in 1 dimension or 10th dimension. We gonna go track it down in all of them.
Yep. Yep. Rawr.
Oh. If you're new to the program, this is my staff, D. And D tells a story of what I've learned. Some people would say totem pole, but it's always be D to me. D for Durga and D for doctor. Durga, Durga, Hindu, Indian, aspect of the Divine Mother. If you know Egyptian Sekhmet's like a lioness. Durga rides on the back of a tiger when she goes and hunts. Interesting factoid. I believe it was King Ramses. It was definitely one of the Egyptian kings, and they went into battle. They had a lion. I'm not kidding. They had a lion that fought next to them. Could you imagine running into live warfare battle with a sword and chariot and horses, and you got a mother lion next to you? That's who Durga be like. That's who he was being like, was Durga.
I remember you were, I think, explaining it a while ago, that you found Durga as like the ultimate connection of all aspects of the Divine Mother from some culture, or something like that, right?
It would be the Newark people in Nepal.
Oh,
Yes. And that would technically be Kubjika. But like
oh yeah,
Kubjika
yeah, yeah.
for the Newark people in Nepal, Kubjika, essentially when they learn about a new facet of the Divine Mother, they add that to Kubjika. So Kubjika is like every single aspect. If there is a construct of divine feminine that is mother goddess in any form or fashion and it has legitimacy, then they literally add that to Kubjika, who Kubjika is. Because the divines, they truly have many incarnations, and so they become alive constantly, not just in the past, but in the present as well. I tell you this, believe it or not, though in temples around the world, still to this very day and moment, there are seers and scribes and holy men who are literally writing prophecy of events to come, of these incarnations to be. And these days have already been penned and written. You'll never find it and you'll never hear of it anywhere else. But I tell you, that never stopped. They never stopped incarnating. Divinity, eternity, you can only try to hide it for so long.
Yep.
Called balance. Yin and yang. It's going to balance at some point. You could say no all you want, but one day it's going to come up regardless. Don't matter what you like. Don't matter what you think you got control of. Nature is nature. And I'm just going to say for divine beings, we always start a journey off with a re-raise spell.
Yeah, I was thinking of Kujika. You're right. That's the one. Thank you for explaining that. And you're right about the nature thing as well. It's like always gonna balance, even when it looks like "Wah," it's gonna rar and it's balanced.
Oh, I got yes. Okay. Ooh. Dish on. Okay, so I got your feather in here. However, I wanted to pack you some stuff, bro. So, around this, whether this is going to fit your wrist or not, it's a bracelet. It don't fit mine, so it goes in with your stuff. And I'm not giving you the whole thing here. But I'm going to definitely wrap this around here so you can have some of this yarn. Be able to, like, whatever the case, we can, like, you can make bracelets, necklaces, headbands, all sorts of stuff. This stuff's real thin and it's real special to me. It has that silver. It's silver it's a tin, but not tin. It's not foil. It's silver, but it's very like foil like.
It's like the most wholesome shamanic care package, bro. Best
Yes.
friend.
Yes.
Also yeah, yeah, yeah. Go on.
I was like BFB, best friend brother.
Yes, yes. I like that. I like that.
And that's what I like
This is
here,
my.
man. It's like we get to make it up and go along as we do. It's like we don't got like rules or anything like that. Like that's what makes everything fun. Everybody else's stuff so crappy. So if you have to do what I say and you have to wear what I tell you to wear, blah 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 blah.
Oh, by the way, this thing that like the cat brought me this morning, um, it's technically a shoelace.
Now what I would do is I would take that shoelace and I would put it on your arm.
Not around my.
Nope.
Not okay. Done.
Now I'm going to tell you specifically. I'll say it once, and then you can put this in your pocket, in your book or whatever, just so you know this is the future. This is how it will work. I'll explain it to you the first time, and then afterwards, it's up to you to remember and apply all that. I won't keep reminding you because you're already at my point. You're already where I'm at, pretty much as far as I see it. Anyways, you received a gift. You publicly acknowledged that gift. Now it's time to go on your altar.
Understood. Captain Bro, best friend. Best first mate.
Yes, first mate. Absolutely. Best first mate ever.
In all of dimensions.
Yo. The Oscar brother. Boom. There's that. They got a nice amount on there. Should be able to make a few things with that amount. Boom, boom. You. I got this guy. I forgot I had this feather right here. I do like this. Okay. What's this room? All right, so I'm just going to pick up. This is one of my favorite books, and I'm reading some of Homer here, the Iliad. I did it earlier. You may want to replay it later or not, but it was pretty awesome because I picked up 3 different books, and I literally read from one, and then I read from another one, and then I read from a third one, and they all said 3 entirely different things, but they didn't specifically go over the same material, but it was like all about the same material. It was amazing. It was beautiful the way it was like 3 books became one story, and it was like, anyways. He fell as an ash tree fells a tree that is a landmark on a mountain crest, and when it is cut through with bronze axes, it brings all its soft leafage down to the ground. Imbrius' tooled bronze clattered around him, and Tedshort rushed up to relieve him of it. Hector cast at the moving target he made, but Teucer had his eye on the bright spear and managed to dodge it. No matter. It hit Amphimarchus instead, whose lineage went back through Thetis Turposertian. Square in the chest as he entered battle, he crashed to the ground, bronze clattering, and Hector ran up to rip the helmet from Amphimarchus' noble head. But he didn't get that far. Big Ajax lunged with his spear as Hector charged. The point never reached his bronze-cased skin, but it struck Hector's shield with enough force to drive him back from both fallen bodies, which the Greeks proceeded to drag away. 2 Athenians, Stichius and Menestheus, hauled Amphimachus off to the Greek side, while 2 Ajaxes did the same for Imbrius. 2 lions have snatched a goat from Snarling's dogs and are carrying it off through thick underbrush, holding it in their jaws high above the ground. There were the sons of kings Sigmund and Sinfritur. Put the skins on and could not get them off, and the weird power was there as before as they howled like wolves, both understanding the sounds. Now they set out into the forest, each going on his own way. They agreed then that they would risk a fight with as many as 7 men, but not with more, and that the one being attacked by more would howl with his wolf's voice. Do not break this agreement, said Sigmund, because you are young and daring, and men will want to hunt you. The most vigorous of all agitations to cancel debts took place while I was consul. Men of every sort and condition were involved, and they took up arms and enrolled themselves in whole armies. I stood up to them, and the result was that this pestilential business was wholly rooted out of our national life. Never have debts been more extensive than they were at that time, and yet they were paid off more fully, more easily than ever before or since, because once all hopes of evading the obligation had been dispelled, repayment was recognized to be inevitable. But the individuals who was thwarted on that occasion won in the end, since he subsequently managed to put his old plan into effect, though by that time it had ceased to be a matter of personal profit for himself. He was a man who had such a positive lust for criminal behavior that he went on reveling in it just for its own sake, even after the personal motive had vanished. The druid broke into a deep laugh. Time again. Is that what has confounded you? Have you forgotten that time has no real divisions to mark its passing? There is never a thunderstorm to announce the beginning of a new month or year. Never.
I love
Millen, should we continue?
love squared.
But let me get back to what I was discussing. The third prerequisite for a glorious reputation is that people should admire us and deem us worthy of high honors. In general, men admire everything which strikes them as fine or finer than they had expected, and in their fellow human beings, too. They admire qualities that exceed their expectations, and so they heap praises and respect upon any individual in whom they claim to discern remarkable and exceptional features, whereas anyone who shows neither character nor spirit nor vigor earns their scorn and contempt. You know, like, I have to stop. Because this whole world gives nothing but praise and riches to disgusting, vile men. Because they be the puppet you want. That's why I wear this. Judge me for all I am. Judge me for all the love I am. And let me go out of this world alone and by myself with my best friend. Because he doesn't even have to be there. His spirit's so powerful that at that moment, whenever it may happen, be millions of years in the future, so it be. But his spirit, he will be there right there with me at that moment.
Yes.
That's love.
Approved. Infinite. Love squared times 9.
Do it.
Oh. Right.
This is happiness. This is Hetept. This is eternal peace. I got my best friend. I got my brother with me. Brother by choice, best friend by choice. Someone whose heart resonates with mine. I could say whatever is in me at any moment, and he's going to understand and know everything in that moment. And I don't even have to explain myself or second guess him or he nothing. We moving forward full steam ahead, full blast. We already put our friendship through the test. We put it through the furnace. We put it in the goddamn molten earth and molten lava, and it still held together somehow. I don't know how it did, but it did. And fuck, all right, bro, let's go. Don't you know?
I know how it is. Quantum mechanics. We just gotta explain it to humans, but a long
Well, you
life
know
ahead
what?
for that.
You know what? I'm happy because it was explained to both of us when I read the story, and I didn't even understand the ending, and you came back and explained it to me. The two brothers that were huntsmen never killed a thing. And so when he was sleeping in bed, who he thought was his brother, yo, bro, what's that gun doing in the bed? Just in case something comes in, I gotta kill it. Know right away that ain't my brother. I don't care what they look like, sound like, or anything. That ain't my brother. My brother wouldn't be killing nothing. He wouldn't. If he had that, he just play. It's just playing. I I got knives all around my altar area, all around my portals. Got 4 knives at the 4 corners. And one time somebody comes in and they're like, "Man, okay, you'll be okay if somebody like broke in." And I'm like, because they were looking at the knives, and I'm like, I wouldn't. Those are for like I wouldn't. That's I don't even think about using it like that. That's not where my brain's going. It's like ceremonial or like like woods or like carving or maybe I go fishing or like each one has a different purpose. Like I'm a kid. If I go into the woods, I want to take a knife, but whatever. Like, but I don't want to hurt nothing. I wouldn't use it like that. Like, for real. And so my brother, I know. So that's I never expected to have that experience in this life with someone else. I just kept being me. And when I recognized that people weren't like me, that's when I went my own direction. That's when I just focused on my own thing, did my own thing. And like you don't you don't value money before all this other junk. There was no crazy announcement of meeting you. It just happened. It just a divine out of heaven. It just happened because eventually, if you say no to everything that is not you, eventually you're going to run into something that is you. At least that's what I've been doing for, I don't know, since my mom died and my daughters died and everything else hit the trash can in my life. And hot diggity dog, who knew 2026, that'd be the year. We've seen this song. Yo ho, yo ho, pirate's life.
You have explained it so perfectly because that's why I and we are so joyous and happy. I kept saying no to anything that is not me. Nothing is like me. Huh, here's something.
Hey, that's and I do. I'm have every single there was some stuff I wanted to put in the box last night like this. I want to put some of that in there last night, but I was like, no, I can't put that in yet. He's. I want you to see what I put in because I'm dropping a bunch of stuff in here, and money's gonna come in. I mean, it's here. It's gonna come in one night. I'm gonna get it weighed and see how much it costs, and I'm gonna make sure it's safe. And I could waste 2 days packing it, making it look nice, or you could get it 2 days sooner. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the outside appearance saying something that, yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
these are these are my bells. I like those bells. Oh,
Every day is Christmas, Thanksgiving, and Halloween.
yeah. Every day I gotta put something else in the thing for you. That's for sure. Let's see here. I'm definitely gonna give you some of these bells here.
Oh, I keep thinking about you put it so perfectly. Like, out of the love of our hearts, we could not accept anything that is unlike us, so the entire world we had to say no, and that made you miserable and made me miserable and made everyone on the same wavelength miserable because it's like, is there really nothing? And the answer was yes, there is nothing. Until one day there was something. And hence the world has been created again. From love.
That's it right there. That's it right there. That's actually pretty. That's actually. Whoa. Okay. So for all that I've been shooting out, I was very much aware that my opposite would be growing in power as well. It's just if I'm developing, then there's someone else out there developing as well. If one like just anyways, if you know much about quantum mechanics and so in that regard, I can't say always, but I was concerned with it being like the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that is what I did. A playbook right out of the ancient texts, legitimately. So Hiru essentially is his father Ra reborn. Ra was killed by Set, Ra's brother, which would be Hiru's uncle. Okay, so Hiru comes up and he's like, man, I'm gonna take out Set so I could make my father's throne good on the world again, right? And so the first time Hiru, like, he jumps up and he goes after Set, but he loses. Totally crash, wipes out. Practical death. Dude has to reset. Totally. Total reset. And so then he comes back the second time, but he hooks up with Tahuti. And Tahuti, oh, you already know, divine wisdom, you're the fire horse. That's what be flowing every single day, especially this year. And so Hiru teams up with Tahuti with divine wisdom, and Hiru, through divine wisdom, is able to reestablish his father's throne. However, Tahuti, Thoth, aka Mercury, messenger of the gods, they tell Hiru, they say, you got to become Set. And Hiru's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Set's the dude I'm trying to take out. And Tahuti goes, no, 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 no. When you become Set, you're going to have these lessons that you're going to have to go through. And where Set failed at learning those lessons, you're going to overcome those lessons. And when you overcome those lessons, that's when you're going to grow beyond Set. Because he's stuck not being able to learn those lessons. That's why he's in all that chaos. So when you grow beyond Set, that's when you can actually defeat Set, for you can only defeat something that you have grown beyond.
And I'm
So
connecting it.
I
Mhm.
became Set. I'm all love. I'm all goodness. I was Hiru coming up. And Tahuti said, you got to become the dark. So I said, okay. Think about it. If you are on the inside, looking out, seeing nothing but light, and I'm on the outside, seeing nothing but darkness. And we're brothers, yin and yang. And through love, darkness will never reign. Light will. Ra will. That's why you're the one to shine now. That's why you're walking out and my voice is being heard.
In your own words, that makes perfect sense, and that's like the importance of developing a heart of love before the magical skills, because both of us did that, unlike anyone before, and followed it fully, and are therefore here now, where no one was before. And now we get everything to do with the heart of love,
Yep.
for love.
That's some pretty special stuff. That is some moving. That is some liquid gold. That's what I would call liquid gold.
Oh, now that you say that, when you were saying about the huntsman, I had a funny comment to make. Like, about the guns, the only gun that I would ever have is a water gun.
I grew up in Texas. I never had a gun. I never wanted one. Don't have one. Not my thing. And but Texas they had the rubber band guns, so you could like cock it. They had the rubber bands, and you pull the trigger, shoots a rubber band. You could put like 6 of them on a 6 shooter. Anyways.
we, we can have fun. You like rubber band guns and water guns? That's
I don't
cool.
mess with that stuff anymore. I had some super soakers. I like those.
Me too. That's the one. That's the one. Yeah.
I'm just gonna get a bunch of flowers, throw them at you.
Flower gun. Flower machine gun. Machine gun of flower love. But like, imagine making it like it looks like the scariest possible gun, and there's like some designs on it, and everyone's
So
scared,
look,
and you're about,
look.
and it's
So
flowers.
so we create a mojo pouch, okay? A mojo bag is a magic pouch, and so you put herbs and stones and some wood and maybe another item or two, and it's magically a good bag. So we make mojo pouches, love spell pouches, okay? Love, it's love spells, but it not for us. And then we get our love spell mojo bags, like, and a whole box of them, and then we feed them through the machine gun air tube, and we shoot them into everybody's bushes in the neighborhood.
That's something like chemtrails, but it's weed. Combined with that, pretty awesome sauce.
We're just gonna make some magical bags of happy and joy and just throw them in the most horrible spots of the world. People will be like, why am I so happy? I'm supposed to want to go to war right now. Be like, damn, there's a McDonald's over there. Let's go get a burger.
And imagine like the people up top being like, wait, why don't we want them to go to war?
I'm gonna have to buy a Snickers. Stop it.
We'll do it together and like do the pyramid reading, and like, yeah, there's a long future of fun and love as one.
Yeah. Yep. Ooh. Good. Good info. I'm gonna grab me some coffee. It's interesting because I have not had a table to really spread my books out, and I got my Oracle cards. I got the Iliad. I got Cicero. This just fell out. It says, "Make every day a celebration of the heart."
Quite accurate. And I saw the 7 today and the 25 on the live.
Oh, cool. It's pretty interesting because what's today? The 14th. Wow, that's cool. Well, the 15th, where you are, would that be correct?
I didn't catch that, bro. Can you repeat?
Are you? Is it March the 15th where you are, or the 14th?
It's 14.
14th. Okay, yeah, the 14th. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's cool. This is goes back to a 2012 calendar. That's pretty cool. And in the bottom of it says United Spinal. Yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, like that's
That's awesome sauce. And
yeah. I mean, alignment. We've said this before. We'll say it again. Alignment is divinity in action. Alignment is miraculous. When you see things that align, a human, a person, they say, "That's crazy. How did that happen?" Well, divine alignment is the explanation of what a miracle is. Because in a human's world, nothing is as it seems and everything is out of tune. That's why it always breaks. That's why nothing keeps working in the world of human, because they don't have anything that runs smooth, because it's not truly aligned. It is selfish and greedy and based off the one or multiple, seven, count it, name it, word it, deadly. You call it a sin. I call it an error. Error. That's what happened. Error. It's all. It's an error. You can fix an error. 7 deadly errors. Get rid of those. Love. Oh. You start finding alignment, which is miraculous. That's why miracles happen, because you yourself desire it to be. Some other consciousness alive in this world says, you know what? As a good person, it should happen. So you wind up getting some mental support, energetical life support from somebody in the world, in a temple, in a place, Africa, who knows where, what, how. But they send blessings to you, just like in that good fine book says. in Proverbs or Psalms, whichever one it is, you are all gods. And in Revelation, when your reigning king said, you shall be kings with me, you shall be my brothers, and sit and eat at this table, this fine feast that I am sitting and eating at. He did not say anything to the contrary. He said, come enjoy a meal with me, my brothers. Eat, for the world is in turmoil. You are in the world, though be no part of the world. That is what I have done with my life.
That's such
It's
a
not
beautiful way to put it.
complicated.
And,
This dude figured it out.
and once you like having support from the energy from another consciousness, especially in our position, we become the fueling force for the whole world. And it's like, whoa, like we witnessed it this morning, even on the live, the kids, the cats, the like.
Yep. Yep. And that's awesome sauce.
Honestly, sauce is delicious on that table where we shall die together. You and I, and us, and we. Divinity.
Yeah. On a side note and on a personal note, I just gotta say that I don't know how the audio is coming out for people on the live feed, though there are some audio things that mess up on me, though like I played it back or I looked at it through another phone yesterday and then but the feed was synchronized so everything ran smooth and was clear when I checked it on the other side. So again, I'm happy we're using YouTube and this is definitely kind of it's where I wanted to start really.
You know, much like they change. It's no longer YouTube, it's WeTube.
Yo,
It's not MeTube, it's not YouTube, it's WeTube.
WeTube.
Like,
WeTube, I love it. I love it. We are not YouTubing nothing. We are WeTubing all of this. Because it wouldn't be, it would, it's just, yeah, that, you're awesome. Okay, I got two things I want to read. Um, Two things I need to read. Okay, this one looks a little bit longer, but this one is in my hand. So I'm going to go with the flow. I'm going to do what's jumping in me to do. I'm going to read up to this map and I'll show y'all the map. So if you want a screenshot of it, I'm going to leave it up for a little bit. I'll turn it two different directions. So if you want to do it, I'm going to count to 5 or something. And then I'll flip it. You can screenshot it, whatever. And then I'm going to do it long ways. Now, if you're on Instagram or TikTok and you want a clear picture of that, you can go to youtube.com/Setra, SETCHRA, and there will be a full replay of this over there. Um, Anyways, this is called History and Legend Burgundians, Huns, Goths, and Sigurd the Dragon Slayer. I'm just going to get some hotter coffee. I'm going to refill my coffee and come right back to this.
I'm gonna actually go make the coffee. So,
All right.
awesome.
Okay. Because verifiable information about the migrations era is limited, the period is a historical snake pit that requires scholars to act much like King Gunnar, who in the saga played the harp with his toes. The writings of Greeks and Romans about their barbarian opponents and neighbors have in modern times come under increasing scrutiny, and the old assumption that tribal names necessarily denote significant or continuing ethnic, cultural, archaeological, or political groupings is questionable. Differing views that often depend on interpretation cannot be proved or disproved by reference to irrefutable fact, since the sources are often uncritical or incomplete and at times are contradictory. For example, four different accounts in ancient writings record the destruction of the Burgundians. It is possible that Burgundians becomes a topos in classical sources and in Germanic material, the equivalent of disaster to a family through betrayal. To whatever degree this idea may or may not be valid, connecting the saga and poetic references with historical events is certainly speculative. The element of speculation is further increased by an awareness of the way in which legends grow. The process of taking root in oral memory tends to obscure their origins, and this observation is true regarding the deadly clash between the Burgundians led by Gunnar and Hogni and the Huns under King Attila, called Etzel in German sources. The most that can be said about Gunnar, for example, is that the historical king of the Burgundians, Gundaharius, is one of the main sources for the fictional king Gunnar. The two are by no means identical. In some instances, a legend may develop so fully that its hero shares only a name with the historical figure with whom he is identified. In other instances, legendary and historical events may correspond without any association between the names of the figures involved. Often, characters who live centuries or decades apart become contemporaries in legend. The saga of the Volsungs, for instance, Gundharius, Attila, and Arminrikas, king of the Goths, are presented as the contemporaries Gunnar, Atli, and Jornbornrek. Conflicts between nations or tribes are often reduced to quarrels between families, as witnessed by the way the saga treats the struggle between the Burgundians and the Huns. The absence of evidence that the Icelandic saga audience understood or gave any thought to the ethnic difference between the Huns and Germanic tribesmen is no. The Oriental origin of Attila is forgotten, and he is treated as one of several competing leaders in the migration period. If we have come to question classical writings, the writers themselves, especially in the period of the late Roman Empire, seem to secure in their views. Those who mention the Burgundians perceive them as a historical people. The Roman historian Tacitus, writing about the Germanic tribes beyond the Rhine frontier at the end of the first century AD, unfortunately does not mention the Burgundians, and we have no certain knowledge about their earliest history. In late classical and early medieval sources, they are associated with the island of Bornholm in the Baltic Sea. Scholars now generally doubt such a connection, and attempts to demonstrate archaeology a postulated migration from Scandinavia to the mainland in the first century BC have been unsuccessful. Nevertheless, a Scandinavian origin for the Burgundians is at least as logical as any other possibility. By the 2nd century AD, Burgundians are reported to have been living in an area between Vistula and Orta rivers in what is today western Poland. Sometime afterward, they began their migration westward, arriving in the mid-3rd century in the region on the upper and middle Main River in southwestern Germany.
I am back. My best friend, bro. Lunch now.
Love it. Love it. Ah,
Some very nice coffee. And having
okay, now that you're back, I do have something further to read.
not just a minute, I gotta throw this out. I can go a second.
Mm-hmm. And what's funny is information. It's interesting. Is information that one gathers is most relevant for that individual. What is valuable to one person is not the same value to another. What I have found in my life, the most valuable thing is memories. Memories that were perceived to be forgotten. But somehow through meditation, somehow through having a good time with a friend, somehow playing pretend, magical, being scientific, putting things together, by just being happy, genuinely happy, and in the moment, memories can come flying back into the mind and bring so much joy into one's life. And I've found those are the golden apples. That's the golden fruit in this world, worth more than any material possession. And there are some people kind of probably wondering or whatever the case, but not wondering so much anymore. And may if you may learn or not, but memories are valuable, and only the eye of the observer can put those memories together and see the picture. Nobody else can see that picture. Even if you show that picture to somebody else, they can't see that picture because it's only from your point of view. And while we do very much have the eye of the observer. And so there is the independent, and yet there's the collaborative and the united. And that is the wonderful thing about truly nature, learning about magic and all of that is truly seeing how everything does connect together. Everything is, as the stories say, the web of life. Everything is connected. Somehow, some way they're connected. Maybe we don't see how that got all the way over there, but just like this World Wide Web, somehow through the air wires and fibers under the sea and all, the sword were in Australia, Europe, and who knows where being broadcasted right now.
I love how, first, I love love, and second, I love how you described it as in a joyous state of that we currently are in, where you're just like innocent having fun. Those memories are able to pop out more because those memories come from the exact state that is being experienced now. So you're like, oh, when I felt like this happened. So it's easier to come to mind, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And those memories are actually like when you felt most loved, most alive, most, and you're like, yeah, we need to make more of those memories. And then they're like, that's
And that's
how
what we're
we're
on.
here.
I mean, we're
Yeah.
living it. Like we got it. What 3, 4 days running practically 13, 13, 13, H13, 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 H13. And it's cool because from now on we could say that and ain't nobody gonna know except us. Ain't that cool? That's like that's some real best friend talk. That's a because best friends be working on their handshakes and their hidden messages. That's what the like baseball teams. They be up da 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 da. They passing the signals to their team member. It's best
Those were
friend
like,
stuff, man.
yeah,
Like that's what I've been up to my whole life. 5 years old, I just been doing that. Like I don't know, somewhere along the way, people stopped playing, and so I was like, well, I'll just play by myself and just be in my own head, my own world, and boom, met you halfway across the world, and ah!
but isn't it so cool though that like when I did it with my coins, I got like those repeating ones, 25 and 13 repeating, but when you told me like, ah, just do it like intuitively with your head, I got 31.
So
Like the
check this
same
out.
number, but
So check this out. The coins, like shells, like anything else falling or popping out of the deck on the tarot side that I work with, this would be the energy in the air. This is the current flow. That's why the coin dropped, because that's the flow of energy. So it's going to flow. It's going to tell you what that is. But we are, every single human is a quantum computing, bioengineered, gajillion dollar invention. Anyways, everybody's a gajillionaire if you ask me. But, anyways, but when you use your fingers instead of the coins, you are time traveling. You can quantumly say, what is tomorrow's energy? What should we do to align forward? So when the coin falls for you, that's the energy in the current air. That's how you can get a weather check, because that's what we do. We're sensing the spiritual weather. We make the correct action, whether it may be lighting a candle or spinning in 3 circles to the right, synchronized, or whatever the case that we do. A little shake of the staff or whatever, whatever the case. And we synchronize and we create harmony. And through that harmony, something is saying, man, hit the gong. So I'm going to go hit the gong on the tune of harmony. so cute. I think he's cute.
I look flashy. I look like one of those colors.
Yo,
Somebody's like, I want the bell, I want the bell. That is our Liberty Bell. And look, it's my bell. I'm not giving it. I already put your bell in the box. But see, look, see the V on the Liberty? That literally goes down to a V.
Oh, it looks
I,
like nail sign. See, like you get the nail of the pen. I like it.
and look. This is pure silver, real silver. And it's got the quartz crystal that I have here. I put yours in your box already, but I put that there. And then my bell sits here. So it literally has that energy. Whoa, 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 whoa. And so every time I ring for liberation, like, boo, yeah, we just hit something. And that's the lions right next to that guy. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny because I've found it's quite interesting how people created a lot of fake rules in this world.
Uh-huh.
Like all these things that like limit a person from having an imagination. So what we're going to read next here momentarily is Refuge of Fire and Blood from the Lost Books of Merlin.
I love that.
Now, that particular gong that I have, it's very much earned. And when I say earned, I mean like on a spiritual level, truly earned. I wanted it. I wanted it. But when I wanted it, I was not ready for it. But after I did the correct things in life and became the love, essentially, like from that story earlier, that's when I was able to get the gong. And when I got the gong, I spent every single day reading legitimately between 2 to 8 hours per day. I was legitimately depending of over and over and over and over, hundreds of hours that I've put of reading mantras and stotras and blessings from many different tongues, many ways. All of this energy, pouring this energy not online and not into a camera, but into the gong itself. And so every time I hit that gong, that energy is coming through. That is part of its frequency. And that frequency, all those blessings, all that protection, like it takes me an hour and 40 minutes to read over. But there's like 20 times the amount of energy and information within the gong. So when I strike it, all of that hitting the three layers: heaven, earth, and humanity. I say heaven, earth, and humanity rather than underworld. Because if we consider the underworld, it is the soil underneath our feet. It grows our crops. Either it's sand and dead, or it's living and we're taking care of it. It's not the underworld. It is the dirt. It is the ground itself. And humanity is the other tunage. And our thoughts are heaven. Quantum triangulation. Refuge of fire and blood. To my honor, I suddenly found myself surrounded by Roman legionnaires. In fact, I actually appeared to be numbered among them. My name was Tacitus, and my appointment to Britain was as royal chronicler to Governor Gaius Saturnius Paulinius, sent to record the triumphant conquest about to take place. As of that moment, all had been inspected and found battle worthy by our commander. Dispatched troops had begun to cross the Straits of Mernai on wooden flat barges. Destination, the Isle of Anglese, final stronghold of the native Druidic priesthood. The imperial orders from Caesar read, for all time and the glory of Rome, to drive the Druidic plague utterly from the shores of Albion, to wrap the foes in the brands of their own fires. Or so read the decree. As for myself, I did not care much for war or conquest. A simple scholar with once political aspirations, I stood wondering why mighty Rome had suddenly abandoned their policy of absolute imperial tolerance in favor of this rare mass annihilation. Why did they truly fear from these white clad priests? The year was 59 since the Christ, and this was but one of the questions to which my mind sought answers in those cold pre-dawn hours awaiting transport across the straits. The legion to which I had been assigned was standing rigid, eyes transfixed like glass on the shores of Druid's Isle, for I understand something ungodly was taking place beyond. All along the dark island shoreline had been built immense bonfires which boasted an imposing wall of flame. Yet the strangest, the most terrible thing of all were the black-robed figures dashing in about and around the fires, shrieking, wailing like the sirens of Hades, arms and hair flying wildly, binding the ears of all with their paralyzing spell. Then, by the time my group had finally reached the isle, the most bizarre of phantoms had formed to greet us. There stood our troops, our great imperial legion, staring silently like small children transfixed by a juggler's trick, completely immobilized by fear and superstition. And there also stood the druid priests, white against the white-hot bonfires, arms upturned, calling forth for the protection of their gods, their protection and our destruction. The chant of their unison verse was impressive, powerful, and the magic effective, until that is the late arrival of Saturnius. Is Caesar's great imperial army to quail before a frenzied troop of women and their grandsires? He screamed, disgusted into the ranks. Well, men of Rome, put an end to this evil dream. Smite down these false prophets, so that our king might be remembered in glory for all that we do this day. Advance. And so they did advance, perforce. With swords dripping blood and bronze, the legions hacked their way ashore, forgiving of none, women, children, the aged, all the same. And when at last the bodies had been bruised and broken beyond all recognition, they were drawn in quartered and heaped upon the flames until they hissed and spat human grease. Moments before his death, the last of the druid elders climbed high upon a boulder, shouting over towards the dark wood line, "Brothers, to the grove! Warn the others!" And a spear quickly toppled him into the already crimson-specked waves. Following the initial assault, our army regrouped in sharp rows before the dying bonfires piled high with human bones nearly to the point of extinguishment. Not a single Roman soldier had been lost. The officers met briefly, then announced that the second phase of the extermination would involve flushing the horde out of their bloody sacrificial oak groves, then chopping down the actual trees themselves. Nothing was to be left standing. These were the orders. The troops cleaned and resharpened their weapons, swords, blades, and axes, then grouped again into tight units, heading off one by one in appointed directions throughout the woodlands. Having myself been sickened by the stench of charred flesh and repulsed by this Roman imperial manner, I quickly broke away from my comrades and made off in an anonymous direction of my own. To the Roman army, however, this type of hunt seemed little more than a sport. Laughter, boasting shouts, idiotic and vulgar mockings drifted through the smoke-filled air, everywhere to be heard. Yet these sounds, repulsive as they had become, served me a purpose. I used them to navigate a path away from the main arena of activity and due west toward the far side of the island. Following several hours of such evasive wandering, I approached a clearing from which a great deal of commotion issued. There, among a nearly circular stand of ancient oak, stood a unit of 20 or so soldiers casually guarding a group of aged druids, chiding and sneering atrocities at the silent and still dignified group in white. As I watched, concealed in the brush, one of the priests suddenly turned and stared over in my direction, unmoving for many minutes, although it seemed certain that he could not have physically seen me. Then, to my astonishment, he suddenly raised a finger into the air and secretly motioned that I come forward. Beneath eyebrows and wild and gray, his face for an instant softened into a near smile. "What are you looking at, old fool?" one of the troop snarled, bustling forward to survey the woodline suspiciously. "Well, speak up, demon worshipper. Answer me." And he struck the old man hard across the back of his head with the hilt of his short sword. The druid crumpled to the ground like paper. "Now come on, the rest of you, keep going. We have orders to transport this group alive to Rome. Great Caesar finds himself curious about what kind of men we conquer here. Antonius, Valerian, bind them up well, then escort this demon's seed to the landing. Waste no time. Move. We have many more rats still to corner before this night comes to an end." Then he laughed and threw a coil of thick rope into the hands of the other soldiers. "What about the old one?" asked the fat Roman in the back. "Busy kind. Do we carry him or what?" And he gestured toward the unconscious priest on the ground. The commander strode over and made a quick inspection of the once white-clad figure now covered in growing patches of red. "Nah," he grunted. "Let's get out of here. These evil trees seem to have eyes." Taking a long, rather nervous look up and through the branches, the Satyrian kicked the body over onto its side and hurried out of the grove. The others were quick to follow. Myself, I was left utterly horrified. Grasping the two imperial golden eagles which adorned my shoulders, I tore them off in great disgust and threw them into the forest, then froze. A sound, leaves rustling in the underbrush, soft yet distinct. The old man was moving. Slowly, ever so cautiously, I inched my way across the glen to where he lay, attempting feebly to turn over. He could not, and so I knelt down to help. To all appearances, he seemed to be in his late 60s or 70s, although it was difficult to tell. His eyes alone, a clear light gray, were ageless. And man smiled upon seeing me. Actually smiled, amid the violence and blood and torture. "Thank you, my son," he said in a weak voice. "We should be safe here for a while." Rarely does Skyfire strike in the same place twice. Then, with greater effort, he pushed himself up on one elbow and looked into my eyes with a strange intensity. You will help me, then. You must. We must reach the sacred grove while life is still in me, you and I. And he smiled again, an almost familiar smile. A wave of eerie recognition washed over me. My skin went suddenly cold. Who are you? The old man lowered himself back to the ground and closed his eyes with an almost disappointed sigh. Who am I, you ask? Who am I? And he took another deep breath as if preparing for something. I have been in many forms before coming to be in this one. I am counsel to the High King, through whom the order of the starry heavens exist, through whom the sea and the land with its pleasing grass give forth and nourish their offspring, and with their profuse fertility give frequent aid to mankind. I was carried away from myself, and like a spirit I knew the acts of past peoples and predicted the future, then since knew the secrets of things in the flight of ravens and the wandering motions of the stars and the gliding of the fishes. All this vexed my spirit and denied my human mind a natural rest by a severe law. But now I have come to myself. And the druid was so still for such a long time that I wondered if perhaps he were either sleeping or dead. But he soon awoke with a start and looked around the clearing with great concern. By what name are you known among the druids? I asked the man, tried to rouse himself. Does it really matter? He replied, stopping and looking at me with a strained half smirk. I can give you a name if you like, but our real need is to pass from this place as soon as possible. We have much to do. The gods have spared me for this one reason alone. I am sure as well as having brought you here for the same. He smiled. Your gods must be fickle indeed. I replied dryly, to have let destiny come to this. The man sighed again. The unexpected always happens, but then again, it is always easy to understand the gods so long as don't try to explain them. And as for destiny, such is never a matter of chance. It is a matter of choice. Destiny is not a thing to be waited for, but instead a thing to be achieved. I sat down next to the druid, both impressed and perplexed by this man's strange attitude in the face of sheer destruction. But why should you say these things to me? I asked after a second's thought. After all, I am Roman, one of those same legions charged with the obliteration of your past. The past, he exhaled sadly, always looks better than it was. It is only pleasant because it isn't now here. We are tomorrow's past, always. And he sat upright at last, looking somewhat stronger. But you cannot have a tomorrow's past after Rome. Can't you see? I insisted pessimistically. Do you realize what hostile forces exist over your priesthood now, and how many? The druid settled over against the tree, looking both resigned and determined at once. There can be no surer sign of decay in a country than to see the rights of religion held in such contempt. And so the Romans, long time have we known of their coming. But the outcome, that may yet be another matter, we shall see. The legions are indeed an effective machine, it is true. But within this perfection lies a flaw, where all think alike, no one thinks very much. And he closed his eyes again, as if gathering some unseen strength from the old oak tree. But you are different. His words hung heavy in the air for a moment. He was right, of course, and how could you know this? I asked with a contrived air of indignation, then realizing a far better question. And what is to be done? The Roman army is powerful. Near. Power is deceptive. This is a lesson far older than the Druids. He pondered. The deception is this. Where it concerns matters of fate, the greater power always lies where it is least suspected. This knowledge is our ally. And where might this place be now? I shot out, suddenly impatient at all the philosophy. But where I had expected a mere cryptic response, the old man pointed due west through the trees. There, he revealed without hesitation, there on the sacred isle lies our hope, if one is to be found at all. And we must hurry, for the others gather now even as we speak. If they still live, that is. But we must try. And he stood feebly, wiping the dried blood from his head. What island? I tested, clearly enticed by this new and mysterious mention. They told us nothing of another island. Where does it lie? The island of the Holy Head, was his answer, lying on the far western bounds of Anglesey. If fate be indeed with us, as I believe it is, the legions might not have made it that far. And if they have not, then, Royal Chronicler, you stand to witness a real story with which to pepper your accounts. But first you must help me, us, Albion. Testing his stance, the old man walked unsteadily to the closest tree and turned with a passing look of triumph, and then waited. To this very day, I am still uncertain as to what forces actually motivated my decision in that brief interval before we set off. But this march, I do know that the forces had undeniable strength, undeniable persuasion, and the hand of destiny was everywhere to be felt along the way. Never once did I regret anything. Let's go then, I said at last. And the old Druid looked over at me with the yesterday's fondness of an aging father for a son, and then smiled. The way will be difficult and the task perilous, he returned lightly. But there is much more here at work than is visible to the eye. Much more. And we are not alone. If we be successful in enticing the timeless guardian of Britain to awake from his ancient sleep, then there may still be hope. But we must get there first. Go where? I asked again, walking over to the old priest and offering a hand to his shoulder. Why, to the Isle of the Holy Head, as I told you, to Elysium and beyond, to the sacred well, all of which lie within the bounds of the Nemator, the holiest place in all these isles. Holy indeed, for there rests the head of all heads, guardian still by a great flock of ravens, the final vigilance of Braun the Blessed, and there has never been a single one to escape his judgment.
Oh, it's not bro. I was really soon, bro.
Chief Seattle spoke one day to some men in a crowd, and these were his words. How can you buy the sky? How can you own the rain and the wind? My mother told me every part of this earth is sacred to our people. Every pine needle, every sandy shore, every mist in the dark woods, every meadow and humming insect, all are holy in the memory of our people. My father said to me, I know the sap that courses through the trees, as I know the blood that flows in my veins. We are part of the earth, and it is part of us. The perfumed flowers are our sisters. The bear, the deer, the great eagle, these are our brothers. The rocky crests, the meadows, the ponies, all belong to the same family. The voice of my ancestors said to me, the shining water that moves in the streams and rivers is not simply water, but the blood of your grandfather's grandfather. Each ghostly reflection in the clear waters of the lakes tells of memories and the life of our people. The water's murmur is the voice of your great great grandmother. The rivers are our brothers. They quench our thirst. They carry our canoes and feed our children. You must give the rivers the kindness you would give to any brother. The voice of my grandfather said to me, the air is precious. It shares its spirit with all the life supports. The wind that gave me my first breath also received my last sigh. You must keep the land and air apart and sacred, as a place where one can go to taste the wind that is sweetened by the meadow flowers. When the last red man and woman have vanished with their wilderness, and their memory is only the shadow of a cloud moving across the prairie, will the shores and forests still be here? Will there be any of the spirit of my people left? My answer said to me, this we know. The earth does not belong to us. We belong to earth. We belong to God. The voice of my grandmother said to me, teach your children what you have been taught. The earth is our mother. What befalls the earth befalls all the sons and daughters of the earth. Hear my voice and the voice of my ancestors, of our ancestors. The destiny of your people is a mystery to us. What will happen when the buffalo are all slaughtered, the wild horses tamed? What will happen when the secret corners of the forest are heavy with the scent of many men? When the view of the ripe hills is plotted by talking wires? Where will the thicket be? Gone. Where will the eagle be? Gone. And what will happen when we say goodbye to the swift pony and the hunt? It will be the end of living and the beginning of surviving. This we know. All things are connected like the blood that unites us. We did not weave the web of life. We are merely strands in it. Whatever we do to the web, we do to ourselves. We love this earth as a newborn loves its mother's heartbeat. If we sell you our land, care for it as we have cared for it. Hold in your mind the memory of the land as it is when you received it. Preserve the land and the air and the rivers for your children's children and the love it as we have loved it. From Druidic priests to Chief Seattle and any other chief, we all the same. Either we all go out the toilet together or we all make heaven together. I'm all about family, friends, and heaven, and I love you, V. I love you, bro. But those two, like the whole time I was reading this one, I was like, I'm staring at this dude the whole time. I'm like, I gotta, yep, yeah, you gotta ride your finger. I'm like, I gotta read this guy next. Oh, man.
It is. It's been a choice between the two, but we did it. We made happen. So now it's just like a progress of love.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I love everything. I love love. That's my new favorite thing. I love love. Love's great.
Hey, can you possibly hit your audio to the other way that you had it? Cool. Thanks. I know it sounds like I'm being super picky, and you're super cool. Thanks, bro.
Better?
Yes, 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 yes. I don't know what you did, but that's okay. That's okay. I have not seen a single complaint about hearing any kickback from my audio that I hear from time to time. So I rather listen to that than, and this is actually pretty good volume as well. So that's cool. I can do that.
Awesome. For tomorrow, I gotta also make like a stand. You're very right for my phone. I'll make like a cool background space for me also. I'll think about it until tomorrow's jam. It's awesome, awesome. And we'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll. It's just everything is love, 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 love.
And to me, like this is the funnest. Like always a little improvement, always a little bit more this, a little bit more that. Always, like that's what I'm always doing. I'm always growing. I'm not going to be the same person tomorrow. Like I'm going to grow into something. Yes, I find what I like. But like as you know, bro. Like shoot, I love it when you you remind me of my mom because I would say something or do or whatever the case, and I forget it. Like I just had a passing idea, and then my mom she would say it to people. I'd hear her tell people about it, at church or whatever, and she'd be saying it as it was hers, like she came up with it, but like I knew I gave that. She never heard that before. It came out of me, but I was never gonna use it. I would have never said it. She used it. She said it. So I'm like, I never even said I always appreciated her doing that. I always appreciated her taking stuff from me or using stuff from me or whatever the case. And that was cool. That was like your compliment, a part of being like best friend. Because before my mom died, she became my best friend. I don't know if I ever told you that, but like for 20 for the most last 5 years I knew who Rosemary was, but before that she was like mom, like I just knew mom. But then like it was towards the end, and that's where I really got to know who Rosemary was. And then we could really communicate and we could be like, yeah, I don't like that, or no, I don't like that, or whatever the case, and everything's okay. I don't have to like everything she likes, and she doesn't have to like everything I like. And I do that stuff on my own. She does her stuff, and we come together for the stuff that we enjoy, like whatever, watch movies, whatever the case. And so that's like she was my best friend. And when she passed away, I've been looking for a new best friend since she passed away. And you're my best friend. You know what I'm saying? So like my BFB, best friend brother. Well, like
Yes.
in all the positive ways, in all the loving. We already know. We already both know. And so I think that's just cool. That makes me happy. That just makes me happy. And like,
In your
yeah.
in your own words, your mom Rosemary was the embodiment of love itself, and that's why we remind each other of that. Me personally, I'm not really sure if I even before of all of this stuff experienced anything close to it, to be honest, but I recognize it when I see it. So that's what's going on, and it's like
See, and
a
there's
Christmas present.
yes, and there's a lot of people in the world, and they are on the same tunage that we are. They're on this exact same vibrational wavelength. Healer, looking for the friend, looking for that, wanting to do the right thing, helping the wrong people. And again, it's like again, that's why I'm so happy that we everything happened as everything happened because it's not just me by myself. The collaboration, the everything, and then other people can really they can connect. They can really connect on that wavelength because you're in all reality. It's that's yeah no yeah okay that's good yeah. Like I was gonna say we were hitting two different wavelengths of energy, but really we are truly harmonizing one flow of energy, and that flow of energy is love, and love in it love as a form of frequency and energy and frequency It doesn't know age. It doesn't know gender. It just is. It has that frequency, just like hate or anger or whatever one of those energies. It has that vibration. And again, I keep saying it all the time: live one vibrational energy. Because if you can, if as I found, by continuing to live my happiness, my joy, my vibrational energy, I'm a happy person. So by continuing to do that and just not associate with other people, I don't need to fight them. I don't need to correct them. I don't need to turn them into followers. I just, by living my own vibrational energy, that's what helped us find each other. That's what's helping other people find us, because our energy, boom, found that, boom, and now other people can find that, because that's just good. It's the same. That's the snowball. The snowball is officially in motion, and really, like, it's just that's
Interestingly enough, interesting. I was also envisioning this love as a snowball, like starting like a snowball that we crafted, but it's like once it's rolling, and think about it. What is a snowball made out of? Snow,
yeah.
logically, but it's water.
Oh.
So, yep.
And how? Okay, okay. And the portal piece was teleported. We teleported a portal. Okay. Now that's just stupid, cool, funny, interesting that I have to write that down. Holy crikey. If you're not watching on the program, we do have 5 days, 9 hours a day where you can go back. And we have more on TikTok and Instagram, but those 9 hours aren't there. But anyways, that's why I went to YouTube. So we can start recording this stuff and have facts right. Anyways, so if you weren't here for it, I'm not exactly going backwards for you. However, we teleported a portal. Now
Facts. This
that,
actually happened.
yeah, yeah, that's actually, guys, that's damn near comical.
Oh, and I'm connecting it to what you said, like blessings, bringing more blessings on top of blessing.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. Okay. So then, so when that piece came over here, it was frost. It was snow that was coming down from the sky. Snowball, ice. Something about taking the water. See, on the inside, water could get there, but water is lost through that process because of the factors. But if it's done in a colder conditioning, then the information can be preserved in a solid state and not have such a reduction of content.
And I had 3 candles on outside of the window.
Okay, got it. And so this is the cool stuff. And so portal within portal within portal within portal, ripples, waves, frequencies, vibrations, and then Just like I was talking about doing, like I did the sound bowl earlier. I did the sound bowl for a while, and it's interesting because that sound bowl, like it hasn't been holding that awesome tune for so long, and that was the first time it actually held that tunage for like I want to. I've done that for like 10 minutes, and I do that. You stand in the middle. I do the sound bowl all around you, and it literally puts you in a cocoon of energy of sound. So literally, it's that shell of sound, and so that's why I tell people just close your eyes, and they go, they have whatever experience they have because they're quantumly traveling. You don't have to know how to do it. You do it naturally. To anybody out there watching, you, you you don't control your astral traveling. In the human world, you set up your heart to the tunage of love, and that creates, anyways, moving back. That, and it happens when we're not paying attention. We
I
usually,
just remembered something. As I told you, when I was going through my experience, I was getting teleported through two different bathrooms, and each time I was dehydrated extremely, like to the point where I thought I would die if I do not get water in the next 10 seconds, 11 seconds. And
and
one
if it was,
time, I
yeah.
was one of the last times that it happened, and I was in some place where it was very cold winter and snowy.
Ooh,
And it was easier to not be dehydrated, actually, and it I had an easier time to find someone to give me water.
okay.
So on your logic, I think that's
Okay, so okay, so then every single, I'm going to say the wrong word here. Maybe not. Every snowflake is unique, correct? Has its own particular pattern. Yeah. Okay. So then every single unique pattern coming in would be different information coming, frequencies. So they're like literally raining down messages.
yes. Yeah, I'm thinking like, can something exist with no pattern at all? And here we are. So
There is a movie called Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. Have you ever heard about it?
I've watched it when I was a kid, actually. Yeah.
That's kind of where my kind of brain is, but instead of meatballs, I'm thinking about grapes and raisins.
And wait, what else? Like, I don't know,
There's
pizza
some real
and
there's
peanut
some
butter
real
jelly.
instances people would argue with the validity of this, but it's really happened in the world and they find a reason for it. But there's been places where it literally rained frogs, literally rained fish. They've been able to explain it, I think, for the most of them, or find some plausible explanation.
Mm,
However, however, you see, yeah, yeah.
Remember how you said water is the easiest talisman to fuse into? What I'm thinking is like, what if the advanced civilizations, found a way to transfer physical matter into water, and that's how, and then when it reforms the same thing, just a little bit dehydrated because it was in water. And that's maybe how, right? And that's maybe how like this thing got teleported, because it's like evaporating and then in the sky and then it rained down to you, and like, but that's what makes sense, right? Because it's like atoms and water can easily bind to it, and then it's like interdimensional, intersp I don't know, but
So
that's what I'm connecting.
So there's this part. It happens. There's several movies, and they talk about. They show this. V for Vendetta is a major one. And I'm just going to share my own personal experience. When I had my own personal experience, when my own Nexus event happened, it was pouring rain outside, and I went out there and just I basked in that rain. It felt, and in that event of that, yeah, I see where you're going. Yep.
Like we don't know how it functions, and we just experience water like rain. But I think there exists a technology that can like teleport through water.
Okay. So, if our world at one point had no oceans, and all of a sudden all these oceans showed up out of nowhere, then something massive got teleported here.
You're onto something. We're onto something. And
It
maybe
wasn't just
water
a
is,
flood.
yep.
It wasn't just a flood. There was something that traveled here and needed the extra water for survival. They have technically looked at the octopus and studied the octopus for so long, and legit scientists in the world are, as far as I'm aware, posing that it is a legitimate possibility that they are an alien civilization on our planet.
Oh, I know something very interesting about octopi. That's
Mm,
fascinating. Just some species are able to literally communicate through shifting colors and shapes. It's a language that they have. You can look it up.
that's called level one magic.
Like they shift a color and a shape, and oh, I'll be right back. I gotta get some water. Speaking of water.
Let's make sure this is plugged in. Yes, there.
And we're back and hydrated.
Let me make sure this points the right way.
Anyways, can you hear me well, by the way?
Oh yeah.
Good. Octopus, octopi, very interesting creatures. I remember being fascinated by them at one point, and that was the most interesting thing. Like a language that is not verbal, but composed of shapes and colors, and they literally like shift their bodies in that. So another one perceives it, and they know a specific message, and there's like almost a symbol type thing that they make with their body to send a specific message. And I don't think how it could be deciphered by humans, but I can see that being an alien language for sure.
Well, it's legitimately level one magic. Colors and the arrangement of them, along with sounds, literally creates thoughts in the brain. Scientific, legitimately real.
No, I'm not sure if they're making any sounds, but I know that with their like tentacles and there's a species. You can look it up. I'm not sure on the detail, but like some literally make their bodies in the shape of something, and certain parts of it take different colors. Like chameleons, they can shift colors. Some species, and it's like literally a language between them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I can imagine some like very advanced civilization talking like that because it's like instant, it's not traveling by. Oh, interesting thing. They're living underwater, so sound travels slower there. So they're communicating without vibrations, just by light, by observing with eyes. It's a quicker communication and more efficient,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not with vibration.
I'm gonna read you something. I sent you one of these PDFs. This needs to be your new Bible. You have access to the PDF. Latu Netta.
Saw it. I opened all of them that you saw, and that one was like,
This one, start reading it in your off time, whenever you have free time, and literally from the first page to the last page. Don't stop to understand it. Don't stop to make sense. Just read the whole thing. And here's where I'm gonna go with it. If you really like it and you really dig the info, then the second time you read through, stop and pause for all the understanding, look up all the definitions. Take your time to do it then. But just read the file through and through from beginning. Read the book from beginning to end, because this, I'm telling you, this got all the codes in it.
Yeah, I get your logic fully, just like you told me to read that quantum mechanics article even without understanding it, because something about reading something implements into your consciousness. I get it. Yeah.
It's
Like
literally
even if we don't consciously understand it, just like the words of power, the astral self understands.
like I talk to people's spirits. I talk to the soul. That's what I'm communicating with. And so, yes, exactly. It's that same vein. I talk to my own. We can send ourselves information. Um, and be very specific on it. Hold on, hold on. Where am I going? You know, yes, got it. Hold on.
Rawr, 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 times square.
That's almost scared me.
With the spooky love.
This
Rawr.
movie, love.
Your cat is named Spook. Ah, that's the most awesome thing.
You alright? Alright, here we go. Boom. Hi. You're right there. I got it. I should just say it, but it is well worded in this book. You don't want me to read it? Okay. 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 The lowest level. Okay, there's three forms of magic. There's three forms of telepathic communication. Okay, you there? You'll be back. All right, bro. Check it out. There are three levels of magic. The first level, the lowest level, employs embedded messages. The messages that are broadcasted below the level of normal perception or played backwards or very fast, such as in department stores to discourage stealing, the so called self improvement, subliminal tapes, and other approaches. So that's level one, essentially audio. Okay. Number one is audio. If it's in the water, it's going to hear something. Pressure difference is going to translate to audio. Audio is going to come in through some form. Okay. Pressure creates audio underwater. The next level, level two, employs the emotions of the practitioner synergized by the subtle radiation given off by animal, vegetable, and mineral substances. The events on this level are generally referred to as psychic phenomena, witchcraft, white and black, roots, crystal healing. Its employment does not require spiritual power, moral upliftment, or wisdom. It is no different from mixing chemicals to achieve a mechanical effect. Okay, that mechanical effect, that mixing of chemical colors. So number one is auditory. Secondary is colors. You can go to school, to a regular school. This kid who was in middle school and he comes home and he asks me a series of questions. And at the end of these series of questions, he literally tells me without me saying anything, he says, "This is the image you have in your mind, correct?" And I said, "Yes." And he was like, "Boom, we did this at school." He did not explain it, but I understood what happened. Through a particular series of information being triggered within my mind, visual stimuli happening in front of me triggered a thought. It didn't trigger, it created a thought in my mind. He wasn't guessing what was in my mind, he was telling me the image he created inside of my mind. So, as you explain that octopuses are doing this, then they are operating at a telepathic level 2, which means number 3 is no doubt happening.
I That's awesome sauce. I would not connect this because yeah, I just knew the fact because it was interesting, but now that you're yep, exactly. So there's essentially no way for humans to know what they're talking about. It's quite useful.
So, okay, I know for a fact that telepathic communication, my greatest teachers have been literal lions in Africa. And I've received confirmation and affirmation of this reality. So then, if it's happening with above life, and I connected with Leviathan as all of that commenced and occurred, then it would stand to reason that we would be connected with them as well. And thus, where original thought would come from would be a place where essentially no man can really find or get to because, damn, try to chase an octopus. They could only find that giant one just recently enough and have an actual picture of it.
I just realized there's those giant octopus that live like very deep that there's no pictures of that I was like spooked by because wow, that's huge.
So I keep saying that memory is the greatest thing. The Bible says to store your treasures where no moth or rust can consume. I literally stated to store your memories with others, like the ancestors' living memory. So then, if these giant octopuses could live, like, who freaking knows how long? Then from human to human to human, if you telepathically advance, then you are connecting with the alien species who no man can get to.
Bro, oh, I have an awesome thought. Everything you said, facts, and think about this. Where do octopus live? Water. They're pulling from all the memories ever to
And why?
communicate in a language
So,
that is not
so then
accessible.
all the talking, everything, that would have been a time traveling octopuses that got here. Call it an accident and not an attack. Somehow Earth has been a place for a multidimensional survival. Let's just put it across the board, okay? For all the diversity of animals and life at our fingertips, and new animals seem to pop up. New insects, new frogs, new spiders just seem to keep cropping up out of nowhere every single year. Okay? So so Earth seems to be like a galactic wasteland. Not where all the necessarily trash goes, but just things go whoop and land up here. Earth is the anomaly. Earth is the vortex. Earth is the black hole.
Uh, something like that, but I was told it's more like a laboratory to see how stuff works.
Well, if we wanted to create a black hole, we could create one, couldn't we? I'm sure we're going to have more labs than one.
In your own words, I'm connecting. It's not at least even in the slightest. It's not a bad thing to be living here because it's one of the only places where all these things are converged. Because in other ones, the civilizations are so usually so advanced that they're all doing the same thing. So it's good. It's pretty harmonic for them, but here it's more interesting. Yeah.
Except
At
the
least
party
now
place.
that they didn't that it ended well. At least now, that's where I'll say, yeah.
Right, yeah.
In
So then
2026.
octopus is 8. Whoa. I'm just connecting it, bro. The other guy has 8 arms.
Be sure to look up that after how they communicate with shapes and colors because I know 100% that's true, but I don't know details
Dude, dude.
and like yeah.
Well, I guess I should look it up. I'm wondering if octopuses only have one brain or several brains.
Oh, I pulled like such a random memory, but it's connected. So you can also look this up. There used to be, I'm not sure in which year, but a specific octopus that was apparently like someone's pet or in like a zoo or something that was able to perfectly predict the outcome of football matches or some sports matches, and they would use it to like bet and win. And it would be like crazy accurate. Like you can read about it.
Well,
It
they've
was
done
a
more than
popular
that.
thing. And now I'm seeing like, yeah, what if yup, maybe they tap into like space time, and they're just like that particular one realize what it's being asked to be gotten food, and it just did that, or he or she, I'm not sure what the octopus was, but yeah, you can look it
Because
up. It was a
on
famous thing.
because on a super on a because look, I've got it in my book right here. We've got I need to say it correctly. I'm gonna look up that octopus. I don't know if they only have one or anyways. I got it in here. Okay, so our brains. Okay. I'm going to read off some stuff that I've never read to you, but I'm just going to read it off. Cosmogony, the map of the way down and back up, is the function. The map is the blueprint of anything, deals with the generation of a system. Become the all-star, stop at the edge, and liberate others. Cosmology is the study of cosmogony. Theurgy, performance of divine work, both sensory and divinely regulated functions. Let's replace divinely with H8, both sensory and H8 regulated functions. The power, the heck, all the words of power, the creative impulse, which is both sensory and H8 regulated. Oldest initiation rite is the tree of life, is the schedule. The realizing the ultimate accomplishment of human life, which is Hetep, peace. You found that a couple days ago. The method is a metaphor, which is a mythos, which is a myth. This is transformation into divine existence, consciously and progressively. The tree of life is equaling to seek inner enlightenment. Tree of knowledge is equal to learning from external experiences. Anubis, son of Alsar, is what the Sphinx originally was. Between those two stages, Anubis became a lion. If an initiate meets the requirements to pass through the gates that Anubis guards, the treasure of self-knowledge is opened to them. In turn, and if sought after with the appropriate intent, will cause self-aware self to become born, creating self-actualism. This is what you just went through a couple days ago. Like when you hit a tip, you also hit that as well. That kind of happened in our years, anyways. You have all authoritative spirit, life force, subconscious mind, which equals the matrix of programs guiding the physical body. When life and death meet together, we have what we have in this world. And when life and death become a united frequency, exploding like a bolt of electricity from a Tesla coil, these two polarities come to life as Jesus. Mark that J as an H, give it a space, and look at it like he's us. Jesus pronounced Hey Zeus, which equals Hades plus Zeus. Also, Set plus Ra is Setra. Proper pronunciation of Set is Sech. The goal of becoming the resurrection device of Osiris or Osor is Metron's cube, which amplifies one's frequency of love into the tree of life. When love becomes the water of life flowing into your tree of life, you produce fruit that is produced into the nectar that the gods drink and cause their blood to be seen as flowing gold. The water of life is the translated divine and sacred name Olset, the goddess of love, hence the tree of life. To co-create the literal fountain of youth is our supreme goal. Now how to let the training of the kingdom of every king to mentally and emotionally establish the reconnection through the resurrection device of Osar. This device allows one to become aware of their previously led lives, hence an internal resurrection of the forgotten.
Whoa, whoa. Um, I had many like whoa moments. Like I didn't expect to hear Tesla in there. That was just like and every
So I'm moving fast and far, and keep up with me. We have a mammal brain, we have a reptilian brain, or there's a third type of brain. We got three types of brains up here, and our stomach has enough sensory perceptions that equate into the activity of the brain. Therefore, the human body on a quantum level has what? Four brains. Okay, octopus, 8 arms, 4 arms on each side. I was born 1984. You know how those numbers roll? People say, where does consciousness come from? I think we have a quantumly checkable answer.
Check how many brain stuffs do octopi have. I'm very interested, and also I'm fascinated by the resurrection device making you aware of all previous lives because yeah, some for some reason that's how it works.
And that's interesting because I wrote those words, I pinned those words, wrote those words, printed them out, bound them. I don't know. Sheesh, more than 6 years ago.
I there's no need for me to tell you what what happened with those words, right?
Bro, how many is in the Anod?
9.
An octopus has 9 brains, one central brain and 8 mini brains. The ganglia located at the base of each arm. This decentralized nervous system allows each arm to independently taste, feel, and move, while the central brain coordinates overall actions, facilitating remarkable intelligence and multitasking. The central brain is a donut-shaped main brain located around the esophagus. The arm ganglia localize semi-independent nerve clusters in each arm that process information without relying entirely on the central brain. Functional benefit: this structure allows an octopus to explore, hunt, and camouflage with its arms simultaneously, while its central brain handles complex decision making. The tuning distributed nervous system is largely why octopuses are considered the most intelligent invertebrates. Okay, so what if a octopus can unify 10 individuals into one body of action? So
I'm
then
I
what if the
so
leading
essentially
powers so then what if the leading powers are of the world have made contact with their own octopus, found their own body, and have been doing all this shit to survive, and that's how they've been doing all the bad shit.
I think we understood something that was not expected to be understood ever by humans. Well, we're that's why we understood. We
I'm
ain't
telling
human.
you, man, believe it or not, Ripley's believe it or not. Let's make a deal, guys. Like, if you know, yo, hit it up, because I say, believe it or not, all I gotta do is throw Ripley's in every time. I make a deal. I eat real good. You get shout outs every day. Because we keep saying it every single day, believe it or not.
So what I kind of understood is each tentacle is a brain for
Yeah,
itself, in a way.
yeah.
So let's say 9 members of the Anad manage to find a way to incarnate into one organism, and it's like each tentacle is one, and that's how they communicate with each other. All like I would draw it, but like each is able to say each thing to each other, and the colors, and like who knows what that language
Okay,
is.
let me. Okay. Now that you have this understanding, let me explain. Now we can. Ooh, now I'm enjoying this. I'm eating this up. I could have a real conversation. Shit, yes. Okay, bro, here we are. Okay. Ta. Ptah. But just ta. 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 Like, like some other sacred word, but ta. Little in there. Anyways, um, I'm gonna read. Okay, let me explain first. You have ta, and ta is the anod as one. Ta thinks it, and the aned acted out. They created. They work on it. They labor it. Ta just speaks, and the Anad, they do out the activity. Speaking, working, touching, moving, all of it. Just like the central brain to the 8 others. So there's an extra number that's been added to that. So either history was changed and they made an addition to the Anad, or it's the other way around from the human's adjustment. However, going with what I currently going with what we currently have, that's 8-1. And we need an outside observer. That'd be the 10th. On the quantum, to keep up with it, you have to have the outside eye and the inside eye.
And I'm connecting something very interesting with the numbers. Like, could you repeat like what was supposed to be 8 and then 9? Just to make sure that I got it correctly.
Going with what is the Anad is 9, but Ta thinks it. The Anad create it. They do the working. They say it, speak it, labor it, all of it. For the octopus, they have one central brain and 8 limbs. Each limb, each tentacle, or whatever you want to pretend, it's got a brain. So that would be 8 with a 9th. But if that brain, if that 9th has a quantum, you got to have that outside view. So that would be number 10. Number 10 is thinking it. And so the 9 on the inside are doing it.
How I'm visualizing it, if it's 9 brains and 8 tentacles, and when I visualize an octopus, I think maybe yes, every tentacle is one brain, but you know how they look. Maybe that big brain is the one brain, and that's like, and then the 10th one is the quantum one.
No, not like
No?
that. Not like that. Keep the numbers correct for what they are.
Yeah, I understood it. Then and the way you said it makes much more sense, to be honest. I was just like trying to put it into words that and images
Now
that,
listen.
yeah.
Now listen. Homage to you, Ta, and hail to the Netanum of Camille, you came forth from thy members. O Ta, hearer of prayers, thou art the great I, and thyself whom we call forth. Thou art a shrine ever open, thine ears ever merciful unto those that are oppressed. O thou living flame, ending the veil of darkness, illuminate as Ra passing through the Amduat. O King of the Nethernim Dipneo Shinju, Lord of the great throne, Ta, Paten, and eldest of the originals, has created the framework of the multiverse. Active one who came forth active. Una Luma, noble one who renews but already is, whose respect is great in the Anon. Greetings to you, exalted ancient one, O Tartinin, the Ka of all the living were created in the image of Ta, all formed in thy thinking heart and by thy tongue. The fires of life burns in thine heart. Kiaru was created from the thoughts of Ta's heart, while Tahuti was formed by the words of Ta's tongue. Ta's heart guides the Anad, while Ta's tongue directs humans. Ra had to labor to create the Anad. Ta had only to speak, and the Anad was created. Ra called the names of Shu and Tefnut, and the wind and the rain gave birth to the Anad. Sight, hearing, and smell all report to the heart, for the heart is the source of all knowledge. The tongue speaks only what the heart thinks. Ra thinks only the thoughts of Ta, while the Anad speaks only the words of Ra. As thy heart grants the gift of life, O Tatin, thy tongue organizes life's abundance. Ta and Ra, and then the Anad.
We unlocked. You actually unlocked with the
Your audio
Yep.
is coming in and out, so I don't know what's going on that end, but it goes real loud and then it gets real soft.
Better?
Yeah.
I have to make that tripod stand tomorrow. I don't have a tripod, but we'll improvise.
Shoebox, cardboard, you
Yeah.
score it, you can bend it in any regard. Though, okay, so what I just read is you have Ta, Ra, and then the Anad. Ta thinks it, or his heart thinks it. It says his heart thinks it, and then it says Ra speaks it, and the Anad create it. So Ta does the thinking, Ra does the speaking, and the Anad does the creating. So
He's
that's
been
9,
thinking.
10, and 11. So 9 is one body, 10 and 11 is the quantum particle up close and at distance. 3 and 1.
100%. Yeah. It
We just
clicked to
spoke his
me.
name.
Yeah.
We just spoke his name. That's what he knew.
Who knew we would get this far from a random octopus idea? That's 100%. I'm like, my brain and heart is telling me, yep, 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 yep. That's like,
And that's
that's the power of best friend, bros. How did
our
you how did
best
you name it?
friend.
Like, be a. I wonder for how many years did they exist and were doing this. That we'll research about that, but like that's interesting.
It says in the ancient documents that I just read today, and it says that this allows you to live millions of times. It must be done in secret. And that's why you and I have made the connections we've made. There's a handful of people who are going to understand half of what we say. And there's going to be maybe 1% of maybe point of a percent of people who actually can fathom what we're processing ultimately. Because they're working out of greed and jealousy, and so they're coming to their math is skewed already. They can't.
Has
They
an
can't
error.
exactly error. So if you are on Instagram, we are live on TikTok and on YouTube. I would encourage you to follow us over at youtube.com/Setra, Setchra. We'll take you directly to the channel, and we are live over there, and you can watch the videos on replay. Yes. Okay, so That's pretty amazing.
Super awesome sauce is amazing. It's like our flow is. I love it.
I'm jumping back on Instagram right now, just popping in the titles and whatnot. Um, but I think we just figured out a bunch of mysteries.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think. That's screw thinking. That's the dots I connected.
You, my best friend, brother, are the best dot connector this history has ever witnessed. And, like, in your own words, only a few people can follow, and I'm able to follow everything. And I'm like, whoa, what, how, what? Yes, keep going, yes. And then it's like, oh, that's the picture? Yeah. That's my best friend, bro, don't you know?
I tend to only realize things after I've done them. This is
Mm-hmm.
actually a very divine path of life. It's because if you set on doing something, if you set on designing something, if you set on creating something, then what winds up happening is nature throws a curveball at you and says, not just like that, because it doesn't match divine law and order. Nature says you gotta match divine law and order, or else you're not going to be supported. And those are all those errors that are associated with the results. And that is why man cannot reach their own sight of what they design to be what they think is perfect. And yet they keep having a problem with their own designs and, well, just take it to the mechanic, they'll fix it. Well, here's a how to book of how to do it yourself. You can fix it. No, it's y'all's problem. I'd rather start on my own thing. Thank you. That's why I don't join anybody else's problems because they're not following nature. They're following greed or lust or pride. Last time I checked, none of those work in the formula of loving your neighbor. So when I see evidence that those are present, I leave that space and I go work by myself because I get much more done without any errors being present while I work. And I'm not eschewing the end results because they are nature. And as a scientist, what nature thus is thus what I accept. And the beginning of the day said very explicitly, accept the belief. Like, essentially, I get the word wrong, but it was like, accept the belief. Like, you don't have to, like, find the truth. Like, just accept the truth. Like, accept it. Like, because I went on this whole little explanation of trying to, well, you got to find the truth. And then I looked back and it was like, no, it's more like just accept it. Just accept the reality that's in front of your face. Oh, oh, that's a different message. And as a scientist, I work with what is in front of me, and the results are what they are. And if I do it twice and I get the same result twice, well, then that must be the reality of the divine law. The divine law says if I do this, then that happens. If I do this and then I get upset and I do all these things, well, then that will happen. So then I'll just do this and walk away, and then I'll just catch that when it comes in, and woohoo! No errors. Flawless. Flawless victory. Number 25, right?
Yeah.
That's my bro's number. Mine is 23.
Don't you know?
Om Surmani Sumba Humba Sura Var. The Wisdom King who defeats the three poisons. Relinquish your selfish thoughts. Think about what you want and who you want to do things for. Find a balance with those whose way of thinking is different from yours. You might be exceedingly capable and able to handle various jobs at once, but you might not also be a little selfish from time to time. Do people really want those things that you think you're doing for the sake for others? Take a step back and look at the whole picture objectively. Try to put yourself in their shoes. You cannot change people just because they think differently to you. Recognize the good points in others and find a way to walk with them, not control them. Guzarnze Mayo is the incarnation of Ashukun Naurai, full of righteous anger. The name Guzarnze refers to the three worlds, the past, present, and future, where he quashes the three poisons for the sake of humanity. The three poisons are attachment, the insatiable craving for money, possessions, and sex, aversion, selfish anger, and ignorance, being unable to see things as they truly are because one does not know the truth. Gozanze Mayo erases our thoughts of darkness and helps to quell our anger. He also possesses the ability to defeat demons with the incredible strength that wisdom kings are known for. A warding against disasters and our virtues, which clears the path to enlightenment and victory. It says in battle, but let's say victory in life.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Om Surmani Surmahum Vajrahum Par. Om Surmani Surmahum Vajrahum Par. Om Surmani Surmahum Vajrahum Par. Simtoki Shabu Banana Shamtrina, Higher Simtoki Shabu Banana Shamtrina, Higher Simtoki Shabu Banana Shamtrina, Abradabra, Abradabra, Abradabra.
You are my bro and my best friend, so I gotta say, again, what a day.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, hey, hey.
Uh, that's some good stuff. That's some good stuff. That's some real good stuff right there. That's another successful day.
As we always say.
Well, gosh, you just better keep on going outside to play.
And it's quite wonderful these days. I messed up there. I
So
will make better.
so the way you do that one, I'll teach you. I'll teach you. I'll only say it once though, so you can write it down if you need to. But if you got nothing else to rhyme with, then just slam a hard opposite on it. Just slam the brakes with something that completely doesn't rhyme. Like it's on purpose.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love improvising rhymes on the go with my best friend, bro.
Yo ho, it's pirate life for me. Oh man, I just might, I, I might start calling you Bucko.
Why? What's the inspiration behind that?
What's the inspiration? Okay, the inspiration comes from let's see. You ever heard of Buckaroo Banzai?
I heard, but I don't know anything about. But I've heard it somewhere, but I have no idea what it is, what it is.
Okay. Mhm. I'm just pulling off of. I'm gonna do two things. First, I just pulled up Bucko. Then I'm going to look up esoteric meaning and some real history on it. So this is just a quick search, quick whatever AI search. Bucko or bucko is a noun often used in Ireland or and British slang, referring to a young fellow, lad, or companion, originally meaning a swaggering or bullying person dating back to the 1880s. It has nautical origins and can be used informally as a term of address. The definition derived from buck in the sense of a spirited person. Um,
Is my audio good, bro?
yep. Yeah, that
Okay,
sounds good.
awesome.
Did you hear what I had? Did you hear the information on that?
No, actually, it was glitched. So could you repeat, please? Thank you.
Okay. Bucko is a noun often used in Ireland or nautically, referring to a swaggering, domineering fellow, or simply a young fellow or lad. Origin: the term originated around 1883, likely from buck, a lively male, combined with a slang suffix, often associated with a choice spirit or a fashionable man. The contextual usage: it is used as slang term to address similar to pal or kiddo.
Awesome sauce. Whatever your heart desires, you can call me, as I have always said. I like V, but I'm up for upgrades. Whatever your heart says, I'm flowing.
All right. Well, I kind of sense. Okay. Okay, then let's do this. Let's do this, all right? Okay. You got different abilities, just like myself. We can think in different facets. You're better with mathematics than I am, but certain things on geometry wind up clicking faster in my mind than yours. So there's a blend of that. So perhaps these different titles would be like V. V would be like my number two. V is like my first mate. V is like my co-captain. V, boom, that's V right there. That V, that's up to there. Ani, that one's out the window. Obs, that's out. You're no longer at the beginning. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, right. And so Bucko is like you swaggering on the deck, and then it also referenced being a bully. And you know how we talk about being our I'll tell people we'd be a bully with love because people so be a bully with mean stuff. So we'd be a bully with love. We go put love spell magic pouches in the bushes, and people start feeling all good and just all in love. Not for love for us, but like a happy love spell. Like they just for themselves, and then they're all like, and then we were talking about we get our like airsoft guns, and then we make these little like with the herbs and stones and stuff, and then we can like do a drive by and shoot it into the bushes of all these happy like mojo bags, all these happy like, and then people coming home they'd be all angry and stuff, rah rah rah, and then they pass by a little mojo bag and they'd be like, I'm happy for some reason, I don't know why. Being a bully with love, gosh darn it. So it talked about being swaggery fellow, young fellow, and a bully. So a bully, I mean, it just kind of fit him with. I was like, so sometimes you'd be like, you'd be V. You're like up there, right there, and they're like, "Yo, we need something below deck. Yo, Bucko, can you, you know, like, you'd be about, like, I got that, bro." You
Approved, approved, approved.
we just at
Oh,
recess. We just at recess.
oh, I now I had something to say, but I will wait. I think uh, it's a good thing if you can. I always love your saying.
Go get this.
Mm,
Just get it. I'm not saying I'm
yeah, yeah.
necessarily right in it, but maybe grabbing this will pull your mind back to thoughts.
Uh, mm, I just loved flow, as you know. What what a wonderful yeah, you love the word layers, and I'm connecting like portal within a portal within a portal and blessing within a blessing within a blessing. And it's like just wonderful all around. Wonderful within a wonderful within a wonderful.
So then, what about the Russian doll? You know, like the doll within a
Oh,
doll
I
within
know,
a
I know.
doll.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I know those. I actually loved to play with those as a kid, huh?
Okay, okay. So then that's where you just connected. As a kid, you were working quantum mechanics with that.
Oh, I know what I was about to say. You reminded me of that. You said I'm better at math. And remember what I told you? As a young kid, I was exceptional at math, but then I stopped doing it because some teacher I didn't like. And the other day we were adding some basic numbers and I couldn't do it in my head. I was like confused. And you did it. But on these abstract things, I can get it. But like it's still reverting to when I was a kid and when I enjoyed it because I'm now in this state and I'm like, oh, I math is cool. Even though before I was like quite jaded from it and I was like, nah, the teachers are boring. They ruined math for me. And now I'm like, I can, it's not, it's interesting. I can do that. And you're saying like, yeah, yeah. As a kid, I was playing with. They're called. What are they called? I think babushka or something like that.
Babushka.
Babushka. I'm 90% sure. I'll
I am looking for. There we go. This bot, and we got cards here. So I got. I want to put this deck for you in your dealio. And technically, I have two of the same decks, and I can tell the difference between them, and I need to give you one, and I need to keep one. Fortunately, they look quite identical. But a little bit of age versus newness. Look, I don't know if you can tell, but look, these are two different decks right here.
Yeah.
Same type, but this one is a little bit faded. This one's a little bit shinier. And I want to keep the newer deck, and I want to send you that other one. And in that mind of thinking, my brain says quite immediately, no, I'd rather send him the newer deck or the cleaner deck. And then within me, Spirit rises up and says, no, you give him the weathered one because it literally has. I've done some very sacred ceremonies, like powerful. When I say sacred, I mean powerful. And there are times when the candles fell on particular cards of the deck. That energy from that ceremony, from that candle, that's on that deck. That's what I'm sending to you. But I'm separating that right now because I've been staring at this and it's been in front of me and I'm like, there's something I keep sitting on, and this is it
Oh,
right here. I got to get this. Got
I
to get
have a
done.
question. Very interesting. A candle falling on something. I never even thought about the spiritual significance of that, but of course it does. When I was doing my own candles, it kind of fell on my I Ching, and there's like a little stain from it. What does that represent? A candle falling on something, like a candle
Okay,
wax.
so as the candle is burning away, okay, as it's melting, let's think about liquid. Let's think about fire. Let's think about solid. Let's think about talisman, energy, transferred, transmuted, information, water drops, but we're working with wax and heat instead of necessarily water and that element.
And remember what I told you before my New Year's, what I mixed up? Earth, water, and candle wax that burned.
So you created a talisman. You created you saved a particular essence of energy that you created and you dropped it on a particular H, which transferred that energy to that quantum reality in the presence of your altar and your own being. You created a new future for all of us.
I
And
would say I
we
got
did,
lucky, but I don't know if that's the word. But I had
yeah,
no idea what I was
yeah.
doing.
We do this by design, and we're aware that, remember, it has to be a blind experiment. Observation null and voids the reality.
Very
So we
true.
have to be
Whoa.
this. We have to be so smart that we have to set up all the dots and then forget everything and go on a wild goose chase. That's what we do every day, and we catch a damn goose and have a feast every single fucking night.
True. Yep, you explained my own.
Now,
Yep.
Ra chases a pep around Earth every night so that people can live and survive. Because if Ra did not take out a pep, he's his brother. A pep is Ra's brother, by the way. Okay, so one's all cool and one's all death. One's all life, one's all death. So Ra goes and he chases a pep away for the day. And then he comes back the next night, chases him away that night. The world's okay. Every single fucking night, Ra has to chase a Pep away. So Set, right? Set eventually dies on Earth, and he gets to go up with Ra on his. Set decides that he wants to go on the boat with Ra and fight a Pep every night. So Set and Ra hunt a Pep every night. Ra can drive the boat, and Set gets his double-bladed sword and hacks that body up into 13 pieces every night, so the world can live and breathe another beautiful day.
As we say.
I'm just saying, you connect dots.
And I researched something yesterday, and like when I told you I was going through my experience, and I kept waking up or resurrecting, whatever you want to call it. There was a specific ability that I basically needed to predict a few moments in what's gonna happen, and I realized it has a name. It's called precognition, and that's what I realized at that moment that I'm able to somehow have, and that's how I survive. No joke, that's how I survive. That's the word for it. I didn't know the word for it, and it makes a lot of sense that I unconsciously sometimes can do that. And it was like telepathic abilities. I'm not sure if I have any other one, but that one I experienced for sure. Precognition.
And that is exactly sounds like the appropriate work that we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is really that's what it sounds like to me. Um, I mean, truly. I mean, putting everything together, you can only survive an impossible outcome if you could perceive the future. But if you perceive the future, then you negate the future because you perceive it. Negates the results. So, staying in, staying lost, but following the heart will get you there every time. Understanding is actually must be left behind. Understanding must be left behind. It must be Newton's third law of relativity that applies here. Understanding is what must be left behind if we wish to move forward, because other people can grasp the understanding while we grasp to another consciousness. Understand me?
Mm-hmm. And that's why I had no idea what I was doing at all time, yet somehow survived by following the heart.
Boom.
And I was able to literally have precognition of, for example, here's a basic example of what happened. I would wake up, I would not know what light and darkness and water even means, but as soon as I remembered, I am somehow able to know where I need to go to get the water, the closest place. I don't know how I know it, but like just my heart tells me, leave this, open it, go right, go left. There's what, and I'm able to get it just in time before I pass out from dehydration.
Yes. Hmm.
Yep, that explains it much better than I thought I would ever understand it. Thank you, best friend, bro, as you already know.
Like, for real. Yeah, man. that that's some real sauce right there.
Mega real squared awesome sauce.
All right. What? Okay. I am getting your stuff together. So it is 2:36. Anybody with us? We're gonna make a hard stop at 3. We appreciate you being with us.
As usual, that passed much quicker. I would not say it's oh. Time flies when you're having fun, as they say.
I think that's about right. Ugh. Coffee.
Awesome sauce of a day.
Stupid.
Truly. You said like there's a family trait when something just like is too much for words. You just say so, or ra and aha, but or like rar, but in a relaxing, loving way. I don't know what to say.
Well, I'm gonna count these. Let's see, am I short one? Or do I have them all? Would be, I think I am short one. Yep, one. Ta! It ain't far. Let's see which one it is. So what you gonna do later on, bro?
I'm gonna read the book that you said a little bit, and then play.
What happened to your audio?
Oh, okay. Is it better?
Yeah, it went somewhere. I don't know where it
Is it
went.
better
The
now?
chain.
Okay, okay.
So how about a story on the way out?
Better now, or I can
A
restart
lot
it full?
better. A lot better.
Perfect. You asked me like what I'm gonna do later, right?
No, it's okay. The singing, springing lark. There was once upon a time a man who was about to set out on a long journey, and on parting he asked his three daughters what he should bring back with him for them. Whereupon the eldest wished for pearls, the second wished for diamonds, but the third said, "Dear father, I should like a singing, soaring lark." The father said, "Yes, if I can get it, you shall have it," kissed all three, and set out. Now, when the time had come for him to be on his way home again, he had brought pearls and diamonds for the two eldest, but he had sought everywhere in vain for a singing, soaring lark for the youngest, and he was very unhappy about it, for she was his favorite child. Then his road lay through a forest, and in the midst of it was a splendid castle, and near the castle stood a tree, but quite on top of the tree he saw a singing, soaring lark. "Aha, you come just as the right moment," he said, quite delighted, and called to his servant to climb up and catch the little creature. But as he approached the tree, a lion leapt from beneath it, shook himself, and roared till the leaves on the trees trembled. "He who tries to steal my singing, soaring lark," he cried, "will I devour." Then the man said, "I did not know that the bird belonged to thee. I will make amends for the wrong I have done, and ransom myself with a large sum of money. Only spare my life." The lion said, "Nothing can save thee unless thou wilt promise to give me for mine own what first meets thee on thy return home. And if thou wilt do that, I will grant thee thy life, and thou shalt have the bird for thy daughter into the bargain." But the man hesitated and said, "That might be my youngest daughter. She loves me best, and always runs to meet me on my return home." The servant, however, was terrified and said, "Why should your daughter be the very one to meet you? It might as easily be a cat or dog." Then the man allowed himself to be over-persuaded, took the singing, soaring lark, and promised to give the lion whatsoever should first meet him on his return home. When he reached home and entered his house, the first who met him was no other than his youngest and dearest daughter, who came running up, kissed and embraced him, and when she saw that he had brought with him a singing, soaring lark, she was beside herself with joy. The father, however, could not rejoice, but began to weep, and said, "My dearest child, I have brought the little bird dear." Stop moving the phone, bro. Please. "I have been obliged to promise thee to a savage lion, and when he has thee, he will tear thee in pieces and devour thee. And he told her all just as it had happened and begged her not to go there. Come, what a mite! But she consoled him and said, Dearest father, indeed your promise must be fulfilled. I will go thither and soften the lion so that I may return to thee safely. Next morning she had the road pointed out to her, took leave, and went fearlessly out into the forest. The lion, however, was an enchanted prince and was by day a lion, and all his people were lions with him. But in the night they resumed their natural human shapes. On her arrival, she was kindly received and led into the castle. And when night came, the lion turned into a handsome man, and their wedding was celebrated with great magnificence. They lived happily together, remained awake at night, and slept in the daytime. One day he came and said, Tomorrow there is a feast in thy father's house, because your eldest sister is to be married. And if thou art inclined to go there, my lion shall conduct thee. She said, Yes, I should very much like to see my father again, and went thither, accompanied by the lions. There was great joy when she arrived, for they had all believed that she had been torn in pieces by the lion, and had long ceased to live. But she told them what a handsome husband she had, and how well off she was, remained with them while the wedding feast lasted, and then went back again to the forest. When the second daughter was about to be married, and she was again invited to the wedding, she said to the lion, This time I will not be alone. Thou must come with me. The lion, however, said that it was too dangerous for him, for if, when there are a ray from a burning candle fell on him, he would be changed into a dove, and for 7 years long would have to fly about with the doves. She said, Ah, but do come with me. I will take great care of thee, and guard thee from all light. So they went away together, and took with them their little child as well. She had a chamber built there, so strong and thick that no ray could pierce through it. In this he was to shut himself up when the candles were lit for the wedding feast, but the door was made of green wood, which wrapped the left and little crack which no one noticed. The wedding was celebrated with a magnificence, but when the procession with all its candles and torches came back from church and passed by this apartment, a ray about the breadth of a hair fell on the king's son, and when this ray touched him, he was transformed in an instant, and when she came in and looked for him, she did not see him, but a white dove was sitting there. The dove said to her, For 7 years must I fly about the world, but at every seventh step that you take I will let fall a drop of red blood and a white feather, and these will show thee the way. And if thou followest the trace, thou canst release me. Thereupon the dove flew out at the door, and she followed him. And at every seventh step a red drop of blood and a little white feather fell down and showed her the way. So she went continually further and further in the wide world, never looking about her or resting. And the 70 years were almost past. Then she rejoiced and thought they would soon be delivered, and yet they were so far from it. Once when they were thus moving onwards, no little feather and no drop of red blood fell, and when she raised her eyes, the dove had disappeared. And as she thought to herself, In this no man can help thee, she climbed up to the sun and said to him, Thou shinest into every crevice and over every peak. Hast thou not seen a white dove flying? No, said the sun, I have seen none. But I present thee with a casket. Open it when thou art in sorest need. Then she thanked the sun and went on until evening came and the moon appeared. She then asked her, Thou shinest the whole night through, and on every field and forest hast thou not seen a white dove flying? No, said the moon, I have seen no dove, but here I give thee an egg. Break it when thou art in great need. She thanked the moon and went on until the night wind came up and blew on her, when she said to it, Thou blowest over every tree and under every leaf. Hast thou not seen a white dove flying? No, said the night wind, I have seen none. but I will ask with the other winds. Perhaps they have seen it. The east wind and the west wind came and had seen nothing. But the south wind said, I have seen the white dove. It has flown to the Red Sea, where it has become a lion again. For the 7 years are over, and the lion is there fighting with a dragon. The dragon, however, is an enchanted princess. The night wind then said to her, I will advise thee, go to the Red Sea. On the right bank are some tall reeds. Count them, break off the 11th, and strike the dragon with it. Then the lion will be able to subdue it, and both then will regain their human form. After that, look round, and thou wilt see the griffin, which is by the Red Sea. Swing thyself with thy beloved onto his back, and the bird will carry you over the sea to your own home. Here is a nut for thee. When thou art above the center of the sea, let the nut fall. It will immediately shoot up, and a tall nut tree will grow out of the water on which the griffin may rest. For if he cannot rest, he will not be strong enough to carry you across. And if thou forgettest to throw down the nut, he will let you fall into the sea. Then she went thither and found everything as the night wind had said. She counted the reeds by the sea and cut off the 11th, struck the dragon therewith. Thereupon the lion overcame it, and immediately both of them regained their human shapes. But when the princess who had before been the dragon was delivered from enchantment, she took the youth by the arm, seated herself on the griffin, and carried him off with her. There stood the poor maiden who had wandered so far and was again forsaken. She sat down and cried, but at last she took courage and said, Still I will go as far as the wind blows and as long as the cock crows until I find him. And she went forth by long, long roads until at last she came to the castle where both of them were living together. There she heard that soon a feast was to be held in which they would celebrate their wedding. But she said, God still helps me, and opened the casket that the sun had given her. A dress lay therein as brilliant as the sun itself. She took it out and put it on, and went up into the castle, and everyone, even the bride herself, looked at her with astonishment. The dress pleased the bride so well thought it might do for her wedding dress, and asked if it was for sale. Not for money or land, answered she, but for flesh and blood. The bride asked her what she meant by that. So she said, Let me sleep a night in the chamber where the bridegroom sleeps. The bride would not, yet wanted very much to have the dress. At last she consented, but the page was to give the princess sleep draught. When it was night, therefore, and the youth was already asleep, she was led into the chamber. She seated herself on the bed and said, I have followed after thee for 7 years. I have been the sun and the moon and the four winds, and have inquired for thee, and have helped thee against the dragon. Wilt thou then quite forget me? But the prince slept so soundly that it only seemed to him as if wind were whistling outside in the fir trees. When therefore day broke, she was let out again and had to give up the golden dress. And as that even had been of no avail, she was sad, went out into a meadow, sat down there, and wept. While she was sitting there, she thought of the egg which the moon had given her. She opened it, and there came out a clucking hen with 12 chickens of all of gold. And they ran about chirping, and crept again under the old hen's wings. Nothing more beautiful was ever seen in the world. Then she arose and drove them through the meadow before her until the bride looked out of the window. The little chickens pleased her so much that she immediately came down and asked if they were for sale. Not for money or land, but for flesh and blood. Let me sleep another night in the chamber where the bridegroom sleeps. The bride said yes, intending to cheat her as on the former evening. But when the prince went to bed, he asked the page what the murmuring and rustling in the night had been. On this, the page told all that he had been forced to give him a sleeping draught, because a poor girl had slept secretly in the chamber, and that he was to give him another that night. The prince said, "Pour out the draught by the bedside." At night she was again let in, and when she began to relate how ill all had fared with her, he immediately recognized his beloved wife by her voice, sprang up and cried, "Now I really am released. I have been as it were in a dream, for the strange princess has bewitched me so that I have been compelled to forget thee. But God has delivered me from the spell at the right time." Then they both left the castle secretly in the night, for they feared the father of the princess, who was a sorcerer, and they seated themselves on the griffin which bore them across the Red Sea, and when they were in the midst of it, she let fall the nut. Immediately a tall nut tree grew up, whereupon the bird rested, and then carried them home, where they found their child, who had grown tall and beautiful, and they lived thenceforth happily until their death.
I love you, best friend, brother. Love, love, love.
That's what a story at the end of the day.
As we always say.
You got that right. This piece of mirror, it's coming to you.
Oh, okay. I love the shamanic care wholesome pack. It's gonna be like it already is awesome
Dude,
sauce.
that mirror, that piece of that mirror is a huge mirror, dude. It's thick, and it was literally like it was downstairs, and it fell, and it sounded like a shotgun when it broke, dude. And the dude was like, "Yeah, I just trashed it." He didn't care that much, whatever, I guess. I mean, like, I was really sorry. I was like, "Dang, I did not mean to do that." He's like, "Yeah, you just trash it." So I kept a lot of the broken pieces. I don't have most of them, but I still got a couple of them. And so that one, yep, that one went in the bag.
That's a good sound with beautiful meaning.
Oh, yeah,
I love our family traits. They're awesome sauce.
it's I mean, it's how you know that you recognize family, you recognize people by their actions, by what follows them. Like, if you think about weather or anything else, people tend to just want to have immediate pleasure. And in my life, and as you've experienced, and as we're, doing all the cool stuff that we're doing, is enjoying life. It's not too complicated, but we do got to figure out something for your audio because it's kickback. I'm hearing everything I say is kickback. So
I'll work on that for tomorrow and the background and everything, bro.
yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Um, what, 4 minutes, 2 minutes, a minutes ago. I'm like, I don't know. We pulled out the last stop that story, man. I thought we read it, but we hadn't read that before. So
I'll make it out of like some. I'll try to find a shoebox. That's a creative one for tomorrow to make like a stand.
when you jump on though, you gotta definitely mute your audio, and like either I gotta create some type of sound box to quiet the audio because Man, like you come in like loud and clear, and I'm still hearing everything I say come right back at me. So,
Oh,
however, all that
I
inner
I
figuring
think
out.
I'll know how. Yeah,
Um,
I'll Google and search how to fix that. I think it's a common problem with how I'm. So, okay, I'll get it for us. Don't worry.
but yeah, yeah, it's three. So, to TikTok and Instagram, Donna de Guay. Catch you next time.
Oh, and we're always like a little bit more time on YouTube, right?
Yeah, we can get set up a little bit earlier on YouTube and a little bit later on YouTube. YouTube, I'm more. I don't know the other ones or the other ones. See if I can back
The
out of it.
first day of YouTuber era, awesome. Or not the first one, but the first where I'm also my face is showing. That's what I mean.
Yeah. Um, but yeah, well, but yeah, we'll catch you tomorrow. I'll send the link, and if you're walking around or whatever the case, doing whatever you do, just be aware that like as you're holding the camera, like it's zooming in and out, and so I have this happening while I'm trying to read. No good. Uh,
Noted. We're learning, as you said, the first time I'm understood everything, bro. Shall not be repeated.
yeah, you're cool. You're cool. I appreciate it. Thank you, man. Thank you. You're cool as shoot. Anyways, um, yeah, I'm just plugging stuff in, and we'll catch you tomorrow, bro.
Donna de Guay.